Greetings, brohams! What the dealio? Welcome to the back library. I am Madamus, former Cosmic Defender turned archive curator. Welcome in Fruit Punch Bicycle. Welcome in Omegs. If you are lurking or VOD watching, welcome in. I was about to say a look ma no scuff, but I had the wrong song up originally for the BGM a moment ago during the doors or whatever, so oops. If that's the minimum of the scuff tonight, though, I am happy. At least the mic is working. Because let me tell you, ever since that Windows update, I've had nothing but problems. My other Windows PC, which was the first PC I built myself, which I don't use for streaming, but I keep elsewhere, woke up earlier today and the Wi-Fi adapter wasn't working. And as far as I could tell, the Wi-Fi adapter just fried. I don't know if the Windows update did it or what, but I'm having to send a warranty request. It's one of those USB things, because unfortunately the first PC I built was a mini ITX, so it didn't have enough space for me to put a Wi-Fi card into it. Joel Miller, welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, so compared to the scuff last night, that was minor. The different intro song, yeah, I'm gonna start using that for all of my chill streams and Zatsus. I love that track. I just wish it had a better loopable version. I had to work it and loop it myself as best I could. But royalty free and cost next to nothing. That works. Gort, welcome in, Gort. Welcome, welcome. Couple things I want to mention. Tomorrow night we'll be doing the Mega Man X Command mission stream on GameCube. I wish I had a hand cam to use with it too, because I didn't realize the GameCube version of Mega Man X Command mission has a Game Boy Advance function, where if you connect to Game Boy Advance, you could use the Game Boy Advance, I guess, to find hidden items or whatnot, which I do plan to do, assuming my Game Boy Advance is still working. I'll check all that before the stream, but I wish I had a hand cam so that I could actually show that on stream. So sadly, you're just gonna have to trust me if I say, oh, I found a treasure. Barney Fife, welcome in, welcome in. Just going over a few things with the schedule. Everything else, Friday, we're going to continue the reading of The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to be doing continuing the Lone Ranger on NES. And as for next week, I think I'm going to do another Gorilla stream on Sunday. And Monday might also be a Gorilla situation, because I am going to have to work my side gig on Monday, because they always have me working holidays, and it's Martin Luther King Day in the States, I believe. So, yeah, the way it's looking, I will be streaming all 7 days next week. So we'll see how long I last. I also want to say thank you real quickly before we start to everyone who has subscribed. When I woke up this morning, I was at 1,900 subscribers. Gorilla Stream, welcome in, Red, welcome in. Yeah, I did one on Sunday, and I'm thinking, because Monday, my schedule's going to be messed up, we're going to do Sunday and Monday as a Gorilla situation, but I am going to pre-plan a little bit of it at least. I don't think we'll do pinball again, but maybe we will do pinball again. Gotta smack those balls. Why'd I say it like that? I've got to stop saying things like that. I do want to say thank you to everyone who subscribed. I woke up today and saw it was at 1,900. Now, granted, YouTube did a little bit of culling. So now unless it's changed in the last few minutes, right after I posted on Twitter that I was at 1,900 subs, it dropped down to like 1,897 because YouTube said, oh no, we're gonna edge you on this one. But still, again, humbled, so thankful. Thank you to everyone. Greetings, Captain James T. Kirk. Welcome, welcome. We were just going through the some of the schedule stuff. Oh yeah, I do want to mention for next week, I will be continuing Lobotomy Corporation on Tuesday. I've got a taste for it. I don't know how long the taste will last, but I do want to, especially because last night's Lobotomy Corporation stream kind of went off the rails with all the scuff, and that took a lot out of me. I would always assume you would be the type of person who would do retro game review. I don't know. You know, I've thought about that, and a long time ago, Red, when I was first thinking about streaming, and this is before I decided to do the VTuber route, I had thought about doing reviews, but I just felt like I wasn't that cut out to say a whole bunch of stuff. I wasn't sure I'd be able to get that much content. So I don't know. At some point I might. We'll have to see how it goes. I might do that, maybe even, because I keep thinking, Hampton the Pirate. Welcome in, Hampton the Pirate. I am Madamus. This is the back library. We're about to just start going through my Blu-ray collection digitally, because I use Blu-ray.com to catalog it. Yeah, what else was I going to say? I'm getting lost in thought. It's been a busy day. I've been moving boxes all day for a family member. So, Yahoo! Yeah, but Lobotomy Corporation, I'm hoping is going to be a better stream next Tuesday. As far as doing game reviews, I have been thinking at some point, for some milestone, maybe when I hit a few more subs, I've been thinking about doing a long-form discussion on the NES Aladdin. So maybe that, which was an adapter for the Nintendo Entertainment System, a lot of people don't know about. So maybe that's something, not to be confused with the Game Genie. Maybe that would be something I could do that with. You could jump into mobile gotcha game route. I don't think, I don't know. I've been, you know, I watched some of those gotcha game streams and it looks tempting, but I know I would definitely have to do the freebie version and just be doing, I guess, my dailies or whatever with it, because I wouldn't want to start dropping money on gotcha games, because I mean, I can't even bring myself hardly to gamble, much less do a gotcha game. Heck, it's hard enough for me to sub to a lot of channels that I want to support, even though I do the super chats all the time, but whatever. That's always weird to me. I don't know. And you pointed that out before, Red. It's weird that I don't hold back on doing supers, but I'm always weird when it comes to doing memberships. I'm not a whale, at least in gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Why did I say gotcha, gotcha? Oh my gosh, I sound like one of those robots in the Star Wars Episode 1. Oh wait, that was Roger, Roger. Yeah, I'm getting myself distracted. It's been a long day, but I'm hoping that this chat and Zatsu session will get me my head right, somewhat, whatever. Yeah, okay. Is there anything else I was going to add? No, I don't think so. So yeah, I can't do a hand cam. Wish I could for that Mega Man X, but that'll be awesome tomorrow. Losing your mind for sure. Yeah, well, it's been one of those weeks. I've had a problem. I've been having to help a family member in town move a bunch of boxes. Then I had all the scuff last night on stream. Now I got the Pog Soak side for Mega Man. Yeah, so am I. So am I. I'm looking forward to it. Then I had the Wi-Fi things and the problems with the Windows updates, etc., etc. Yeah. Handcam Max showing his techniques with no. What it was, and I'll mention it again, the Mega Man X command mission. I didn't realize the GameCube version has a special option where you can connect a Game Boy Advance and use your Game Boy Advance to find, I guess, hidden objects within the game. And if I had a hand cam, I would have set that up so that, you know, you could see the Game Boy in the small corner of the screen while I was playing it through the GameCube with the main output. But that isn't really, that's not an option. So I will still connect the Game Boy, but everyone's just gonna have to believe me when I say that it found something, I guess. Neat option though. I love that Nintendo used to do that with the GameCube. I never took that much advantage of it. I've never hardly played any of my GameCube stuff. I bought all this stuff and then it just sat around and whatever. So that said, let me go ahead and take us into the library. Yeah, the Game Boy Advance is just a scanner for secret tokens. Okay, good. Hey, Matt, someone asked me about your budget. What's your GPU and CPU? You know, that is a great question. I know my CPU is an AMD Ryzen 5 5500, so it's not a big CPU. Yeah, so it's a Ryzen 5 5500, and the GPU, you know what? Let me pull up my, here, I'll go ahead and go through it. Where's the performance? Does it say it on my AMD thing? Okay, yeah, the CPU's the AMD Ryzen 5 5500, and this is for both PCs. Both PCs have identical specs, except for the hard drives and the brands on some stuff. GPU on both is AMD Radeon RX 6650 XT. And both PCs are 32 gigabytes of RAM at 3200 megahertz. Nothing is overclocked. So I haven't yeah, nothing's overclocked. And the only difference is really the brands, like the brand of the motherboard and the branding on the GPUs, even though they're both the same AMD card. But yeah. So yeah, Ryzen 5 5500 and yeah, 6650 XT. So they mid-range-ish. Yeah. Oh, definitely mid-range. Definitely mid-range. Both PCs, I was cheap. I watched a lot of sales, so I put things together over time. But I would wager that neither one, excluding the capture card, neither one was over $600 to build. So you say $600 to build, add in the capture card, and the capture card is not an Elgato. It is an internal capture card, but it's not Elgato. I don't think you need Elgato. Everyone says Elgato. Here in my head, I thought you were doing Ryzen 3 or i3. No, the Ryzen 5 5500 is not that expensive. It was under $100. I'm pretty sure I paid around the $80 range, $85 for each of them. And one of those I had for about a year before the other one, because originally one of these was just a productivity PC. Well, it was a gaming PC turned product, pretty dang cheap. It's all, yeah, Ryzen 5 are, yeah, next to nothing. And you could get more advanced ones of the Ryzen 5s, but you didn't seem to get as much bang for the buck. The 5500's just right there in a good sweet spot. 7600, okay, yeah, that's good. And are better in terms of price for performance. Yeah. And a lot of people like your NVIDIA cards. I've always been partial to AMD Radeon video cards. Now, as far as the new Intel cards they've got out, I don't know. I don't trust them. The new NVIDIA 5090 is all BS. Yeah, and I hear that a lot about NVIDIA stuff. I hear a lot of complaints about not getting that much bang out of these upgrades. So, and the Radeon cards have served me well. I've been doing Radeon cards probably for at least 10 years. I don't remember what the specs are of my older gaming PC, but I know it's, processor-wise, it's nothing. It's like an Athlon 860K, and the graphics card, I know it's another Radeon, but I don't remember which one. Yeah, I really don't. I'll probably move on to the Ryzen 9 7900 if I do more animations in DaVinci. Gotcha. Yeah, that's the only thing which sets me back is, like, encoding video. I can tell you, encoding video, generally, especially if I'm making it into an MP4, takes a long time. I have to leave stuff for several hours for some of my stuff. Luciano, welcome in. We were just talking about PC specs. True performance is about 25% more. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, welcome in, Luciano. Just discussing the PC specs, and yeah, in fact, it's funny you brought that up, Red, because earlier today there was someone online asking about, on Twitter, I forget who it was, another VTuber was asking how many people were using dual PC setups, and because I guess she had been playing Marvel Rivals and it ground her CPU down to nothing when she was trying to stream. I would have to move on to i7 1400, 14,000, yeah, series. I can't math today, but with their recent issues, I can't bring myself to trust Intel. Yeah, and it just seems that AMD for so long, Intel wasn't really, now I'm a layman on this, but it seemed that Intel wasn't really improving their products, whereas AMD was, you know, bouncing out these Ryzen chips and really making a new name for themselves. So yeah, for me in general, I just feel more comfortable with AMD because again, I'm cheap. And they had such an awesome deal for Black Friday too. Did they? Yeah, I didn't look as much this year for Black Friday for me. I tried not to because I knew I'd be tempted to upgrade my stuff when I just started already. AMD's been hitting it. My AMD stock made me money, and so did Nvidia, but I sold out on it. Gotcha. Yeah, I know AMD's been doing good. Nvidia, I hadn't been paying that much attention to them money-wise. Intel's dropping gamers in general, so they won't be in the gaming market for long. Yeah, and I've been wondering about Intel's video cards because I saw like one positive review saying they were finally starting to shape up, but I haven't really read anything since. And you don't see, I don't ever see anything popping off online to say, hey, now's the time to look at the Intel video cards, the Intel GPUs, the Intel Arc GPU. Yeah, and I don't know anything about them. I mean, the last thing I remember with Intel was just their integrated graphics, which still a prototype. Okay, I know they've got some GPUs available, but those I'd heard were just kind of pointless. Whatever. Yeah, so I'm definitely mid-tier. Both PC, if you factor in my capture card and then you add in the webcam and some of the other stuff, I would say my whole setup was probably around $1,200. Probably more, but I was recycling a lot of components. Better off waiting a few generations. Yeah, well, I wouldn't be jumping in anyway, so yeah, I'm content with what I've built so far. The main thing with my PCs, which saved me money, though, was recycling, especially in terms of hard drives. I'll tell you this, and I'm just waiting for something bad to happen. So my streaming PC has, I think, let me count it. 1, 2, 3. My streaming PC has... That's weird. That's very weird. Is something... Huh. Okay. I don't know what's going on, but my CD-ROM drive seems to have disappeared on me. Okay. My stream... Yeah, for me, I thought your PC was 500, 600. Yeah, it was. Well, that is what it was, Red. Yeah, I paid... I want to say when I built the first one, it was closer to 500. When I built the second one, it was around 600. So... And then you factor in the recycled components, because I recycled mostly hard drives, well, fans and hard drives. My streaming PC has 6 hard drives in it. But of those hard drives, the 3 that I mainly use are not SSDs. They are, they're old HDDs. But they, when I say old, I mean these are drives that are, in one case, over 10 years old. A terabyte apiece, and the one is over 10 years old and it's still rocking. So until it burns out, I'll keep using it. Most of in fact, I'd wager the SSDs are all new, fairly new, but the older drives, yeah, they're all at least 10 years. Maybe one of them's closer to 8, but yeah. So that's a disaster waiting to happen, isn't it? The good news is I don't run my OBS or any of my main stuff off of those drives. That's all off of my SSDs, but the other ones are, I use them for working on, even though that's a lot slower for processing video. But maybe I'm stupid. I just feel safer. Okay, let me go ahead and take us into the library too, since we've been on this tangent for a while. Woo, tangents! That's the best part. Okay, and we're picking up with L, but before I take us to the letter L, tangents for the win. Yeah, well, I mean, this is a chatting stream. Before I take us to the letter L, there are a couple of updates. 2 acquisitions and 1 thing that apparently I hadn't cataloged. Yeah, where is it? Okay. B. There. That's why I forgot to I didn't have it cataloged now. I don't know why. The Beastmaster. This is the, I think it's Vinegar Syndrome. It's the 4K release. It also has the remastered Blu-ray. It's got a couple versions of the movie. It's got the original theatrical version and a slightly tweaked version where I guess director Don Coscarelli, I don't know if he removed some wire works or what. It wasn't anything like, you know, a George Lucas special effects upgrade. It was more like, well, more like what they did with Raiders of the Lost Ark, where I know the giant boulder rolling in the cave in the opening, they digitally removed some wooden planks. And, you know, that's the type of stuff I've never minded. Whenever people go look at stuff like that and say, oh, you changed the original. Oh, come on, man. That was a touch-up. That's the type of stuff that they... So do you own all these? Yes. This is my current Blu-ray library. I need to finish cataloging the DVD library. And it's something I've just been collecting for a long time. I've always been more physical media. I've not done the streaming thing other than to do more of a, almost a try before I buy. So I'll sometimes do like anime through some dubious sites just so that I can see if they're worth picking up. The other ones, okay, the other acquisitions were under G and I. So H-I-J-K-L. Okay, G, let's see. Was it page 8? Okay, the other acquisition and change, well, I said Game of Clones last time was added, but where is it? Next page. No. The Grand Duel. Okay, so I had the Mill Creek version, which also had Keoma, which I'm not a big fan of Keoma. The Grand Duel's a spaghetti western that I really like with Lee Van Cleef. I recently, during the current Arrow sale that's going on, upgraded to the Arrow version and boxed up the Mill Creek one. The Mill Creek one's just going to be out of here. I'm not really interested in holding on to it for any other reason. Some things I'll keep multiple copies of if there's a reason for me to hold on to for posterity, or if there's something else included, I'll hold on to multiple copies of things, but Grand Duel ain't one of them. And I mean, other than to keep it for the movie Keoma, but Keoma's a spaghetti western that it definitely has a following, but I'm not, and watch them all. Well, that's the thing, Red. I've got a backlog right now of stuff I need to watch. So I would say of the stuff we're looking at, I've watched about 85% of the discs. There are a number within, especially within the last 6 months, that I just haven't had time. And especially since I've started streaming, I seem to be, the backlog keeps growing, and I just haven't had a chance to sit down and watch much of anything. Well, like for instance, one that we mentioned last time, I'll point to it right out of the gate, Superstars 10, which is a set of the Hanna-Barbera's, these 10 made-for-TV movies that they did for syndication. I probably have only watched, like, I'd say 4 of the things that are in it yet. I just haven't gotten around to, like, Jetsons Meet the Flintstones and whatnot. And the Gumby movie, too. I know what the Gumby movie's about. I haven't watched it yet. That's the one we had a big discussion last time about capitalism for the win, because the Gumby movie is about, like, developers trying to take all their homes and Gumby to save the day instead of... And I love this. And this is one of the reasons I bought it, was when I heard about this. Gumby to save the day, instead of just, you know, doing the typical cliche, he bought all their loans and paid them off and now they get to keep their homes for free. No, Gumby basically like bought and renegotiated their loans so that now they can just pay him less. And that's how he saved the day. If that isn't true and real, I don't know what is. I think that's just so awesome. Still better than me. I have over 1K game backlog. Oh yeah, and finish maybe 10 to 20%. Well, games are something else, Red. That's one of the whole purposes in the back of my mind for starting streaming was because I know I've said this to you and to others before, is it's giving me an excuse to finally play some of this junk that I'd picked up over the years and never played. Well, for example, Mega Man X Command Mission, which is definitely not junk, but that's something I picked up on GameCube a long time ago, new, and just said, well, I'll play it when I've got time, and that time never came. You know, it was like in school. Well, I'll have time to play these once I get out of once it's summer vacation. Well, I'll have time to play these once I get out of high school. Well, maybe when I finish college, I'll have time to play these. Well, once I'm out of college and done with school, I'll definitely have time to play some of this. BS. It just gets more and more. Life is there. Let me for anyone for all of our anyone younger viewers who is not a minor, because if you're a minor, you know, Yeet City. Life is basically just telling yourself over and over, I'll have time next month until you die. I'll have more, and don't worry, I'll have more time to do things in the future until you die. So now that I've lightened the mood a little, oh God, what's wrong with me? Oh, the sales got me good. Oh, you're preaching to the choir with that. Heck, you're preaching to the choir with that, with not half, but probably a good quarter of the Blu-rays I've got, and definitely game-wise, probably 90%, be it physical or digital. It's always the sales. It's always those sales, and anytime, and bundles. The bundles on things like Humble Bundle, when they used to, I don't like Humble Bundle as well now as I used to, but Humble Bundle and Fanatical I always mention. Yeah, I'm always getting stuff there. I bought 30 Nintendo Switch games in one go and only finished 5. Yep. Preaching to the choir, man. Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how many on PC. I feel like I've finished more just since I've started streaming than I have probably within the past 3-4 years. Let me go ahead and move on. The other update, I did Beastmaster, I did Grand Duel. The other update is in the Eyes, which is a new release I had pre-ordered, and it hasn't shown up yet. It's supposed to show up, I think, tomorrow. It shipped for me, because Barnes & Noble, I said, if anyone's looking for some good stuff, Arrow, the Arrow company, if you're in the US, right now there's a 50% off sale on all Arrow titles on Barnes & Noble, and Amazon is matching most of them. And one of those is Incubus, starring William Shatner. So I gotta briefly touch on, hold on, hydration break, because Incubus needs me to take some hydration. If you got a drink, take a drink, hydrate or dehydrate. Incubus is a weird situation. You talk about a cursed movie. So Incubus, Shatner, horror. It's, it has to do with demons, obviously, Incubus, but it's also more psychological in a sense. But the weird thing about this movie is, well, there's a few things. Well, first of all, it was shot in Esperanto. Esperanto is a language, for those of you, and it's sort of become, to a lot of people, it's a joke language. It was meant to be, it was like, I don't know the whole history of it, but it was cooked up by some Incubus, got Matt thirsty. No. I'll tell you what got me thirsty on this one, Red. The truth is, it's the history of it that got me thirsty. First of all, it's the only movie shot in the language of Esperanto. Esperanto was this language cooked up by some professors, I think, and it was meant to be a universal language that was going to take over the globe. We're gonna, you know, tear down the we're gonna restore the Tower of Babel stuff, and everyone's gonna speak one language again. And it's Esperanto, and it's a blend of English and Spanish, and I don't remember something else. And I think there's like 50 people in the whole world who speak it. But someone had the director had this idea. This is going to be awesome. We're going to shoot this movie entirely in Esperanto. So Shatner, everyone, you got to learn Esperanto. So they shot this horror movie in Esperanto, and as you can guess, and subtitled in English. So basically, this low rent horror movie wound up more as an art film, because it had to be subtitled everywhere. And of course, you know, most theaters, they're not interested in running that. So it basically became an art film. That, yeah. But that's not where it gets even more weird. I want to say, I don't remember all of it, but I want to say like one or two of the cast members either unalived themselves or died shortly thereafter, something like that. And then you got the print. And or the source, the original master. The master was burned up. There was a freak fire, and the negative was destroyed. And every single print, every copy of this thing seemed to have just gone up in smoke, disappeared. The movie was lost, completely lost media. I heard my professor talk about it. Well, good. I'm glad, because I honestly, I've never had a professor mention Esperanto. That's why it's one of those things I've mentioned to people as a joke. I sometimes I'll be in a chat and say something about, can you do it in Esperanto? And you know, just because I know no one knows what the hell I'm talking about. But yeah, so every single print of this thing must have caught fire or something. Save one. About, I want to say it's about 20 years ago, because there's a DVD of it. A lone surviving French copy was discovered. And when I say French, I mean it had French subtitles hard burned into the image. And no other, even since then, no other copy has ever been located. This movie is lost except for one copy with French subtitles burned in. So that brings us to this. This is the Arrow Blu-ray release, which just came out. There's also a 4K release. I'm going to be honest, I mean, I've said before, I don't see the point of 4K with something like this. And the 4K copy doesn't include a copy of the Blu-ray. So my personal sort of stance is, unless there's going to be a really select case, if I have to choose between the Blu-ray and the 4K, I'm going to choose the Blu-ray just because it's more compatible. And again, we're talking about a movie that's black and white, and it's from a lone surviving source print. So quality-wise, 4K is probably not gaining you anything imaginable. So yeah, this is the Arrow one. They've got English subtitles now in a black box placed over the French subtitles, or you can leave it with the French subtitles on or whatever. I don't know much about the special features on this one. I think it just carries over some from the DVD, and the DVD was from some company that I think did mostly public domain stuff, plus Incubus. This was like this was going to be the big one for them, but it wasn't. At least as far as I know. I'll have to check that, because I've got the old DVD somewhere. Because I want to say Sci-Fi Channel originally spearheaded the restoration, which is kind of odd for Sci-Fi Channel, because I don't think they spearhead anything. Okay, so that's Incubus, and that's what we left off. So last time we made it all the way into the Ks. Are they not 4K Blu-ray? Some are 4K, some are the 4K UHD of the 4K Blu-ray discs. Most of mine are just regular Blu-ray. There are a few I've got that are 4K discs. Well, like one just a minute ago. was when I was passing by was Knives Out. That's the 4K copy, but it includes the Blu-ray. The thing is, 4K Blu-ray discs will not play in regular Blu-ray players. They will only play in the 4K players. So the discs are not backwards compatible. The players, your 4K players are backwards compatible. The discs are not backwards compatible. So the only way you're going to get backwards compatibility is if a company includes both, does a combo pack, like they used to do with Blu-ray and DVD combo pack, a 4K and standard Blu-ray combo pack. But in the case of Arrow, and not just Incubus, but every single Arrow release, they don't do combo packs. So it's a case where you've got to choose. Do you want the 4K copy or do you want the Blu-ray? Unless you want to buy both. And like I said, for me personally, especially with catalog films, I opt for the Blu-ray. If I have to choose, I opt for the Blu-ray. I like to get both in combo pack, but generally there's a few where I've just automatically gone for the Blu-ray regardless. 2001's an example. Well, this, in fact, you bring it up, you reminded me of something, Red, something that I should mention. The reason I say catalog films is at the outset of 4K, there were a lot of people who were looking at some of these new releases on Blu-ray of older movies and were asking, hey, why aren't you putting this out on 4K? Why aren't you putting this out on 4K? And you had some of the film restoration folks at that time come out and say that it didn't really, time for Matt to get a PS5. Yeah. Well, I've got a 4K player. I do have a 4K player. I've got a couple 4K players. But I still opt for regular Blu-ray because of long-term compatibility. Because 4K discs also seem to be less stable. They're more likely, if they get a tiny scratch, that's more likely to hang them up because the layers, there are more layers, but they're thinner. Players are more likely to just glitch out. Like I know my Sony player, if you're watching a long 4K movie, about 2/3 of the way through, it'll lock up completely and you have to unplug the thing just to restart it. But like I was saying though about catalog films, one of the things that was said early on was the natural resolution of 35mm film is roughly equivalent to 2K standard definition. And the natural color limetry, I always have a problem with that word, of 35mm film is almost the same as that of high definition and Blu-ray. So when you get into when you take a catalog film that's 35mm in most cases and you put in 4K, first of all, you're just blowing up the picture, so it's a blow up. Well, if you got a good player, it's going to be able to upscale it to your 4K TV anyway, so it's a blow up. It's not actually truly that resolution. And in terms of the color is potentially less likely to be what the original color was. So like a good example is Tim Burton's Batman. For the 4K copy, he did a lot of tweaking to the color, and you can argue that the color tweaking makes it look better, but it doesn't look like it did when the movie originally came out. What some 4K UHD did is they come with a digital version. You have to redeem it online. Yeah, I know. And they used to do that with a lot of the Blu-ray copies too. They'd come with a digital version. Oh, and that, well, shoot. And that's assuming, but even with a digital version, that's assuming the place you get the digital copy from doesn't get, yeah, running native is rough. Most are upscale. Gotcha, yeah. As far as digital copies, you've also got the concern of, is the service I'm getting the digital copy from, the digital version includes going to go out of business and cancel them all? Because a good case in point, I'll point right here, is is Funimation and Crunchyroll. Once Crunchyroll bought Funimation, all those Funimation digital copies that their Blu-rays used to come with became defunct. They didn't transfer over to Crunchyroll's service. You lost your digital copies. That was it. Finito. Done. So yeah, as far as the digital copies, I'm going to tell you, Red, the only digital copies I ever activated were on some Disney titles, and the only reason I ever activated them wasn't for the digital copy, it was for the reward points, because you had to activate the code to get the reward points, which they've discontinued now. But I used to get, well, not a lot. I would say I probably over the years got a good 5, 6, 7, 8 different Blu-rays from Disney back when they were doing the rewards club, which they just ended. They just ended that, and they just ended their Disney movie club, which is unfortunate. I mean, the Disney movie club wasn't the greatest, but I liked it. I liked rejoining it even though I don't like modern day Disney, but I used to rejoin it every couple of years just to get all my $1, sort of like the old Columbia House stuff. I don't know if y'all remember the Columbia House video and music clubs. Or is or am I starting to enter boomer mode when I mention that? Where you'd get like 10 movies for a penny a piece, and then you had to buy 3 more at full price over the next 2 years. That's what the Disney Movie Club basically was. Well, Sony owned Funimation and bought Crunchyroll and merged it, so yeah, it sucks for those who have Funimation Digital. Yeah, you would have thought that stuff like that. In a perfect world, that should have transferred over. And it should have transferred over just so they could keep their customers. But it's like, I mean, Sony just figures, in my opinion, Sony just figures when there's only one candidate, there's only one choice. If we own everything, we don't have to do anything for you. And it's interesting you bring up Sony, because guess who now is in charge of Disney's home video distribution? Yep. Hydration break. Sony, I mean, they don't own Disney, but Disney, and that's why the movie club's gone. Disney cut a deal with Sony and handed over their home video distribution to them. Oh, welcome in, Jay. Welcome in, Jay. Yeah. Yep, that happened. And a lot of people, it's sort of like, we haven't even gotten to Star Wars. It's sort of like when Star Wars, everyone thought, ooh, now that Disney's bought it, we'll get the theatrical cuts. All games, no, these are Blu-rays. We're just... This is just talking about movies and TV. I'm a Sony investor. Are you? Well, yeah. Well, yeah, I know you. I know you're into the Sony stuff, into the PlayStation. So yeah, no, we're just talking about the Blu-rays and movies and TV. And in this case, yeah, Sony bought. Sony didn't buy, but Disney cut a deal with Sony. Excuse me, for their home video distribution. And a lot of people thought, ooh, this is going to mean that we're going to get some of the older classic catalog titles we've been begging for released to Blu-ray or to 4K. No, you're not. You're not. Okay, Sony wants everything to be digital. Sony doesn't. I know, Red, I know you're a fan of Sony, but I'm sure you know Sony wants everything to be digital too. They don't want physical copies. They're like most companies. They want everything to be digital so you don't actually own it. And so Sony being in charge of Disney's home video distribution, that just means you're still not getting it. You're still not getting the movies you want. I mean, that's it. You're still not getting them, and now you're not getting them in 4K. So where was I? Okay, I was on the Ks. Let me find the Ks. I had finished the Ks, and we were going to start the Ls. Yeah, I was there for Sony VTuber versus V and Prism. Yeah, I had just started watching VTubers pretty much when the Prism thing, when all that graduations and whatnot happened. Yeah, digital sucks, but it's also convenient. Oh yeah, no doubt. No doubt at all. In fact, there have been plenty of times that I've thought with my even with my own stuff, I've thought about, because a lot of people talk about backing up their Blu-rays to hard drives and things like that, and I've thought about doing that, and people talk about running them through a home server, but at the end of the day, I never do. Yeah, it's much more convenient. But you also lose something because you don't own it. It's just, no matter how you look at it, it's just, unless it's something you've ripped digitally yourself, it's just a rental. Pay per view, just with a different type of contract on it. Well, I mean, and look at digital gaming with all the... I'll tell you what worries me with digital gaming anymore is so many of these little instances, and this is not me trying to make anything political, but so many of these little instances where someone will say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing and they get their account stripped. Like there was a kid with that Spider-Man remake game who I guess made a mod to remove the gay pride flags, and it was just basically it was a mod just to activate the flags from some of the Middle Eastern countries, which wouldn't allow that to begin with. And I want to say he had his Steam account taken from him, unless I read the article wrong. And yeah, stuff like that really worries me. Ugh. Just the thought that you know, it's like the banking stuff too. You hear about debanking and Labyrinth. Okay, this is I probably have the old Blu-ray edition boxed up of Labyrinth. We'll start with the L's now. L is where we left off. Labyrinth, this is the reissue for the I've seen some old war movies with the AI restoration, giving it color, which is pretty cool. Yeah, you know, and I like I think there's a good place for AI as far as restoration. There are some restoration folks who really frown on digital restoration of film, and I think that's silly. And as far as colorization, I mean, to me, it depends on what the it depends on what it is and what it's intended to be. Like speaking of AI, one of the things which I had mentioned last time had to do with Doctor Who. And the original Doctor Who's, a lot of stuff's been lost. They have lost, BBC mistakenly erased, like, I don't know, half of the first Doctor's entire run, 2/3 or 3/4 of the second Doctor's run, and they lost a lot of the color versions of the third Doctor's run. Now with those color versions, they've been doing colorization, but yeah, with AI colorization, that you can probably get that darn near identical to what was originally broadcast, since they have like pictures and references to go by. And even with other AI restoration, with AI animation, I think there's a case to be made for something like that, where the originals have been lost, but they've got still frame images and all of the original audio. The episodes that have been lost, they've got all the original audio, and they have still frames, telesnaps from all the episodes, which are taken like every minute or something like that. We've seen these AI-generated animations, animated versions of still photos. To me, using AI to reanimate and make them look photorealistic, these episodes that have been lost of Doctor Who, or things like that, where we've got still photos, but the film is lost. To me, that just... I don't see where the argument against it would be. Because I don't feel like you're taking away the jobs of animators or anything else. But yeah, AI restoration and color, I've never had a problem with colorization as long as the originals are available too. Oh yeah, so Labyrinth. This is another case. There is a 4K edition and the standard Blu-ray. I bought the standard Blu-ray, not the 4K. I don't know if the 4K copy of Labyrinth, the reissue of it, this is the 30th anniversary edition, I don't know if it included... And if you've never seen Jim Henson's Labyrinth, it's awesome. as is Jim Henson's The Dark Crystal. I don't know if the 4K copy included the Blu-ray, but the one thing the Blu-ray had over the 4K was in a standard case. The Blu-ray came in a fancy digibook, and I'm a sucker for a digibook. Do we have any other? Do we have any picture? No, they don't have any pictures of it. In any case, it's a book. I love digibook cases. Now, one thing I'm going to mention though about digibook. And I forgot to mention this before, with any of these cases where the discs slide into a paper envelope and they can get scratched up, there's a great solution for that if you're worried about your discs getting scratched. They're called rounded CD sleeves, and they're these really just super, super paper thin plastic CD sleeves that are almost like the like a miniaturized version of the plastic sleeves some laser discs used to use, they used to be referred to as elephant condoms because they were just this giant plastic rounded thing. It's so easy to put the disc in one of those and slide it straight into the sleeve still. It fits perfectly and you don't scratch your discs. Because sometimes a bit of grit might be with the paper, and that's it, the end. Lady and the Tramp, nothing much to say about it. The Signature Edition removed some of the special features from the Diamond Edition. What can you do? That's what Disney does. Disney reissues stuff with the title of new editions and usually just removes stuff. They don't give you, they don't add to, they just take away. But this is the complete Lady and the Tramp. I know there was a version at some point, and I don't think it was Blu-ray. The only Labyrinth I know is Pan's Labyrinth. Yeah, Guillermo del Toro. I remember seeing that. I think I probably have that on DVD. That was a freaky movie. Man. No, Jim Henson's Labyrinth is really amazing. Labyrinth is good, and it stars David Bowie. David Bowie and Jennifer Connelly. This was the first movie Jennifer Connelly was in. Yeah, Lady and the Tramp, there was an edition. I think it was on DVD where they cut out part of the Siamese Cat song because someone decided that was racist. I don't get it. But in any case, the Blu-ray thankfully is uncut. One thing the Blu-ray does not include that I always wish it would have is the because this is one of the Disney movies that was shot CinemaScope, so really widescreen. There was a separate what's called Academy Flat version. That is a version that was framed to 4:3, and the way Disney did it back in the, I guess, the 50s, what is it, oops, that's Labyrinth, 1955, is they would crop some of the scenes to 4:3, but other scenes they would slightly reanimate to fit. So there's a separate version out there that's animated slightly differently, and it would have been really cool for Disney to have included that as a special feature, that full screen version that actually has historical merit. But Disney gonna Disney. And from what I've heard about Disney's supposed vault, it's probably lost or destroyed anyway. Okay, this is a double feature of Golden Harvest martial arts. It was Lady Whirlwind and Hapkido. I thought Hapkido was pretty good. I don't remember much about Lady Whirlwind. There's not much to say about it. It's a release from Arrow. Good-looking transfers. I think it has English dubs for both of them, as well as the subtitles, which I like a classic dub. Not much else to say about that. This one I'll just mention quickly. This is one of Mill Creek's double features of spaghetti westerns. The Last Gun, $4 for Revenge, or of Revenge. Okay, $4 of Revenge. They're not the greatest spaghetti westerns. The only thing that really turns me on to these is the Mill Creek stuff really has sort of a grindhouse look sometimes, because I think they're practically public domain, but they got film copies. So yeah, that's cool. They look neat. Nice retro vibe. Last Night in Soho. I don't know why I like this movie. This is the 4K copy. It does include the Blu-ray. It lists as horror. Yeah, I guess. I don't think I really consider this movie to be horror. It's more of a thriller. But if you haven't seen Last Night in Soho, it's from director Edgar Wright, who did Hot Fuzz, but it ain't nothing like Hot Fuzz or Shaun of the Dead. But it's good. Yeah, I think it's one of the last things. I think it might be the last thing with actress Diana Rigg, too, before she passed away. In any case, yeah, if you haven't seen Last Night in Soho, it's worth checking out. It was good enough that I decided to pick it up, and I don't pick up hardly any modern movies outside of some anime. Last Starfighter, this is the Arrow edition. I've got the old Universal one somewhere. It's boxed up. The Universal version of The Last Starfighter was one of the Universal over-cleaned a lot of stuff, so it looks really waxy. It lost a lot of detail. The Arrow one is a 4K transfer. It looks fantastic. They did fantastic. It looks fantastic. A tisket, a tasket. I can't speak English. There is a 4K version. Doesn't include The Last Starfighter Strange or Last Night in Soho? The Last Starfighter, well, it's kind of like a Star Wars thing if you've never seen it. Except it all involves basically a kid playing this video game, but the video game is meant to be a recruiting tool for some intergalactic star force. The only thing that really sets this about is all of the spaceship effects and stuff were done in CGI, and CGI, and this was far beyond, but long before CGI was really a thing, so it was sort of experimental. Great soundtrack, and the Blu-ray looks great. There's a 4K copy if that's what you're into. I think the Blu-ray looks fine. On the Arrow title, the Universal one's awful. Laughing Under the Clouds. Not much to say about this anime. Really. It's okay. I don't remember too much about it. It's a fantasy. The truth is, I had picked up the Blu-ray set of the Daunton Laughing Under the Clouds movie trilogy for next to nothing, so then I felt like I had to, I wanted to complete it and pick up the series to go with it, because I didn't know what the heck was going on. The Lawnmower Man. Oh boy. Hydration break. If y'all haven't seen The Lawnmower Man with Jeff Fahey and Pierce Brosnan, it seems to be in a love it or hate it category. I don't know what to say too much about it. It was meant to be based on a Stephen King short story, but had nothing to do with Stephen King's short story. So they wound up having to remove all the Stephen King stuff from the marketing, which is the first Lawnmower vtuber. Lawnmower Man was awesome. Yeah, now see, thank you, Omegs. Thank you. I enjoyed it too. First VTuber, yes. Before I talk about this Blu-ray, let me just mention, yeah, so Stephen King wanted his name removed, and they did. And this makes the trailer that's included extra funny. Because if you watch the original trailer, before his name was removed, it says, from the mind of from the imagination. It's from the imagination of Stephen King comes yada yada yada. Well, they put the trailer on, I don't know if it's on the Blu-ray, but on the old DVD they put the trailer on it, but they had to remove Stephen King. So instead it's from the imagination comes ... So there's just this pause where they removed the name Stephen King, which is just so stupid. Okay, so, but I gotta tell you, the Blu-ray of The Lawnmower Man from Shout Factory, is it still in print? Because if it is, I highly recommend it. And my internet isn't opening. Okay. Huh. Let's try it again. Okay, let me try this again. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's still in print. Okay, $21.59. That's not bad. So I want to say I paid about like 1922 from Stephen King. I like 1922 from Stephen King. Is that a book or a movie? I haven't read much Stephen King. Excuse me. I haven't read much of his stuff. I've seen, I'd say about half of his movies, or the movies based on his stuff, but I don't recognize 1922. Huh. Well, just to say, the Blu-ray, The Lawnmower Man, worth your time because I absolutely love Stephen King movies. Okay, I haven't seen nearly enough. Also, In the Tall Grass. Okay, okay. They're just so unique. Yeah, the ones yeah. What I always didn't understand was, I know he hated, supposedly, the film version of The Shining that Stanley Kubrick did, and I never understood that. I guess it deviates from the book, from his book too much or something. Yeah, I just haven't seen enough Stephen King stuff or read enough to comment, unfortunately. Oh, The Lawnmower Man. What I was going to say is, but I should check more of it out. I just don't do well with horror. I think that's probably the now, didn't Stephen King, did he write The Green Mile? Because I want to say I remember reading that he wrote The Green Mile, which I mean, I don't own it, but who doesn't like The Green Mile? Yeah, they're good, but I didn't find them scary. Gotcha. I'm trying to remember which one. I'll tell you the one that he did. Thank you, Luciano. I want to say the one. Okay, yes, he did. The one that really I tried watching, it turned me off, was the one with John Coffey, right? I think so. Yeah, I think so. It's been so long since I've seen it. Yeah, it makes me cry. That's the thing too. It did make me cry. Ugh. And especially that scene electrocuting the guy without putting without dunking the sponge. That always just, that bothered me so much. Ugh. But yeah, such a sad movie. And I really think the saddest part of it, in a way, was for the Tom Hanks character, for the fact that he was living so extra long beyond everyone else. So there he was in, the spoiler alert. So there he was in the basically the retirement home, and even everyone in there was passing away around him, which was tragic. I mean, it's one of those things we all wish we could live forever, but you always think of the tragedy of it too. I can't cry. Gotcha. Oh, The Lawnmower Man. I gotta go back. Okay, before I lose track too much more. So the Lawnmower Man Blu-ray, what makes it worth it, in addition to, if you love The Lawnmower Man, well, you can love it even more because this has both versions. It does have the theatrical cut, and it does have a high-definition restoration of the director's cut. So it does have the director's cut, which... If you've only seen the theatrical cut, the director's cut of The Lawnmower Man is a much better film by a mile and a half. It makes so much more sense. Hello, Matt and chat. Welcome in, Kimmy. Welcome, welcome. We are in the yapping about the Blu-rays again. We are an hour in, and I was in L, and I'm still in L, and I'm just now into the second row of L's. So here we go again. Yeah, so Lawnmower Man, fantastic Blu-ray, both versions. Director's cut is awesome. Previously, the director's cut was not on DVD. Yeah, typical. Yeah, I could go for days. Well, literally. Lawrence of Arabia. Only thing to say about Lawrence of Arabia is it's Lawrence of Arabia. And this was the restoration was done, I think, by Robert Harris. Robert Harris is the guy who I mentioned last time got in touch with MGM and wanted to restore John Wayne's The Alamo, but MGM wouldn't let him, and now the Roadshow version of The Alamo is, for all intents and purposes, lost. outside of standard definition copies based on the Laserdisc. So thank you, MGM. Thanks for letting that one rot. As for Lawrence of Arabia, though, I haven't watched that's one of the Blu-rays I haven't watched. I watched it years ago on DVD. It's a long movie. It's one of those things I own, but it's kind of not the type of thing I revisit. Bet MGM, yeah. MGM is so stupid, and there's so many theories going around about it too. There's conspiracy theories, Red, and one of the conspiracy theories is because of it being pro-Americana and everything, that they kind of wanted it to be forgotten and lost, because it's not just the director's cut. We haven't even seen a Blu-ray of the theatrical cut, much less the Roadshow. So it's just the last one is the DVD, and that is again just the theatrical cut, not the Roadshow director's cut, which is a theatrical cut. Roadshow versions, for those of you who don't know, the way I understand it is Roadshow versions were almost treated back in the 50s and 60s as literally a roadshow. It was almost treated as a stage play. So there would be this big version of a movie that was usually longer, and it had your overture and your intermission and your exit music, and it would basically be on tour. The movie would move from town to town, from theater to theater, and then eventually the studios would cut it down into a shorter general released version. So like the Alamo, the general release version I think is still over 2 hours, but the Roadshow version was like 3 hours. And that happened with other things too. It used to happen one of the Rodgers and Hammerstein's musicals, South Pacific, there was a Roadshow version which survives, but that's another, when we get to the Blu-ray I'll mention it, but the Roadshow version, the color is basically drained out because it's decayed. That's another one where the AI color restoration, like you brought up, Red, would that's a great candidate for it. I'd love to see the full version of South Pacific get a fresh coat of paint. League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, the movie that convinced Sean Connery to, I see Lord of the Rings. Oh yeah, couple different Lord of the Rings. Both of which have a little bit of something about those editions. A League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, this is the movie that convinced, I guess, Sean Connery decided to retire from acting after this movie. So congratulations, this is the movie that ruined Sean Connery. I like League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Let me say that out of the gate. I like this movie. This Blu-ray is not good. It's an old HD transfer. There's a lot of compression issues. Doesn't look so hot. And you can see at the bottom where it says Beyond High Definition, this is a very early Blu-ray. Very early. And it's in the hands of Disney now because it's 20th Century Fox, so don't expect a restoration anytime. Oh, anytime. Unless something happens, I'm a third-party deal that I don't see coming. League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, yeah, I guess he didn't like the way... This is sort of a precursor, I guess, to the way Marvel movies are made now. The way the action is with the CG, and Connery reportedly just wasn't happy with that, the way the game had changed. And so this was his I'm out. Like I said, though, I like the movie. It is based on a series of graphic novels, which I've never read. The movie is missing something. I know it was cut down before release. It would be nice to get a full director's cut because, as I just said, it's missing something. You can feel it. You can feel that there's it all flows okay. There might be a few little plot holes here and there, but it still flows okay. But yeah, you could just tell you can sense when something's cut that shouldn't have been cut. Legend. This is the Ridley Scott movie. If you've never seen Legend, it's a good fantasy film. It's had a couple different versions over the years because Universal owned it, and when it came to theaters, they didn't like Ridley Scott's movie, so they took a hatchet to it. And not only did they take a hatchet to it, but I guess they, in the process of having him re-edit it, wanted the music change, or he wanted the music change. So you've wound up now with a couple different versions. You've got a version that is almost the original director's cut's lost. There's like 2 scenes, one in particular of footage that one in particular that are just they're lost. So you've got an almost director's cut and the US theatrical cut are your main versions. And there's a UK cut. The UK cut is not included with this as far as I know, unless I've misread it. Did I misread it? No. Does it say 2 cuts? No, it doesn't have the UK version. Okay. So yeah, so the original director's cut, the original intended version, the music is by Jerry Goldsmith. The version that went to United States theaters had music by Tangerine Dream. That's a big departure. That's a big change, going from Jerry Goldsmith to Tangerine Dream. So you got one that sounds much more orchestral, and you got another that's very synthesizer 80s synthwave. Trying to think what else to say. So the Arrow version includes, like I said, it's got the US theatrical version. The theatrical version, I don't know if it's a new 2K scan or if it's a 4K scan. The director's cut is from or semi-director's cut is from a lone interpositive or an interpositive sort. That's a source that's a duplicate that would be created. Interpositives are good, but you can't restore them quite as much, so I want to say it is 2K, and this there is no 4K release of. Arrow was asked about doing a 4K, or if there would be a 4K, and they basically said there wasn't a point, which sort of goes back to some of the stuff I've said. But they said there wasn't a point. The director's cut quality is as good as it's going to look on Blu-ray. And it looks great. The truth is, the director's cut looks great. And the theatrical cut on this looks great. It's just a shame that the movie was hacked to pieces by the studio and all this had to happen, and one very key scene, in my opinion, had to be lost. What are your thoughts on 8K? My thoughts on 8K are similar to my thoughts on 4K. Okay. How do I put this? I think it's probably good from the purpose of restoring stuff, because anytime you can blow something up and clean it up and then shrink it back down to a normal resolution, you're good. I feel it too soon. Yeah, I think it's too soon. In fact, Red, I think even though you could say it's been 20 years, I thought 4K was too soon. You look at how long we just had standard definition color TV. And then we get to high definition. And once we get to high definition, it feels like everything's been boom, boom, boom. But maybe that's just me. I don't see the point of 8K generally. And the reason I don't see the point of 8K is because the human eye can only see so much detail. If you have a large screen in 4K and a large screen in 2K and you're at the correct viewing distance on both, you're not going to notice the difference, in my opinion. Yeah, tech exploded the last 20 plus years. Yes, it has. And yeah. In some cases for the better, and in other cases, I don't think so. I don't see the point of 8K. The only good thing I'm going to point out with 8K, it has to do with 3D. And that has to do with, so y'all know I love 3D Blu-ray. Kind of almost alien-like, nice, yeah. Yeah, Yeah, it went so fast. I don't know how most people keep up with the latest stuff. Yeah, and see, that's another. I mean, that goes back to me. Why am I still saying I'll take Blu-ray and HD over 4K? Because I don't see the point. It gets to a point where the improvement isn't there. The biggest improvement with 4K, in my opinion, 4K over HD had to do with the expanded color. And the expanded color, the HDR, which you didn't need to have 4K for, you could have done HDR with 2K high definition. It's good for newer stuff, but again, when you're messing around with older stuff and you're expanding the color, you're changing the way it's supposed to look. You're taking a bunch of crayons to it. I can see Gandalf beard with detail. Well, yeah. But I would say I really saw, when you look at the jump of Blu-ray over, when you look at the jump of Blu-ray over DVD, you could see even more detail because the jumps have become smaller. You look at the jump from standard definition to high definition, and it was massive. You look at the jump from high definition to 4K, and it's not as massive. And again, it has to, you say the beard with detail, again, that has to do with, are you blowing what size are you watching the image at? How close are you to the image? And would you see that detail if you were watching it on film compared to 4K? So I don't know. I'm not anti, and don't misunderstand me. I'm not anti 4K, but I'm anti going and changing it beyond maybe what it was, what the format originally was, or the quality originally was. I don't know how best to put it. It goes back to what I said with 35mm film when it comes to catalog films, where it was said that the natural resolution was equivalent to HD and the natural color resolution was equivalent to HD. So it didn't really, to me, then going and expanding it beyond that doesn't make sense if the way the original format was. 480 SD slightly better, 720p to 1080p wasn't big. No, 720 and 1080p aren't that big. 4K is a big difference for you. Well, okay, that's fine. Different strokes. For me, I just haven't, when I'm watching stuff at a normal, if I'm watching stuff on the same size of screen that I typically do, and from the same distance as I typically do, it doesn't really stand out to me other than the difference in color. And the difference in color is one of those things that different strokes for different folks. Yeah. And the expanded color, like I said, it doesn't always work for me. With a new, something like Last Night in Soho, yeah, it's a newer film. It was meant to take advantage of that type of thing. But something like Tim Burton's Batman, you look at the original Blu-ray, you look at the new his 4K restoration with his altered color scheme, and you can't tell me that isn't the way it looked. That's just not the way the movie looked when it came out. The Blu-ray looked like it's always looked. And the 4K reissue is, you know, it reminds me of when there was that fad at the beginning of HD. I don't know if y'all remember this, but there was this fad at the beginning of HD where a lot of these older movies, they were giving them cooler temperatures, so everything looked gray. So things that used to look brown, like Mad Max The Road Warrior, suddenly looked gray. Gaming on 4K, the biggest difference. Now that, I am sure, Red, that I can completely, I have no doubt. And again, because you're talking about something that's made that was originally intended for that and is meant to take advantage of it. So when you've got a newer game, like let's say Marvel Rivals, I mean, it was made, when they were making it with 4K displays in mind and the expanded color and everything. So yeah, that makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. Yeah, so Legend, oh, by the way, this is the limited edition of Legend. I forgot to mention that. So Arrow does a lot of their stuff in limited editions. Their first run will usually have a chipboard box, and then it will be 2 discs or 3 discs, and then they'll cut out one of the discs. Legend is one of those cases. If you buy it currently, it is only the theatrical cut. The original release was the theatrical cut and the director's cut. They removed the director's cut, and the reason was because for the past several years, the director's cut was the one that was the more easily available copy on DVD and on Blu-ray. Non-Marvel rivals don't look as crazy as Cyberpunk or Metro Exodus 4K 120 FPS is something. Gotcha. I believe you. I believe you. I got my monitor. I'm going to tell you, I got my, and there's a reason to this. So my monitors are both set for, are set for 60 FPS on my streaming rig and my, gaming machine. And the reason why, first of all, because I don't play as much of the modern stuff, which would take advantage of it. But second of all, because, well, my video output for YouTube is only going to be 60 FPS anyway, and my capture card that I use, in fact, most capture cards, Elgato, I think even your Elgatos, unless you get into the really big budget range, they only capture at 60 FPS. So it creates less of a problem for me with the pass-through to leave my gaming rig at 60 FPS, since that's all I can capture. Hydration break. I'm already getting a sore throat. That's not a good sign, is it? We are doing carbonated water, lime flavor, and I'm starting to run out of my stock of carbonated water since I started streaming. Got to do something about that this week. Oh yeah, Legend. One last thing to point out. There is a Blu-ray edition, probably just as easy to find from Universal. It is labeled the Ultimate Edition. The artwork's kind of lame on it. It does include, even though it's a single disc, it does include both the theatrical cut and the director's cut. They aren't branching. They're both different sources, but that being said, it does look good. It doesn't look over compressed, shockingly. So even though I love the Arrow edition, no shame in having the older Universal copy. It's a nice disc. It was an earlier Blu-ray, but not super early, so they did it right. Universal, I mean, it's like most companies. Universal could do a good job when they wanted to. They did a good job with that. They completely screwed the pooch on Army of Darkness. And I don't understand Army of Darkness. Shout Factory's done okay with it, but I don't understand why something that's got that big of a cult audience, the main studio just like doesn't get it. So whatever. Moving along. Legend of Hell House. This is one of my favorite horror films from the 1970s. I love The Legend of Hell House. It's just a haunted house story. Nothing more. There's something about it that's just great. That said, it's kind of odd. There's a scene that's missing. It was missing from a lot of the theatrical cuts. I guess it was deemed a little bit too gruesome. So there's one character who we never see him die, but we know he's dead. That's all I can really say about it. And I guess there were some home video copies at some point that had the footage on them. This ain't one of it. Oh, and my apologies if my video's getting really crunchy. My internet connection keeps dropping into the red. Once again, thank you to Xfinity and Comcast for nerfing me at every opportunity and reminding me every night that I need to call the next day on another company, and then I forget about it. I find watching some older movie much harder than retro game. Really? Well, I can understand that. I'm not going to disagree. There are some older movies that hold up, and there are some that are a product of their time, and they're always going to be a product of their time. They just don't do it. So I get that. because there are plenty of movies. In fact, there's some I've looked at that well, there's a John Wayne movie I covered, I think, my first night, called The Big Trail, and it's one I picked up because of the history behind it, but I can't watch it again. I just can't. I can't. It doesn't do it for me. So yeah, it's always, I mean, I feel that way about a lot of newer movies, because a lot of newer movies are harder for me to watch. It all comes down to the movie. But I can understand that, and especially sometimes if a visual is obviously bad, sometimes it takes you out of it. I mean, you could say that with new yeah, the effects and techniques used back then, it's harder to be immersed. Yeah, it really, and that's why it's always a case-by-case basis, because I can point to some movies from the 60s and 70s and, well, and definitely the 80s that look fantastic then and look fantastic now. We have been spoiled. Yeah, but again, it's a case-by-case basis. Like, I would argue the original Star Wars, before the special editions, before Lucas took his crayons to it and started messing about, I would argue that even though you could see the stitches in a few shots, I'd argue that the theatrical cuts of those held up just fine. I think there were probably just one or two shots that you could have tweaked digitally and it would have been fine without going all out the way Lucas did. And well, hell, I'll tell you right now, one case where I will always, I think they hold up fantastic, especially if you've got your display set right. I think the original 6 Star Trek movies, possible exception being Star Trek V, but there's a long history there, and I look forward to talking about Star Trek V because I will defend it. The original 6 Star Trek movies, even if you take out the director's cut of the motion picture, which does have a lot of digital effects, and you just look at the theatrical cut, Star Treks 1 through 4 and number 6, they look fantastic. They look great. They hold up wonderfully. The visuals in those movies, I think there are shots in those that look better than CGI. The way they handled the models, oh my gosh. Yeah, oh man. Now I want to go watch those again, and I still have a backlog of stuff. Yeah, but it depends, movie to movie. Like 2001, I think 2001's a great example, because the effects in 2001 hold up. Because Kubrick was such a perfectionist that if there would have been anything wrong with it, he probably would still be working on it until the day he finally died. And I think sometimes there are a few cases where I'll say sometimes I think the quaintness or of the old techniques, even though you lose the immersion, sometimes they immerse you in a different ways because there's something fun. I'll say the Ray Harryhausen, the stuff he did, like Sinbad, which used a lot of stop motion effects. Yeah, it doesn't look real at all, but there's just something special about those stop motion effects that just, I don't know, they make me smile. I don't believe it for 1 second, but they make me smile. And there was another one I started to mention, and now I can't remember it. Yeah, I can't remember what I was going to mention. I'd be seeing clips of Spock on YouTube. Yeah, they've had this they've had these CG ones going on lately of Star Trek, where I guess I guess the Roddenberry archive or something has been having these CG generated Star Trek shorts put out, almost seemingly as a middle finger to Paramount and everything they've done to ruin Star Trek. Don't get me started on how Star Trek's been destroyed, man. Oh, that one hurt. Star Trek hurts. Oh yeah, the other one I was going to mention, Red, as far as older effects. and it is worth your time. I mentioned earlier Labyrinth, but especially Jim Henson's The Dark Crystal. Jim Henson's The Dark Crystal may have been made in 1982, but I will argue that it looks, and this is going to be a shot across the bow. This one's going to make you hate me. I would argue it looks better than the Harry Potter movies. And there's something about The Dark Crystal, all the creature work, all of the fantasy effects, everything was done in camera. The puppets, everything is just there is so much detail, and so much of it's not just that it's so much detail layer upon layer, but the fact that it's all real and all done in camera with the different puppets and everything. There's just something. Kimmy loved Harry Potter. Okay, I thought it was you too. Well, Kimmy, that's a shot across the bow too, so I hope you don't hate me for it. I'll argue that I just own it. Gotcha. Okay, well, I will argue that the Dark Crystal looks better than Harry Potter. Well, and you know, oh God, I could probably say the same. Shot across the bow. I love The Lord of the Ring. And yet I could probably say the same thing about The Lord of the Ring. What Jim Henson built with The Dark Crystal is... The Dark Crystal is one of those visually timeless movies. It is a visually timeless fantasy. If Matt go missing, we know who. Yeah. I'm sorry, Kimmy. I love Harry Potter too. I'm just saying in terms of movie, in terms of visuals, visual effects, the CG effects and mixed with practical effects of Harry Potter compared to what was done in The Dark Crystal, holy Hannah. You'll never have another one. You'll never have it. And they tried to do another one with Netflix. They did a modern Dark Crystal follow-up series. I never watched The Fantastic Beasts. I watched the 3 Fantastic Beasts. I mentioned that before. In fact, I've got the first 2 on Blu-ray, but I don't have them in the library. I pulled them just because I thought the first one was okay. The second one I thought was not great. And then the third one I just thought was dull. And I'll say the same joke again. I'm sorry, Kimmy. I'm sorry. I love the Harry Potters. I do love them. I'm just talking in terms of the effects. You look at the visuals of The Dark Crystal, and it's one of those things you look at it and you say, why can't every fantasy movie have done this? Is Fantastic Beast any good? My opinion is the first one was good. The second one, not so much. And the third one I didn't enjoy at all. And the third one I always make jokes about because it seemed like the whole point of it was, to me, it felt like the whole point was establishing Dumbledore was gay. So it was called The Secrets of Dumbledore. The secret of Dumbledore was he had this magic closet that he would go into and then come out of. That was pretty much what I got out of The Secrets of Dumbledore. I feel awful. No, I don't. No, I don't. I'm going to keep mocking it like that. But I'm sad with Fantastic Beasts because the third one did not do well. And I'm sad because I would have liked to have had another one to redeem it and keep going. So it feels like it ended on a cliffhanger. Fantastic Beasts feels like it ended. It left me hanging. It was building up this, building up the wizarding world. Oh my God, that sounds so funny. That's all I got out of it. I know. I mean, he didn't actually have a closet. That's just the way I put it. But it was basically that, yeah. That was the whole point that I got from it. And it's too bad because I burn a hole in my wrench. I'm a bonk man. I'm sorry, Kimmy. But like I said, the truth is, like I said, Kimmy, the truth is, I wanted more Fantastic Beast. I hate that it ended right there, and I know they wanted to do more, and I guess the third one just didn't pull in enough numbers for them to keep it going, and that makes me sad because because I wanted to love it as much as I loved the Harry Potter. And I wanted it to keep going. I was hoping that would be one of those things, because you got some series. I mean, there are plenty of franchises, you know, where they start off in a way and then they dip down and then they make a big comeback. I mean, you can even make that argument probably about the Harry Potters. There's always going to be some movies within that franchise that are weaker than the others, but the whole is stronger than the sum of its parts. And I think that probably could have been the case with Fantastic Beasts. So I'm really sad that we're not going to get to see that. Yeah. Legend of the Seven Golden Vampires. Not much to say about this. Hammer Thrills, Dragon Chills. That was the way it was billed. Hammer Films was basically on the outs. So they made a deal with Shaw Brothers, the Hong Kong martial arts company. Well, a film studio, mostly martial arts. And it was a 2-picture deal, and they thought that would bring them back, and it didn't really. And one of the 2 movies is Legend of the Seven Golden Vampires, released in the United States under the completely stupid title of The Seven Brothers Meet Dracula. It features Peter Cushing as Van Helsing. Christopher Lee did not return as Dracula. There are 2 different versions, the uncut Legend of the Seven Golden Vampires version and the eviscerated Seven Brothers Meet Dracula United States recut. Blu-ray has both from Shout Factory. Unfortunately, the Seven Brothers Meet Dracula, they had to reconstruct using some standard definition sources. But this is the best it's probably ever going to look, so if that's what you want them, a combination of Hammer horror in no longer its prime mixed with a martial arts movie featuring David Chang, then there you go. It exists. Legend of the Mountain, I don't know anything about this. I know it's directed by, I think it was King who did a lot of the Shaw Brothers stuff. I know the film was restored by the Taiwan Film Institute. I know it's about 3 hours, and it's sort of a mixture of a horror, fantasy. Well, it says foreign drama, but it has to do like with spirits in the mountain and things like that. That's a recent acquisition. I don't know anything about it. It was a blind buy I picked up relatively cheap. It's a Kino release, and I certainly haven't. I haven't watched it yet. I don't think it's got any special features other than a booklet. Do you collect limited run physical copy of a game? Some. I mean, it's sort of random. I pick up the ones that I'm interested in. Like, you mentioned limited run. They've got the Snow Brothers games on NES, Genesis, and Game Boy right now, which I recently ordered. Not the collector's editions, because the collector's editions on those felt like a joke. And I pick up some of the Retrobit reissues. Like I just received in the mail, which I need to stream sometime, Rodland, which was a game from Jalico on NES that wasn't released in the United States, that Retrobit did the reissue of. So yeah, I do some of the physical limited reissue stuff for my older consoles. I haven't done any PC ones. There's one that I regret with PC. Even though I've got a lot of the physical copies, I know Limited Run Games did a box set of the Monkey Islands. I do wish I would have picked that up, especially since I don't have the last Monkey Island game yet, Return to Monkey Island, and I'm sort of afraid to play it after everything I've read. Yeah, but as far as classic console ones, I do some. I've done a few. By few, I'd say probably so far only about 10, most of which have been on Genesis. A lot of the Retrobit Genesis reissues. I bought the Alien vs. Predator PC physical copy. Nice, nice. Yeah, well, I know you love your Alien vs. Predator. Nice. You know, thank you for reminding me. I've got that on Steam, and I don't think I've got it installed. One of them, or I'll have to see which one I have. I should install that, maybe play it someday. Yeah, so Legend of the Mountain, no special features, really. Alien 3 was a hard game for SNES. I've never played any of the Alien 3 releases. I know I wish I had the NES one. I'd heard that it was one of the better movie-based games around that time period, but hard, yeah, yeah. I don't doubt it. It was LJN, too. That's interesting for LJN to put out something that didn't suck during that time period, because LJN loved making games that sucked based on big properties. Case in point, X-Men on NES. I still don't know what I'm doing in that game. Oh, the Lego Movie in 3D. So, I really liked the Lego Movie. And the 3D version of the Lego Movie is dynamite. I can't imagine watching this outside of 3D. Oh, speaking of which, that's why I was going to say earlier, when you brought up 8K. One good thing about 8K is the 3D possibilities. Because not only for stereoscopic displays, but one of the problems you've run in with 3D on Blu-ray is if you're using passive 3D, which is what I prefer, it, from what I understand, it downgrades it halves the resolution. So you're basically watching the movie closer to 720p than you are in 1080p. If you had something 8K in theory, 3D running through 8K would, at passive, would downgrade it to 4K. So you'd be right at the point where movies supposedly in today's modern age are supposed to be. And you'd probably get a lot better 3D results. You'd probably have less crosstalk, because some 3D releases and some 3D displays, you really struggle with crosstalk. Some of the Marvel movies, which I no longer feature as part of the library and I need to resell sometimes, there's a few Marvel movies where the 3D copies were awful. You might as well watch the 2D copy because the crosstalk is so bad. You just get weird blurring and blending that's just ugly. But the Lego Movie, yeah, that's a great 3D title. Now, I know there is a 3D release of Lego Movie 2. I never saw the Lego Movie 2. I don't remember it doing as well, and I felt like the Lego Movie wasn't the type of thing that should have had a sequel. And I'm going to say, I don't know if y'all are fans of the Lego Batman movie. Maybe it's just me. I tried watching it and I couldn't get into it. I felt like it felt like it was like the Lego Batman joke had already run its course very quickly. I don't know how else to explain it, but maybe that was just me. Probably. Lethal Weapon Collection. Okay, this is sort of an interesting case. I was about to say hear me out, but I play with Lego standard blocks but didn't get into the movie. Yeah, I can understand. Some of the Lego games were pretty fun. Yeah, I used to love the Lego games. In fact, I've got several of them. I haven't picked up the most recent ones, but I really loved Lego Star Wars when that... I thought Lego Star Wars was gonna suck. And it didn't. So, yeah, yeah, I like the Lego games. I think the last one I purchased was one of the Lego Marvel. It was probably Lego Marvel Avengers. That was the one that I sort of fell off with. Matt should play Lethal Company. I might someday. Man, after last night, Red, everyone calling me grandpa trying to figure out how to do a boomer call. How to do a Discord call. I don't know a boomer call. Oh, sweet Lord. Lego Fortnite is fun. Is it? Okay, because I remember when I heard they were adding that to Fortnite. Lego Avengers wasn't that hot. I do remember when I heard it was being added to Fortnite. Yeah, so last night I did figure out the Discord thing, but I only figured it out for how to do a single Discord call. I guess there's stuff you gotta do to go into a a Discord chat. I don't know how to use Discord is my problem. I'm not Discord fluent yet. It's just never been one of the things I've used, and I need to use it because apparently it's something a lot of people use for collabs, and assuming someday I'm doing stuff with other people, that could be useful. Yeah, Fortnite also have Fall Guy. Does it? Okay. I've watched a lot of Fall Guy. I haven't played it. I don't use Discord much. Yeah, well, apparently it's a lot of people use it for collab stuff, so, and you need to set it up through a single chat room. Most of the widgets, Kimmy is the Discord master. Well, then I know who to turn to whenever I'm finally in a situation to set it up. I got it set up enough where I could do a single Discord call. But that's it. Fall Guys Fortnite was crazy. Really, I never saw any, I don't think I ever saw any gameplay of that. I don't know if I ever saw, yeah, I don't think I saw any of the Lego Fortnite gameplay either. I remember when it came out, but that's it. LOL, I'm not a streamer. Okay, yeah, I know, but you, well, you've done a few things. I've seen the things you post. I subscribed to your channel, Kimmy, and if you want to repost the link, you're welcome to. I don't have it on me at the moment. I know you're not an active streamer, but if you know Discord, then you could probably help me with the basics, I would hope, at some point. Because, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the thing I like about Discord is the community be too big, and I'm only interested in talking to a few people, not interacting with everyone. Yeah, it feels like it's a constant, and I'm going to say, I don't know how a lot of these VTubers, I know they have their Discord mods. I don't know how a lot of VTubers keep up with something like Discord, because I see so many of them that say they're in there a lot with their Discord channel, and I just am thinking, wow, this one's above my pay grade. I'm struggling just to, I have enough trouble just keeping content up for YouTube and doing some Twitter stuff to the 50 bots and 50 real people who follow me. Oh dear. Yeah, it seemed that, now I know I'm going off on a tangent with this. It did seem that with, like, for collabing and hooking OBS through Discord, it wants you to do it in chat rooms. There wasn't, yeah, I figured that as I read through it, yeah. It sets it up for, like, where you can bring in audio and PNGs for, like, the chat rooms with a group, but it doesn't have it seem to be, there aren't any widgets, individual widgets for just one-on-one. I'm not a bot, I think. Yes, I know you're one of my real followers. Yes, I know that, Luciano. I figured that much. I made Discord groups so I can play with Bernie and Jay. Okay, yeah. See, so there, yeah. So that's what I'm talking about, is using it for that sort of gameplay and things like that, and then bringing it into OBS. And apparently OBS, the widgets that they make, whoever designed these things, they did them in such a way that they'll work with the chat rooms, but not and Sunny and Elite in the future. Gotcha. They're not geared for one-on-one Discord calls. So I've got it set up now after last night's boomer section of Scuff, where I can do one-on-one Discord calls, but I can't do a bouncing or highlighting PNG. I just have to put a still one up there if I was ever doing something like that. That was way too much of a tangent, wasn't it? Hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink. By the way, if you are lurking, thanks for lurking. If you're watching the VOD, thank you for doing so. If you're a recent subscriber, welcome to the channel. Appreciate it. Humbled by all the love you've shown me. Like, subscribe, comment, etc. Do the things, have the fun, win the game. Yeah, Lethal Weapon. So the Lethal Weapon collection, Lethal Weapons 1 through 4. The only things to say about this, so there were earlier Blu-ray releases which weren't the best discs, at least for the first, like, 2 movies, I think. I want to say Warner Brothers quietly replaced them with the discs that are in this set. The set has a lot of special features. There's one interesting thing it's lacking. I got stock on Discord before, so I didn't like it. Oh, gotcha, yeah. Okay, I can see why. Yeah, that would probably give me pause. One thing that this is missing and the Blu-rays are missing, so it's the sort of the case of when is a director's cut not a director's cut. So the Lethal Weapon movies, the trilogy, the original trilogy before Lethal Weapon 4, were released on DVD, regular editions, and eventually as director's cuts. Well, the director's cuts weren't director's cuts. The versions that went to theaters, to my knowledge, were the director's cuts. The DVDs, for some reason, Warner Brothers got it in their minds to add in some deleted scenes that were in some of the TV versions. So you had extended versions on DVD for the first 3. The Blu-rays do not carry any of that over. Now, I prefer the theatrical cuts in all 3 cases, but it would have been nice to have had them in high definition and not to have had to just keep the longer versions on DVD only. Yeah. Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou, not much to say about this. It's a Wes Anderson film with Bill Murray. It's Criterion Collection Edition. Wes Anderson's hit or miss with me. If you've never seen a Wes Anderson movie, he did Life Aquatic, he did Royal Tenenbaums. He did Rushmore. A lot of people love Rushmore. I did not like Rushmore. Rushmore I didn't find funny. I like the Royal Tenenbaums though. And I like the Life Aquatic. Life Force. Oh my gosh. Life Force. Horror. Yeah, sci-fi horror. Okay. So this is... I don't like that artwork. This is the Steelbook edition. You had to buy the... When it comes to the Blu-ray, the Steelbook, which was a limited edition as out of print, was the best quality for everything. Because there are 2 different versions of Life Force. There's the United States theatrical cut, which I do not like. It was the first version I saw, and I didn't really like the movie. And then there's the international version, which is considered the director's cut. Boy, there's so much to unpack on this movie. First of all, there is an earlier Blu-ray. It does have both versions on it. It's still available and in print, but the quality of them is much lower. There is a 4K release from Shout Factory, but it's a weird situation where the theatrical cut is 4K. The international director's cut is high definition Blu-ray only. And then there's a version I think coming now from overseas from Arrow, but it's going to be UK exclusive. It's going to be 4K for both versions. So I don't know why Shout couldn't get that. Steelbook edition or not. So I'm mixed on I'm not the biggest fan of Steelbook, and I think the reason why is because I've dealt with so many that have been damaged in the mail. And as far as you have to be so careful not to scratch them. Some of them, you look at them funny and they get scratched. So Steelbooks, the only thing I don't like about them is I have to keep them stored in plastic sleeves just to make sure nothing happens to them. So I buy some usually when it's cost effective or when there's something exclusive to it, but different strokes for different folks. Again, I like the, which I need to stop using that phrase. The Amazon Blu-ray orders are hit or miss for me. Yeah, and Walmart ones were past tense hit or miss for me. Walmart used to send me stuff and I'd get smashed and then I'd return it, and then they closed my account permanently. I talked about that before, so thank you, Walmart. Oh, I bought most of mine at the store. Yeah, Best Buy, back when they used to stock stuff, back before they did away with all their Blu-rays, it was safer to get them from there. But Life Force, What to say about this movie? First of all, what the movie is. The movie is about space vampires. The original script was titled Space Vampires. I'm glad they didn't stick with that because it's a stupid title. Sometimes they sent me a resealed copy, yeah. And sometimes resealed copies are resealed by, they're not by people doing it, but they're resealed by the manufacturer, and I don't know how that works or what it is, but there's something that happens sometimes. It's not necessarily that they've been returned, but it's in some case those factory rewraps is because maybe they're removing a digital code or they're changing vendors. I've heard a few different reasons. Yeah, if I had to guess, I'd say there's probably a good chunk of the stuff that's here in the back library that falls into that. It arrived as a factory rewrap category. And the worst thing isn't just with Steelbook. The worst thing for me is some of those factory rewraps, and you know they're rewrapped because they've factory unwrapped and rewrapped, and they'll have these weird scrapes on the case. They will have scrapes. Bro, the reseal copies have the disc scratch. Well, sometimes, Red, you get them that, sometimes even the factory, the new ones are, the non-rewrapped ones are scratch discs. If you knew how many scratch discs I go through, Red, especially with multi-disc sets, and especially with stuff, Shout Factory's been a big problem. Okay, let me touch on that. One of the problems right now, well, as far as the reseals, yeah, one of the worst parts is a lot of times the cases, yeah, the box cover was gone, and the case scratch on the scratch Blu-ray. Ugh, yeah. The box cover, well, yeah, a lot of times the slip covers will be gone, and as far as the box covers, yeah, sometimes they just discontinue the slip covers, so usually those are first run only. It depends. Yeah, I had one factory rewrap anime I touched on the other day that was missing a slip that was supposed to be with it too. One of the things too with factory rewraps is sometimes you'll notice the Blu-ray cases are all scraped up along the edges, which pisses me off because they unwrap them and then rewrap them. As far as the scratch Blu-rays, one of the things with a scratch Blu-ray, how do I put this? So there are only 2 Blu-ray pressing plants left on the globe. There are only 2 left in the world. The physical media has fallen so much that there are only 2 Blu-ray and 4K pressing plants left. One is in Germany and one is in Mexico. Most of the ones you get, you'll notice they say a lot of times on the back, it'll be printed on the plastic, or there will be a sticker, something said disc made in Mexico. Sometimes they'll say disc made in Germany. When you get the disc made in Mexico, you're much more likely to have scratches. The quality control at that Mexican plant is not good. I have been through, and the problem is most of your manufacturers here in the US go with the Mexican plant because it's more cost effective. And they just don't have the quality control. So, like, for instance, Shout Factory, we talked about Halloween last week. Halloween on 4K, I went through between Best Buy, Amazon, and Barnes & Noble, while Best Buy still had Blu-rays. I must have gone through 5 or 6 copies in order to get discs that were not scratched. And that was with cobbling them all together and then returning the bad ones to whatever store I was going to return them to. And thankfully didn't get my account closed. But yeah, multi-disc sets always lead to problems, but you can't get around it. Digibooks, you will likely get scratch discs at some point, which is why I say put them in rounded CD sleeves after you take them out. And yeah, the discs made in Mexico, you're much more likely to have problems. And it sucks. Yeah. And the thing, and just to harp on that a little bit more, some companies, some of the third-party manufacturers have caught on to that, and they've changed. I think Kino used to do the Mexican plant. I want to say that Kino switched to the German plant just because of all the problems they were having with the scratch discs. You got to pre-order new ones. That's when it's perfect. Yeah. Well, even pre-order, I missed that comment a minute ago. Yeah, even the pre-ordering sometimes. I have read a few cases anime-wise with discotheque titles where people have pre-ordered it and they've gotten ones that have been returned, rewrapped. So it's like there's someone inside the warehouse who's been rewrapping them. Yeah, just like buying some game on Amazon and get the European version. Really? On purpose, or that just happens? Because I'm such a stickler on wanting my covers to match, I'd probably wind up sending it back. Well, with Blu-rays, you got to watch out with European versions or foreign versions, because region coding, half of them aren't going to work in other countries or in the USA, which is why it's so hard to import a lot of stuff. But then again, I don't import stuff usually because I'm afraid if I get scratch copies, that's going to make it even more difficult for me. Hydration break again. Sorry about that. So going back to Life Force. What? For real, even though it's on the date of release. I've heard just a few horror stories. It's it's US. Yeah. Oh, it says US and then it... That's not right. That's not right. Yeah, excuse me. I haven't heard about any problems from Crunchyroll's shipping of them. I haven't heard anything. I want to say I read in one of these forums, because I still, this website, Blu-ray.com, I've said before, I use them for news and I'll read other people's comments. I just won't comment anymore because I don't like a lot of the stuff with their site. I like some, but I just don't want to deal with the politic BS sometimes. Yeah, I've read some horror stories of some people who have ordered some discotheque stuff new at release and it had been rewrapped. Now, whether the disc was scratched, I can't tell you. But it's almost like maybe someone in the warehouse decided, ooh, I'm going to take this home, watch it or copy it, and then bring it back. Which, yeah. Yeah. Ugh. It hadn't happened to me. I mean, it's happened. I've had the rewrapped stuff of older, like you have with stuff that's been around for a while. But yeah, I've never had that happen with anything new. So Life Force. Okay, Life Force is a cool movie. Life Force, the international version, the director's cut, is a cool movie. The music is from Henry Mancini. I gotta mention the music because the music is different in the US cut. The US cut uses some of the Mancini music and adds music by Michael Kamen because, and that's to make it sound more horror-like. Because Henry Mancini looked at this and saw a sci-fi movie. And Henry Mancini, who's famous for doing like the theme to the Pink Panther, it feels like Star Wars had happened and you had Goldsmith with his Star Trek the Motion Picture, and you had John Barry doing his Black Hole, and all these ones doing their space opera themes, and Henry Mancini wanted to come in and say, hey, let me show you how it's done. And the music on this, the theme song to Life Force, is insane. It is so good. But the movie itself, the original screenplay was called Space Vampires, which is a terrible title. Glad they changed it. It is written by the guy, Dan O'Bannon, who wrote Alien. It is directed by, I can't think of his name now, but the director of Poltergeist, Tobe Hooper, who also directed Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I think. It is a big budget space vampire horror film that was done by Cannon Films, and it's part of Cannon Films' downfall because it's, gosh, there's so, how do you explain? Cannon Films was a low budget company. they wanted to be the big boys. They wanted to play with the big Hollywood films. So they started doing some big budget stuff, and this was going to be one of their big ones. They poured a lot of their money into this, and they were running out of money. They were running out of money so much that there are parts of the movie that it looks finished, but there are some scenes that were scripted that are missing because they ran out of money to shoot them. They couldn't fix it. It got a lot of big name on that. Got a lot of big name. With the directors, yes. With the cast, not so much. It has Patrick Stewart before he was in Star Trek The Next Generation. So the unknown Patrick Stewart. And it's got a French gal who, well, there's a lot of nudity in this movie. In fact, I would say there's like a quarter of the movie where this French gal who is just walking around topless, and it is actually key to the plot. I know that you're not gonna believe me. You're thinking Matt's being sussy again. No, it's key to the plot. It's not necessarily a sex thing. It's key to the plot. I mean, it is, but it is. It's almost like a succubus thing. And that seemed to be pretty much the whole reason they cast this French girl. They wanted someone who was completely unknown and just stunningly beautiful that fit this part, and who apparently looked good topless, because that's what they wanted. Okay, don't ask me, why are you giving me that look? Don't give me that look. I'm not being sussy. I didn't cast her, okay? And I also guess I should mention that apparently, unless I'm mistaken, she was 17 at the time, and that's not a good thing, a good look to put in your movie with the succubus. With that many creative minds, you would expect some conflict on the direction. No, there wasn't. That's the thing. There wasn't really a lot of conflicts on the direction. Where the problem was, Red, is they ran out of money. And the problem was Canon Films overextended themselves. They were trying to play big, and they shouldn't have. And they wanted to take this movie, which frankly should have been, it's space vampires. It should have been a B movie. It should have been lower level. And they wanted to make it an A-lister. And this is at the same time they were doing Masters of the Universe, the movie, which they also ran out of money and couldn't hardly finish shooting the ending. And when they were doing Superman 4, because they decided we're going to option that from the Salkinds, and the Salkinds have said they regret optioning it because Superman 4 is awful. And Superman 4, the effects are terrible because it ran out of money. Canon Films overextended themselves. Now, that being said, Life Force looks fantastic. Now, the effects, most of them do not look dated. Some of the creepy, like, desiccated bodies coming to life. You could tell they're puppetry, but they look good overall. Maybe slightly cartoonish, but it looks good. But yeah, Life Force bombed. There's no other way to put it. Life Force is a movie that now, what's it get? It's 6.8 now. People look at it now and they like it, but it wasn't that good. I mean, it didn't do that well. And part of the problem is that United States theatrical version, because it cut some stuff that you kind of needed, and it changed the music, trying to make it more horror, and it plays better as the sort of action-adventure with horror elements that you get from the international cut. Yeah, you would think, like you said, Red, you'd think with that many creative minds you'd have some conflict on the direction. But from what I understand, you didn't. There was the movie wasn't ever taken away from anyone. It just didn't do well. And it ran out of money. And I think, I'm going to say too, I don't know if the critics were that impressed by them having the French woman walking around topless for, most of her scenes in the movie. Almost all of her scenes in the movie. Yeah, so moving on from Life Force. That being said, if you're looking for a fun movie, a I'm stuttering now. If you're looking for a fun movie and you can look past the toplessness, Life Force is really, I mean, unless that's what you're into, whatever. Life Force is great. Okay, Lion King, it's the signature edition. The only thing that I'll say about this is there was a 3D, yeah. There was a this is, and Canon Films then pretty much went out of business. They put out some other cheap stuff afterwards, and when I say cheap, I mean it's bad. They did Death Wish 4 is awful, abysmal. I could probably think of some others if I had time, but it's too bad because Canon wasn't known for doing good stuff, but they were known for making some fun stuff. And it's sad because that's pretty much the end of Charles Bronson's career is with Canon Films. So you got a legend just sort of not used to the full extent. American Kimba is great. Yeah, yeah. Another example of something Disney stole, just like Aladdin, where they. So I don't know if I mentioned this fully with Aladdin. Aladdin was in production. We did Aladdin, but I'm going to mention that now. Aladdin was in production at the same time, and it was actually after something called The Thief and the Cobbler. The Thief and the Cobbler had basically been in the works since the 1960s or the 1970s, and it had finally gotten the go-ahead. And it was being done independently. Warner Brothers was going to release it. Someone at Disney must have gotten wind of it, because here comes Aladdin, and Aladdin, the art style to Aladdin looks almost just like the art style in The Thief and the Cobbler. So the investors, Warner Brothers, basically they panicked, because even though Thief and the Cobbler was in production first, yeah, Disney with the brand power, yeah. And the thing is, even though Thief and the Cobbler was in production first, it wasn't the director. Gosh, I can't think of his name, but he was kind of a perfectionist, and this was his baby. He'd been working on it by his own hand for so long, and it was clear that Disney's Aladdin was coming out first. And so Warner Brothers panicked. Instead of going to the director and saying, no, can you speed this up? We need to get this out before Disney does, because we can't have it looking like we're copying them. Instead, they basically pulled the plug, and it got sent to the insurance companies and the insurance investors. They eventually released it, but what they did is they fired the director. They brought in some other director who had Fred Calvert, who did Saturday morning cartoons, had him finish it up and turn it into a musical, and it was eventually released under the title Arabian Night, and that's where things get even worse. So Aladdin comes out first, but Aladdin had copied it. So what does Disney do? Disney, through their Miramax brand, buys Thief and the Cobbler, aka Arabian Night, with that investment company through their Miramax arm, and they release it to theaters, again rebranded as Arabian Night, and they promote it as being in the tradition of Aladdin. So they basically copied this movie to make Aladdin, bought that movie, and released it as if it was a copy of Aladdin, just so that they would feel better about themselves. Just so that people would think they were here first and no one would question it. I can't think of many more scummy things to do. And apparently, from what I understand, Roy Disney, near the end of his life, apparently he had been trying to get Disney to allow the director to finish and to release the director's cut of The Thief and the Cobbler, sort of to halfway right that wrong, but that never happened. So yeah, so Aladdin, Lion King copied Kimba, and Aladdin stole who knows all what from The Thief and the Cobbler, aka Arabian Night. Well, now that I bored you all with that one. Okay, so Lion King, there was a 3D conversion. I heard it was actually pretty decent. I do wish I would have picked it up, but I never did, and it's very out of print. Little Mermaid, nothing much to say here. Also, this is the signature condition. It's the signature condition. I'm really having trouble speaking today. Signature edition is same as the Diamond edition. It's just missing a lot of the special features. As much as I like some of Disney movies, yeah, and Red, I'm right there with you. I like a lot of Disney movies, and I loved Aladdin growing up. Some of the hidden messages in there, wild and creepy. Oh, I remember the thing on the Little Mermaid VHS cover. That's for sure. Yeah, I love Disney, but I don't like what they've become, that's for sure. But they were scummy. They were scummy in the 80s too. Which we'll get to when we get to Little Nemo, which is coming up. That's something which they tried to fight back at Disney, but it didn't work. Something to say about The Little Mermaid, though. Something important. Yeah, well, first of all, it had a 3D conversion also that I missed. Apparently it was good. Oops, out of print. What can you do? But The Little Mermaid. So, excuse me, I need to go. Sorry about that. The Little Mermaid is, a lot of people don't realize it's the movie that saved Disney. So Disney was almost going to go bankrupt. Disney had flop after flop, or underperformer after underperformer. They were losing money. And there was talk of all things in the 80s. There was stuff already in the work that 20th Century Fox was going to buy Disney. How the turns do table, huh? So they were going to buy Disney, reportedly. And then Little Mermaid happened. And it was such a huge hit that it saved Disney. And that's when, if you look at Disney's movies, that's when they all sort of changed, and most of them, first gradually, but then they all sort of became like The Little Mermaid. If you look at their movies, there's this point where it's decided all animated movies need to be musicals, and all of the music sort of has it does have a similar style. There's not as much variation to it. And yeah, so that's why they did that. It's because Little Mermaid was a hit, so let's keep doing what we're doing. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say about Little Mermaid. Little Monsters, Fred Savage, Howie Mandel. All I can really say about this is part of the Vestron Collectors series. Vestron was mostly home video stuff. Little Monsters, it's meant for kids, but it feels much more adult. So it's definitely, I mean, 1989, it's definitely that tail end of the creepy, using the word creepy again, those creepy, dark kids movies from the 80s. There is some weirdness going on in this one. I don't know what happened with the version they used, but there's some audio that is different from the theatrical cut. Like there's a character that in one, originally in theaters, I guess said like, trick or treat, smell my feet. And then it's changed to like, hey, what's going on, Alex? Or something like that. I don't know exactly, but there's some stuff that's just minorly changed, like it's a different print. I don't know. As far as the transfer, it's not a great transfer. It's an older HD master that must have been made for a TV broadcast, but it was at least a cheap Blu-ray, and it's serviceable. In fact, how much is it now? Well, yeah, Amazon's selling it for $12.40, so yeah, it's not expensive. Okay, Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland. Let's talk about Little Nemo. Y'all familiar with Little Nemo at all? The greatest Disney movie that's not Disney? Well, one of them. So, Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland was a joint American-Japanese production. And that's one of the reasons it's released by Discotech. And if you look at it, it looks very animated. Not Finding Nemo, no. This is Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland. And first of all, before I go into the movie, let me say the Blu-ray, it looks okay. Picture's a little noisy. It needs a new transfer. Kind of like Lilo and Stitch. Oh, no. This is, Lilo and Stitch might have, maybe with some of the animators, but no, this was actually Toei Animation did it. It was done by Toei Animation overseas, but it was a, and it says right here, Masami, that's not quite accurate. The way it worked, love Finding Nemo. Yeah, I love Finding Nemo, Lilo and Stitch. Yeah. Did I say Switch? Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, Stitch. I'm losing my mind. So, I know. So basically what you had was you had an American director. I can't remember who his name is, but he was one of the old guard at Disney. He was someone who had directed things like I think he directed 101 Dalmatians. I think he directed the Aristocats. He was one of the older Disney directors. He was brought in for this production by to co-work on it with Toei Animation. And Toei were good now. Well, they were good then too. And at least I certainly think so, because this movie is fantastic. So you had original Disney director. Then you've got the story. The story was originally written by Ray Bradbury, and the screenplay was written by Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus of, Home Alone and the first two Harry Potter films. He wrote the screenplay. The music is by the Sherman Brothers. The Sherman Brothers were Disney's original music team. These are the guys who did the music for Mary Poppins, Bedknobs and Broomsticks, The Jungle Book, everything. They were all the classic music at Disney up until practically The Little Mermaid, when everything changed. So you've got a classic Disney director, you got the original Disney music team just basically going in for one last ride. I said that because of their recent animation for One Piece. Okay. I've never seen One Piece. We've talked about that before. I need to see some One Piece. Once I get caught up on everything else. So you got that. You've got the voice cast was originally English. It was dubbed into Japanese, but it was written and animated for the English voice cast, which included Renee Auberjonois and oh gosh, I can't remember who else all was in. Decent voices, but an American voice cast is the point. So it was intended for English audiences, but also going to be released in Japan. Well, the problem is, in the US, it couldn't find a distributor. Does Matt like Gintama? That video made me hurt, Kimmy. That clip you sent me, I want to watch Gintama now. I do want to watch it because that was funny, but that made me hurt. Ow. No. One Piece is just super long. Yeah, that's the problem with One Piece. When you got something that long, it feels unapproachable. And I know you don't have to do the whole thing, but it does make it feel unapproachable. Sort of like Gundam. Gundam's always felt unapproachable to me too. I've never watched any Gundam. Gintama. So Little Nemo, yeah, it was, the problem with Little Nemo is here's this big, yeah, definitely felt it. Ow. Little Nemo couldn't find a US distributor. So it went to one of these, again, these insurance companies, like what I mentioned with Thief and the Cobbler. Like, I don't remember what like film investors or something. Then it got picked up by Hemdale, and Hemdale released it into US theaters, and they cut like 5 minutes of it for no reason. Bleach Tube season 3, probably the highest rated season of all time. Oh, TYBW. I've never seen any Bleach. I'll have to check out Bleach sometime. Hydration break. So the problem is Little Nemo didn't get released to a lot of theaters. It wound up becoming popular in the VHS era. But yeah, it didn't do well in theaters. It was considered a flop, and it's really a shame because this is a fantastic, wonderfully dark animated film. This is the type of movie that I wish Disney would have been making. And the music is Bernie, hold me, Ringe, Matt Bonk. Why? What did I need to get bonked for? What did I say? Why? Is it because I said I haven't watched any Bleach? What'd I say? What'd I say? Did I drop some wrongful lore? What did I say? I gots to know. Yeah, well, in any case, yeah, a wonderfully dark film, didn't do well. Great music. Bleach, I'm sorry. Oh, don't worry, I'll draw Kimmy Ray to bully the streamer. Y'all gonna bully me a lot. Here, let me finish talking about Little Nemo, and then I am going to drop the biggest piece of disappointing Matimus lore that I have ever dropped. So, but yeah, Little Nemo, so it bombed in theaters. But the one thing also to mention about Little Nemo is the video game tie-in that most people don't realize is a video game tie-in. There is a video game based on this, but the problem is the game came out like a year or two before the movie because the movie kept getting delayed and because it couldn't find a US distributor. There is a game on the Nintendo Entertainment System from there's a game on the Nintendo Entertainment System called Little Nemo the Dream Master. No dropping of the salt. Salt. Gosh, I can't speak today. There's a game on NES called Little Nemo the Dream Master instead of Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland. It's from Capcom. It is probably in the top 25 NES games. It is fantastic. And sadly, no one knows that not many people know that it was based on this movie. And the movie's better. Okay. Y'all ready for the most disappointing thing ever? Y'all ready to pretty much all wind up? Y'all ready for me to lose subscribers? Here, in fact, hold on. Let me see what my subscriber count is at right this moment, just so that I can know how much it's going to drop. Did it go up? No. Okay. This morning it was at 1900. It has since dropped to 1898. So we are still at 1898. I did lose some, right after I posted that thing this morning, I did lose a couple subs. Probably YouTube culling some bots or people got disappointed. You ready to watch me lose some more? I have never heard a single song or watched a single movie. I mean, not a movie, a single video of Miku. Everyone talk about adding her into Fortnite and I always see the memes and I see plenty of stuff and I've never seen it. None. I think I've heard one song that someone did. Whoops, my headphones popped out. I think I've heard one song that was done on someone's karaoke stream. I haven't heard any Miku. And I don't know how or why. I literally don't know how or why. There was a time when because Hamilton Book had a Miku Blu-ray that I almost picked up of one of the concerts, and I almost did it, and I didn't, and I don't know why, and I don't know how. I know, it's like saying you've never heard the Beatles. Cancel Matt. Well, I'm gonna make up for it, okay? I'm gonna, like, binge it or something. Miku's been top of the world how? I don't know, Omegs. I don't know, Kimmy. And I am so disappointed in myself. I am. I'm me. Please don't cancel. If you want me to watch Miku, please, if you want me to listen to Miku, please subscribe. I promise I'll fix the error. I will amend my evil ways. I don't know how this happened. I literally don't know how. And it's almost like because I see everyone talking about Miku, that's like, I feel like, oh, well, everyone already knows who Miku is, so I don't need to be listening to this. I'm gonna tell you to your Oshi. Oh, which one? I got several. I've got several Oshis, but you could go ahead. Go ahead. Let them all, bro don't know anything about Vocaloids. Not much. I know the term and I know some Vocaloid songs because I mean I've heard them done in karaoke's, but I haven't. I know in general what they are, but I've never. I don't know. I don't know how I know crap about Little Nemo, and yet I don't know that. I really don't. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Spato. So now just all remember, my sub count was at 1898. So if tonight it's suddenly down to 1798, we know what did it. The lore drop I never should have made. Solidify I am not a boomer, man. I'm not a boomer. I am not a boomer. Not a boomer. Not a boomer. Nope. 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 Nope, nope, nope. I don't know how to prove that without, putting a birth certificate on the air, but I'm not a boomer. And I'm sorry. Moving on, I hope. Find Jin Bay. Oh, take my no! Please don't mean that. They don't know anything. No, please. Please, I'll fix it tonight. I promise. I'm going to pull up the essential Miku, and I'm going to just expose myself to it all tonight. I promise. In response to this lore drop that I never should have made, I am going to rectify the situation. Just like a newborn babu. Yes! I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. And I'm really sorry if I disappointed everyone by revealing that. But at least you know the first step to solving a problem is admitting that you have one. Now you gotta cover the world is mine. Okay, the world is... Okay, so you want me to cover... Okay. Well, I plan to do a with an uwu voice. Well, I'll have to... Well, let me listen to it first, and then yeah. Maybe, because I'm gonna do I'm gonna do a karaoke soon, I promise. Oh, it's okay, no worries. No, it's awful. It's awful. So once again, if you're lurking and that didn't drive you off, please subscribe. Let me know I'm forgiven. Yeah. My older brother don't know anything about it. Gotcha. I'm sorry, Kimmy. I knew this was going to happen, but it had to come out eventually. And like I said, I mean, this is the first step to solving the problem. Admitting it's just like alcohol. I'm admitting I have a problem, so that's the first step. Gonna solve it. Promise. Yeah. Moving along. So, Liz and the Bluebird. This is a spin-off sort of movie to... How can I know about things like Sound Euphonium and not know about Miku? I don't understand. Oh gosh. I don't get it. I don't know how. I really, legitimately, in all seriousness, I don't know how I avoided Miku outside of hearing some stuff during karaoke's. Liz and the Bluebird. sort of a spin-off movie to Sound Euphonium. I don't remember much about it. It was good, I remember that. I'm sorry, Omegs. If Matt was a boomer, he would have to be age 69. A, I'm not a boomer. B, I'm not age 69. LOL, bet his first song he's going to sing is Beatles. No. Actually, I'm going to tell you, okay, now I'm going to say something which is going to tick off the rest of the crowd. I do not like the Beatles. I've never been a fan of the Beatles. I've tried. The only thing, in fact, the only Beatles song I like is not even, I don't think Beatles, I think it was after they separated. It was George Harrison, My Guitar Gently Weeps. That's the only Beatles song I've ever enjoyed that I can remember. Now, I've got a couple Beatles CDs, and most of them were just, I know one of them was just a greatest hits thing, and bruh, tonight is Matt all hot takes. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't like the Beatles that well. You can appreciate something and not like them that well. I appreciate the Beatles. I appreciate their contribution to the music, music in general, but I don't like the Beatles. And as far as going their separate ways, I absolutely abhor John Lennon's song Imagine. I hate Imagine. Imagine, Matt is asking for a hater. No. I only know one song from a I only know one song from a VTuber. Oh dear. I can't even save you as a mod. I'm sorry, Omegs. Why am I already bleeding subs because of that? I appreciate the Beatles. I appreciate their contribution. I see why they're important, but if it came Beatles versus Elvis, I prefer Elvis. That being said, I'm not a huge Elvis fan. It's just not my thing. Imagine Dragons are okay. I don't have any of their albums, but they're okay. If you're most of my CDs that weren't like movie scores, which I did used to buy a lot of movie scores, I used to have more like techno and dance and some 80s music, just because I like the sound of it, even though I didn't grow up with it. Emphasis on I didn't grow up with it. I like a lot of like disco and club stuff. I used to like Goldfrapp. I would also choose Elvis, but I like his music more. Yeah, I like his music more. I only know one song from the Beatles because of a VTuber. Ah! Gotcha. Well, then I don't feel that bad. Dragon D's nuts on your face. Oh, no. Oh, so that was it. That was just a build-up for that? Wow. No, I'm trying to think of CDs. I used to like stuff I've got. I don't buy a lot of music anymore. Goldfrapp. I was big into Goldfrapp, which they broke up. And Alison Goldfrapp went solo, and most people probably don't even know who that is when I mention it. Jeez. But I liked Goldfrapp. It's probably weird to say, but I always liked Kylie Minogue. Is that a weird one to say? It shouldn't be. I liked Kylie Minogue. And if we're talking retro music, I wasn't Beatles, and I wasn't and Elvis is okay. I was Kylie Minogue. Okay, good. Then I'm safe. I was always a fan as far as retro older music. I love the Carpenters. I love Karen Carpenter's voice. I always mention rain. I always try to get every single VTuber during karaoke's to do Rainy Days and Mondays, and so far I've only gotten one VTuber to do it. And I dig ABBA. Yeah, I like ABBA. I'm just going to check and see if that did cost me like 20 subs real quick. How many I lose? Nope, it hasn't cost me any yet. They're waiting for the VOD. They'll all unsubscribe during the VOD. Who? No, I'm not a big fan of the Who. Y'all don't know Kylie Minogue? Wow. Kylie Minogue, basically, she did everything Madonna did, only better. She did everything Madonna did without having to have a voice tweaker. Question mark. Oh, don't tell me you don't know who Madonna is. Oh dear. Okay. Yeah. Well, there. I feel vindicated because y'all know Miku and no one knows Kylie. Why is Omeg sweating? Oh, I skipped Little Shop of Horrors. That must be why. Okay, Little Shop of Horrors, only thing to mention about this is it says the director's cut. It's got both the director's cut and the theatrical cut. The director's cut has the horror movie, 50s horror movie ending. I listened to more Eminem and Linkin Park as a kid. Gotcha. I listened to a bit of Eminem. I never really had any of his albums. I didn't do too much Linkin Park. Feed me, Seymour. Feed me, Seymour. I can't do that voice that well. Yeah, I just love Little Shop of Horrors is great. To me, best part for me is always though Steve Martin as the dentist. That dentist song, because I hate the dentist. That I love his That You'll Be a Dentist song. That spoke straight to me. Posty? Posty? Little Shop of Horrors. I don't know. Posty. Whatever joke I'm missing, I'm sure I'm missing it. Posty, I'm not familiar with. I'm sorry. But seriously, my music tastes are just go from bad to worse. Bro, I've done... No! Okay. All right. I'm looking up... Okay. All right. Here we go. Let's open up the DuckDuckGo. Post Malone. Okay. Post Malone, I know who Post Malone is, but I can't say Post Malone was any of the albums I ever had. Like I said, I was mostly listening to dance and techno stuff when I was. In fact, most of my music tastes, it's super nerdy, but I used to just listen a lot of times to scores, to music scores. So movie scores, things like the soundtrack to Superman the movie and things like that, which is probably the nerdiest. It's like less pretentious classical music or something. Yeah, I'm sorry. Matt goes to rave. Actually, I've never been to a rave, and I always told myself I wanted to go to one, and I never did. I guess I was too squeamish that I'd be taking the wrong pill, taking the ecstasy or whatever it was. Why do I say or whatever it was like I was a boomer? I know what it was. I know what it was. I know my drugs, chat. Why did I say it like that? Logan. Okay, Logan, before I give my thoughts on the movie, things to say about the Blu-ray. This is the first release of the Blu-ray DVD and digital combo, which included there was a Logan, I don't know if it was called a noir or what. It was a Logan, yeah, you saved yourself. Okay, good. You gonna get Diddy. Oh gosh, not the Diddy. The first release also of Logan also included a black and white version because they thought that'd be cool. I'm not a big fan of James Mangold's movies, and there are a lot of people who like Logan. I'm not doing this as a hot take. I didn't care for Logan. I liked Logan the first time I saw it, and then I realized what Logan did. Not Logan Paul, the Wolverine. We leave the pregnant Logan Paul for Sarah and her streams. So Logan, James Mangold did with it the same thing he did or tried to do to Indiana Jones. And that's something I came to recognize later on. And that's when I learned to not like this movie. Because at first I liked this movie. Dark, and it was depressing and sort of a depressing end for Logan. But I thought at the time appropriate. And then I realized it wasn't appropriate. Because he basically, James Mangold, took the happy ending that we had in X-Men Days of Future Past, which Logan was fun, but I was surprised they brought back Hugh Jackman. Yeah, well, I saw the reason why they did, because it was meant to be his swan song. But therein lies the problem. Jake Paul. Oh, was it Logan? Was Jake Paul the pregnant one? I lose track of my Pauls. Well, add that to the list of everything I'm getting, you know, where I'm losing my audience to tonight. I've lost it over Miku. I've lost it over the Beatles. I've lost it over Logan and or Jake Paul. And I'm probably going to lose over Logan now because so many people like this movie, and I don't. And the reason why is I look at what we had in X-Men Days of Futures Past, and it basically ended with all the bad stuff. It was the happy ending. Logan got his happy ending. I know I'm spoiling it, but everything, the world was right again. Everything that went wrong with the other X-Men movies, everything was restored. Everyone was happy. Everything's cool. So let's do Logan now, and let's portray Logan as a broken down, bitter, and essentially dying, that his adamantium metal is giving him cancer and killing him. And then eventually, you know, have him die. Let's drag him down. Let's beat him down. Let's show a few moments of redemption, which there are, but let's basically just have him bitter and washed up. Wolverine, he is a badass, and with this, I felt like he wasn't. Logan is perfect because it goes right into Deadpool 3 explaining the multiverse. Well, that's true. That's one thing That's one thing I did like about the third Deadpool, because I told you I wasn't as sold on it, but I did love him digging up Wolverine at the beginning of it and Wolverine still being dead. I just thought that was great. The Deadpool with Wolverine was really good. I liked things about it. I thought it's one of those going opposite of what I said earlier, where I think the sum of its parts were greater than the whole. Man, Deadpool 3 was peak Deadpool. I'm glad everyone liked it. Truth was, I don't know. I think it's the Deadpool movies in general. I liked things about all three, but none of them really did it for me. I don't know what it is. Just the second movie was trash with Cable, though hated it. Yeah, I remember Cable being in it now. It's been a long time since I saw the second one. I always told myself I wanted to see that. I know there's an alternate version of the second one, which they did with Fred Savage, where it's like the PG-13 version. I keep telling myself I want to see that just to say I saw it. It was like meant to be a Christmas special. You don't want to see it really that bad? Okay, I will take your word for it. But my problem with Logan is it took away the happy ending, and I don't want to use the phrase "hear me out" because nothing ever good comes from that, like I said before. But you look at with Indiana Jones, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull wasn't the greatest, but it had the benefit of that happy ending. And then comes the dildo of Disney, the Dial of Destiny, whatever you want to call it, which James Mangold did, where he basically he took away that happy ending and he dragged Indiana Jones down and just portrayed him as a bitter, broken man. What did he do with Logan? Bitter and broken. Now, Wolverine, he did Logan as more of a badass than Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones just was an extra in his own movie. And yeah. So I feel almost like that is James Mangold's modus operandi. I feel like his thing, after looking at both of those, is taking these super popular characters and feeling the need to break them down. And maybe that's just me. Excuse me. Logan's Run. Okay, Logan's Run. Okay, this is one of those ones, Red, that's going to fall into what you said about the visual effects taking you out of a movie. Because some of the visual effects in this, they stand out. They're not the greatest. It's a good sci-fi movie. It's a good post-apocalyptic sci-fi movie. There are a lot of really neat things about Logan's Run. I'm not going to go into the movie too much. Indiana Jones was a great movie. Which one? You thought the Disney one was great? Love Jumanji too. Okay, I love Jumanji. Well, the original Jumanji. The remake, reboot, it wasn't a remake. I liked things about it. I didn't think it was awful. I thought the second one was weak. I mean, the second of the reboot ones. You liked the Disney Indiana Jones, man? Wow. Wow, I thought I was the one with the hot takes tonight. I'm just kind of sitting here letting that marinate for a moment. Okay, everyone has their picks. I like Incubus, so okay. Well, in any case, yeah, Logan's Run, its visuals take you out of the movie. I did not watch the reboot. Oh, well, I love the original Jumanji. The reboot... The only thing I'm going to say that I liked about... the main thing I liked about the reboot, Red, which I thought was a nice touch. I liked the idea of it becoming now... going from based on a board game to being based on now being a video game, like it was a console. I just felt like that was a smart evolution. And that was one of the things that mainly stood out about it to me. I know the second one wasn't any good, though. We're not on the J's, are we? No, we're not. We're still on the first... Holy crap, we're still on the first page. Yeah, okay, Logan's Run, great effects. Not the greatest look of Blu-ray. It could have looked better. The movie, as far as I know, was shot 70mm. I don't know why, but they keep going back to 35mm sources for their home video releases of Logan's Run. Lone Wolf McQuade. The Lone Wolf McQuade is... Why do I say the? It's just Lone Wolf McQuade. Lone Wolf McQuade is Chuck Norris, David Carradine. This is the second edition I've had. There's an earlier edition from MGM. This is a reissue that was done... is it Vinegar Syndrome? No, it was Ronin Flicks. So it was an exclusive to them. You had to get it from their website, which was how I got it. Since then, it's now available for a general release. You can buy this edition. It's a new 2K master. It does look better than the MGM edition. That said, the MGM edition, it's fine. So if you see it anywhere, it's worth it. Why am I saying this much about Lone Wolf McQuade? Because Lone Wolf McQuade is awesome. This is the Chuck Norris movie. In fact, this is the movie that inspired Walker, Texas Ranger, but it's better than Walker, Texas Ranger. This is it. In fact, I guess the director of it felt really Steve Carver. I think he said in the documentary that he basically felt jilted because Chuck Norris took everything they did and turned it into Walker without bringing him along for the ride. At least that's sort of the way I understood it. But Lone Wolf McQuade, fantastic music, fantastic movie. It's the Chuck Norris movie. If you've never seen a Chuck Norris movie, see Lone Wolf McQuade. This is the one. This is it. This is the gold standard of Chuck Norris movies. This is the one even that led to in the second Expendables movie. There was a line where he makes they make a comment at one point referring to the Chuck Norris character as the lone wolf, or him being a lone wolf. They were nodding to this movie. This is it. This is the Chuck. Yeah, I keep saying the Chuck Norris movie, but it is. Hydration break. Longest Day, nothing much to say about it. That's a World War II movie. What makes it interesting is it was one of these cases where when 20th Century Fox was making it, they just shoved in every A-list actor they could. So it's got all manner of people in all manner of cameos, pretty much all the big Hollywood stars at the time. And it had a lot of them too who had little cameos who were in Cleopatra, because you had a lot of people on Cleopatra sitting around the set getting bored waiting for shooting to resume, and basically walked over to The Longest Day and asked, hey, you got something for us to do? And yeah, so it's a Longest Day. It's based on the invasion of Normandy. It's a good war movie. I mean, I'm not going to say it's entirely realistic because it's not blood and guts like we know reality was, but good movie. Looker, not much to say about this. It's a Warner Archive release. It's a kind of odd movie about a gun that's able to steal people. It's more of a thriller than a sci-fi thriller thing than straight sci-fi, but about a gun that can like still steal people's memories. Wipe their memories out. It's written by Michael Crichton. It's okay. Lord of the Rings. So before we talk about this one, the one that Red is, we know, a fan of, we got to start with this one. So this right here, this Lord of the Rings, this is the Ralph Bakshi animated film. It's war movie I enjoy was Hacksaw Ridge, Saving Private Ryan. I like Saving Private Ryan, Band of Brothers. Okay, I've seen parts of Band of Brothers. I never saw the whole thing. Love Saving Private Ryan, even though I don't own it. I think I might have used to have it on DVD. I don't know if I still do. Hacksaw Ridge I never saw. Huh. I've heard of it. I recognize the name. So Lord of the Rings. This is the Ralph Bakshi animated film. Man, Lord of the Rings, the most iconic fantasy movie I have ever seen ever. Yeah, it's right up there with the Dark Crystal. So before we talk about the Peter Jackson one, I do need to mention the animated one. So the animated one, this is kind of a weird situation. The Blu-ray, it's an older Blu-ray, but it looks good. If you've never seen a Ralph Bakshi animated film, Ralph Bakshi's animation, he used a lot of rotoscoping, so there's some weird stuff in it. There's some weird looking stuff. The problem with his animated movie of The Lord of the Rings is Hacksaw Ridge Love. Okay, I'll have to check it out. I've heard of it, like I said. Watch Hacksaw Ridge. It's good. Okay. Let me make a note on my boomer pad, even though I'll probably be going back through this VOD for a few things. Hacksaw Ridge is amazing. All three, okay. If anyone else is currently lurking and would like to add their thoughts about Hacksaw Ridge, now's the time. Hacksaw Ridge. There we go. Okay, based on a real story of a medic that did not want to use a gun to kill and end up saving 8 people. So okay, I've heard of it for sure because I know that a family member of mine watched that and made a comment about war movie where it was a medic that didn't want to use his gun and whatnot. Okay, so good. So yeah, I have heard of it. Okay, the animated Lord of the Rings, only things to say about this. First of all, older Blu-ray, so it's not encoded as well, but it does look good for what it is. There's a lot of dirt on the print. That's a side effect of the animation. Number 2, there's a weird thing with the audio, and it's a change that was made, but they didn't fulfill it. I guess they got scared that Saruman and Sauron sounded too similar. So after they'd been dubbing it, they decided to change Saruman to Ahriman. But the problem is they only partially changed it. So one of the big problems with this movie, which you talk about revisionist stuff I wish would get fixed, is half the time they say the wizard Ahriman and half the time they say Saruman. So you just have to pretend his name is Ahriman Saruman or something like that. That's unfortunate. The other unfortunate thing, if you've never seen this version, is it's incomplete. It was apparently meant to be a 2-movie series. It's just over 2 hours, and it covers the first 1.5 books of Lord of the Rings. I did not watch Amazon Lord of the Ring. From everything I understand, I never would, Red. Everything I have read and heard about that Lord of the Rings is that it is that Amazon's Rings of Power is trash. I would never touch it. Have fun if you want to, but from what I understand, it's pretty, yeah. So this one, yeah, Lord of the Rings, it only covers the first 1.5 books. They were going to do a follow-up. I don't know if it's a case. I've heard a few different things. I've heard one is that the, I only know you shall not pass. I'm trying to think, do they say that in the, I think they say that in the animated one too. Well, Lord of the Rings is worth your time. It's good, Kimmy. Now, see, I'm not going to cancel you over that, unlike everyone going to cancel me over Miku and later the Beatles. But the animated one, it's much shorter, obviously, than Peter Jackson's, but it only covers the first 1.5 books. Not the Beard is my favorite Gimli. Oh, John Rhys Davies. But one thing I'm going to say, as far as there not being a follow-up to cover the rest of the Lord of the Rings, I've heard 2 different things. One is that it didn't do well in theaters, so it was nixed. And the other thing I heard was that Ralph Bakshi got bored and didn't want to do another one. Oh, and there was another thing I heard, though, along with that. I heard that Ralph Bakshi, because he did a lot of rotoscoping, that he shot all of the live action stuff for the rotoscoping for the second Lord of the Rings, but then they never made it. So I don't know what happened there, but they planned to do, my precious is, oh, poor Smeagol, Gollum. My precious. Oh, yeah, I can't. It's my precious. Okay, yeah, I could do it a bit. Hobbit. Now there was, but speaking of Hobbit, now there were 2 animated Hobbit movies. But they were done by Rankin Bass. So precious. Oh dear, there I go again. They were done by Rankin Bass, and they were made for TV. There's one animated movie based on just The Hobbit, which I've heard is arguably more accurate than the Peter Jackson films. And there was a animated made-for-TV movie of just The Return of the King, which billed itself as a sequel to The Hobbit. So they tried to, I don't know, they tried to make it fit without having rights to all the Lord of the Rings, but it was a bit weird. But it was I don't know. I like both the Rankin Bass movies. They are not on Blu-ray. This is, and it looks and feels completely different. Oh, one last thing. The Thing and Dobby can go fluff themselves. Poor Dobby. That thing. Oh. Poor Dobby. All he wanted was a sock. Stitch twin. Lord of the Rings. So one thing I do want to mention, the music on the, this was one of the first CD soundtracks to a movie I ever bought. Didn't say bought, right? That I ever bought. And I still have my CD. The music to the animated version by Leonard Rosenman. Sorry for anyone who likes, I don't remember if it was Hans Zimmer who did the music to the Peter Jackson ones, but man, I think the music on the animated Lord of the Rings was so much better. That being said, Lord of the Rings, let's go ahead and cover the Peter Jackson one. So, this is the extended edition. It's not the theatrical cuts. This is one of those cases, definitely, I prefer the extended editions. I've got the theatrical cuts on DVD, never had them on Blu-ray. Kimmy just hating all the small gremlin bald creature. Wow. Think about short bald... well, whatever. What was I going to say about Lord of the Rings? Oh. Okay. So this is just the extended editions. This is the original Blu-ray release, and I gotta talk about this because there's some weirdness. So this is the first Blu-ray release of the extended editions. The cover, they're fugly. The fair point with Gollum especially. Not the fugly. So the original release of the extended editions has a fantastic box. It's a thick chipboard box with a magnetic cover that folds open. That said, there is a reissue. The Lord of the Rings, as Red knows, they've been released to 4K. There is also a reissue of the extended cuts on Blu-ray with different cover art that uses the 4K masters. This is where I kind of starts my complaining. So both the reissue and this edition, each movie is a 5-disc set. 2 discs for the extended cut of the movie because of their length, plus 3 discs of special features. Now, those 3 discs of special features in both cases are DVD. They are the same DVD sets that were discs that were with the extended cuts on DVD and with the theatrical cuts on DVD. They just recycled the same DVD discs. Warner Brothers could have very easily probably put all those special features. You could have at least condensed it down to being one single Blu-ray disc in standard definition for each of the movies. So it would be a 3-disc set for each movie, and you would have to deal less with scratches, because DVDs scratch more easily than Blu-rays. And that's something that's continued. You would have thought with the reissues based on the 4K that they would have redone those discs, but they didn't. They just keep recycling these same DVD discs, and that's unfortunate. To me, that's a problem, and that's why the collector's box are nice. Yeah, and I love. Oh, the old DVD boxes. Yeah, those were nice. Those were very nice. But I'll give this one credit. The fold open gold box, it does look good. I just don't know why they opted to do the 3 DVD discs when they could for each movie, when they could have made it one single standard definition Blu-ray for each movie. And with the reissue for the 4K discs, there was really no excuse at all not to crunch it down. That's one of the reasons I never picked up the 4K remaster on Blu-ray. I got one for $20 on auction bidding. Nice. Brand new. Wow. Nice. Very nice. Last minute snipe. One of those snipers. I've been sniped on so much stuff over the years, man. Yeah, so that's one of the reasons I've never picked. Now, I might get the 4K discs someday, but the reason I've never picked up the 4K remasters on Blu-ray is I don't want to have to deal with all the scratches I know I'm going to have to deal with when there are 9 DVD discs in the set, in addition to 6 Blu-ray discs in the set. Plus, it has less attractive cover art. This one looks so much better. But as for the remasters, yeah, there are definite changes. I'm not going to pop it up here, but you can, if you ever go to capsaholic.com, they show screen captures a lot of times comparing stuff. If you compare the Lord of the Rings, the old Blu-ray to the new one, you could definitely see how Peter Jackson revised the color. Also got StarCraft 2 collector's box, brand new seal for around the same price. Nice. I think you mentioned that StarCraft 2 before. Nice. Lucky. I hate myself because there was something on floppy disk I was going to pick up on an eBay auction, and I would have wound up getting it probably for $20, but I sniped myself some gym equipment. Nice. There was a game I was going to pick up, and the truth is I was planning to try snipe it, and I got distracted and just forgot about it, and I've just been beating myself up ever since Christmas for it. But who knows? I might have still lost the snipe. The losers Vaguely based on the original DC. Well, no, it's based on the newer graphic novel. Full price $800, unpaid $300 plus $100 shipping. Wow. You paid $300 plus $100 shipping. That's very nice. The Losers, the only thing to say about this, it's based on a graphic novel. It's very similar to The Expendables and to Red, R-E-D, which came out about the same time. The Losers didn't do very well theatrically, but the truth is The Losers is great. If you've never seen The Losers and you want a very fun, it says action thriller, but it's just a fun movie. If you want a fun actioner, The Losers is worth it. I don't even know if it's still in print. Let's take a look. It happens. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no, you can only get it used, so it must be out of print. Okay, well, The Losers is good. Lost Continent, not much to say about it. It's a Hammer fantasy horror about getting lost in the Bermuda Triangle and the weird people living there and everyone scrounging boats trying to survive. It's not the best of Hammer, but it's interesting. Blu-ray has two versions. There's the theatrical cut and extended director's cut. Director's cut uses some standard definition inserts, but I mean, it's okay for what it is. The Love Bug, the original Herbie movie. This was a Disney Movie Club exclusive, unfortunately, on Blu-ray. It's listed as 45th Anniversary Edition, but to Disney that doesn't mean anything because this disc is completely bare bones. Disney Movie Club, as I've said before, they rarely put any special features on any discs. And it sucks for the Love Bugs because the DVD was a 2-disc special edition loaded with extras. It would have been nice if they would have transferred over not just all of that, but at least the audio commentaries. Okay, this next anime thing you can currently purchase in one giant box set that has everything, but I purchased them before the giant box set was available. Love, Chunibyo, and Other Delusions. I love Chunibyo and Other Delusions. Oh, that's a fun show. Season 1 was better than Season 2, in my opinion. I like things about Season 2, though. I like a lot of things about it. So that's the series, Seasons 1 and 2. Then you've got here Rika version, which is an unfortunate movie. I'll talk about that in a minute. And then you've got the final movie, Take on Me. So Rika version is basically, it's a cheapie. It was adorable and cute. It was, and you know, at one point when I was looking, because I'm cheap, I remember trying to look on like AliExpress for a bootleg standee or figure or something of Rika, just because I thought that would be it's about nerds falling in love. Yes, it is. I love that show. Rika version. Rika version was a theatrical movie. It was meant to promote season 2. It's got about probably an episode's worth of new footage. It's got an opening wedding sequence that is fantastic, and then it's got some later on stuff to set up season 2 and some post-credit stuff to set up season 2, but all of the middle kind of sucks, because what they did is they took it said Rika version because it's supposed to be her version of telling the story, but it isn't really. They took season 1 and just cut up the best moments into kind of a movie, but the problem with it is there are parts where it jumps. It will randomly jump like to a character screaming or crying, and you don't know why. So it's got some continuity issues, but it's worth having just for the and it's worth watching just for the opening dream and the ending stuff. So really, if you want to skip the middle and just have it as a precursor to season 2, it's great. Take on Me, I don't know. I thought the movie, the finale movie was okay, but to me, it wasn't as good as the series. I'm glad it had a finale, though, instead of just leaving things hanging. I guess that's all for me to say about Love, Chunibyo, and Other Delusions. Long title. Lucky Star, I don't need to say much about this. Y'all probably know what Lucky Star is. Okay, Lucky Star, cute, nerdy slice of life, sort of. The only thing I'll say about this is the older Blu-ray DVD combo pack from Funimation. Boomers love Lucky Star. I am not a boomer. Honestly, so what switched me on to Lucky Star were the Haruhi Suzumiya references and moments. That was really it. Well, there were two things. There were the Haruhi references, specifically the Maid Cafe episode thing, and where they would do the especially the later episodes, the karaoke cover things of random anime songs. And I remember the theme to Urusei Yatsura 2, Beautiful Dreamer, was sung, and that just made me happy because Urusei Yatsura 2 was one of my entries into anime. So, yeah. But I'm not a boomer. Lucky Star's just fun. It's cute. But the Blu-ray is... And the truth is, Omegs, the truth is, I just saw Lucky Star for the first time probably within the last 4 years. This Blu-ray I probably picked up about 4 years ago, so I never saw this during the original run. This was something I picked up mostly on a blind buy just because people had spoken highly of it and it was a good price. And one thing to say about this edition, this is the original Blu-ray DVD combo pack. There is a reissue on just Blu-ray that loses a lot of the special features. Excuse me, I need to... Wearing out my throat tonight again. Hydration break. Okay, moving along, not too much to say about Lupin the Third. So when it comes to Lupin the Third, I've got pretty much all the Blu-ray releases of the movies and specials. I don't have any of the seasons or series, save one thing. So, yeah, special. The only theatrical movies on this first top level, I think, Farewell to Nostradamus is, yeah, that was a theatrical movie of Lupin. This one was just an OVA, and it wasn't that great. That Return of Paikal, I didn't really get that one. I must have been missing things. Must have been something with one of the seasons. Castle of Cagliostro. One thing to mention about the Castle of Cagliostro, it's a nice Blu-ray because I've never watched Lucky Star, surprisingly. I know Pig with a Jacket, love it. Pig with a Jacket, Pig with a Jacket. Okay, I don't know if I know Pig with... I don't know if I know that person. I'll have to look... I'll have to... All right, now, okay. Now I've got to find a reference. Okay, I don't know which VTuber that is, so sorry. My apologies. If assuming that's a VTuber, I don't know who Pig with a Jacket is, so someone else to cancel me for, I'm guessing. Is Tim Mod? Okay, I don't know all of Tim mods. So all of Tim's mods. Gotcha. Okay, I haven't. I'm looking forward to whenever she or whenever they return. Tim. So, hopefully doing better. Castle of Cagliostro is a good, yeah, in fact, I want to say I had a membership even gifted to me. I've had a couple memberships gifted to Tim's channel, but I really only got in there to watch some of the Suka streams. Most of his repost is Lucky Star. Gotcha, okay. Okay, well, it's a very... The thing about Lucky Star is it's very memeable. It's a very memeable show, and that's definitely a strong point. I mean, there's a lot of things I could think of that should be memeable that aren't, like defrag. I wish defrag was memed more than it is. Okay, Castle Cagliostro. Only thing to say about this is, I mean, it was directed by Miyazaki. It's a great movie. The Blu-ray is nice because it's got 2 dub tracks. It has the streamlined dub. Now, the streamlined dub, there was a legal battle going on, and they couldn't refer to the character as Lupin, so they just refer to him as the Wolf. And then it's got the US, or the manga video dub, which is, it's much more accurate to what the dialogue should be, and has the names right, but it's just not as good of quality as the streamlined dub, because streamline used to do hella great dubs. Most of it was Lucky Star. Okay, that's the same thing I read. I reread things because I'm slow on the uptake. Come back to Lupin the First. I was into battle shonen and seinen genre. I don't know if I've watched too much of that genre. Probably have watched some things. I'm sure there's some stuff mixed in here, but Lupin I fell into because the Castle Cagliostro. So that sort of led me to pick up the rest of the movies, even with DVDs. But most of the stuff, I want to say most of the anime stuff I've done over the years has been more of the school life comedies and slice of life, and yeah, I don't know. Although I try to get a wide variety. Let me just... Okay, Legend of the Gold of Babylon, it's a Lupin movie that's not that good. That was one of the theatrical ones. Mystery of Mamo was the first Lupin theatrical movie. One cool thing about this is it's got, like, in addition to the original theatrical audio, it's got like 3 or 4 different dubs. Seinen target audience is 18 plus, more gore and realistic. Gotcha. Okay. I might have, I don't know if I've got Seinen. I'll have to look up Seinen and see what that exactly is, because I recognize the word, but oh, well, generally, well, thanks for just saying. Okay, from shonen, history. Oh, okay, a lot of the historical stuff. Okay, yeah, One Piece, Demon. Okay, gotcha. Naruto. I gotcha. Now I gotcha. Okay. I'm wondering, would something like even though it's more of a crime thriller, well, no, it's not historical, because I was gonna say Bleach is more seinen than shonen. Okay. I was gonna say at first would Black Lagoon fall into that, but that wouldn't. I mean, it falls into the adult part, but not anything like historical type things. Anything else with Lupin? Lupin Mystery Mamo. Multiple dub tracks on this one, so it's really cool. I like multiple, I like classic dubs. I like historical dubs. I like when they're preserved, and the fact that they're preserved on this one, and they're preserved with, there's a dub track on this which was never released, released originally, which was produced, I guess, I think by Toho, and it has everyone by different names, like Jigen is called Dan Dunn. They really tried to westernize it with the dub. It's interesting. I think it's interesting. Lupin the Third, the first, is a Lupin movie that was done in CG. Black Lagoon is saying, is it? Okay, well then, yeah, I've got Black Lagoon. I love Black Lagoon, and I wish there was more Black Lagoon. And then, okay, if that's seinen, then something with these Lupins is gonna qualify as that in just a minute. I'll get to it in a moment. Lupin the Third, the first, was a theatrical. It's a CGI Lupin movie. It's really good. It is really good. It's got a good Indiana Jones vibe to it. This was a lot of fun. In fact, I had originally thought about sending a copy to my niece and nephew, but I don't really send them anything anymore. They're just not into anything. They're more into hiking. They're more into touching grass. Do you know how sad it is to have your niece and nephew, who you would like to contaminate with all this wonderful nerd stuff, be into touching grass? They're into hiking and baseball and hiking. Disappoint. So I think would fall into seinen a bit is, where is it? The woman called Fujiko Mine, and a few of the OVAs that followed it. Fujiko's Lie, Jigen's Gravestone, and Goemon's Blood Spray. I can't believe they're not iPad. Oh, well, they're iPad kids, but not the type of iPad kids we'd like. Isn't every child now an iPad? Well, yeah, they are. Oh, believe me, they've been given the iPads. They got the iPads, but they're still just, they're not into anything. They're not into anything cool. I mean, they like Nintendo Switch. That's cool. I'll give them the Nintendo Switch, but doesn't every kid that age? In fact, I think one of them, I mean, really into Mario Kart. Mario Kart's his main thing. But yeah, they're not into any of the anime. Well, I think the parents, time to talk about family. They don't know I do this even, so it doesn't matter. I had been like gifting them DVDs and stuff, and I never knew that I guess they basically weren't even giving them to the kids. And I never knew this until I had given them Jim Henson's Labyrinth, which is a great fantasy movie, and was told something about, well, give it to them about, well, maybe they can watch that when they're older. And I'm thinking, okay, I saw Labyrinth when I was in like 2nd or 3rd grade, and these kids are like in one's in 6th grade and one's in 4th or 5th grade. How is Labyrinth from Jim frickin' Henson not appropriate for kids that especially for one that's almost in middle school? You can't tell me these kids aren't watching 1,000 worse things every day. Wish I grew up with iPad. You know what? Honestly, yeah, I grew up with iPod. Yeah, except I never bought the actual iPod. I grew up with the MP3 players because I was cheaper. Yeah, wish I grew up with an iPad. You know, I don't know if I wish I would have. I'm kind of glad I didn't, because I feel like, I don't know, I just feel like I wouldn't have turned out quite, I mean, I'm already effed up as it is, so whatever. But I feel like it'd be more so. Oh yeah, so a woman called Fujiko Mine. This sort of falls into that category you were mentioning. It is, so it's got a Black Lagoon vibe. It's very adult. It's not like the typical Lupin things. It's very serious. It's very adult. Some of it is downright disturbing. In fact, it borders on, there's some stuff in this that borders on child abuse. This whole aspect of it. This is a reissue. The first edition was from Funimation, which I remember selling off my copy when I heard this one. I basically reverse scalped it. I sold off I knew the Discotheque one. This is the Discotheque reissue, which is with strict parents impossible. Well, the thing is, they're not that strict on on that. So yeah, oh, wish you grew up with okay, got it. Yeah. Well, in any case, with their parents, I don't think their parents are even that strict. So I don't... It just doesn't make sense to me. Because believe me, I wasn't sending them things that were like, adult. But I guess if it didn't have Minnie Mouse on it, it was... Or Peppa Pig or something. Ah, well, why am I getting into this? Whatever. Well, I don't send them anything anymore, but there are lots of reasons for that, and it's not just bitterness over that. Only child. Me? Yes, technically, kind of. I technically have a stepbrother and a stepsister, but I don't know them. And so I don't really talk about that. Yeah, that's all I'll say on that subject. But I'm okay with that. Yes, I'm an only child. Yeah. Yes, I was an only child. Yeah, Legend of Fujiko Mine, the compression's much better on the discotheque. I actually sold off my Funimation copy for a pretty penny, like right before this was released, just because I knew it was releasing, and I was hoping that no one else had read about it, and apparently someone didn't. So, sorry to that person. You do give me that vibe. What, the only child vibe? Really? Is there a vibe that only child people give? I guess so. I guess so. Well, I don't ever mention anything about brothers. If I'm mentioning, I think when I'm mentioning, well, yeah. So when I mention my niece and nephew, they're actually not my niece and nephew. So they are the children of my of cousins. So they're more extended niece and nephew, but I call them my niece and nephew. But unfortunately, it's one of those things where that side of the family and my side of the family weren't necessarily close, and I was doing my best trying to bridge the gap, but never really worked. So it reaches a point where you just say, forget it. Not doxing myself with any of that. It's just, you know, things happen. Okay, the Mad Maxes. Of course, the second one is further down with the R's. You seem responsible and a good head on your shoulder. Oh, not as good. I appreciate that, Red, but I wouldn't. Always doxing yourself. I'm probably not as responsible as I should be, and I definitely, the good head on my shoulder is debatable. I appreciate it, Red, but no, it's. I put on a wonderful facade. But I appreciate that. Thank you. So yeah, better edition of Fujiko. This is worth seeing. If you've never watched any Lupin stuff, this is like a soft reboot type thing, mini series. Doesn't really go anywhere but this, and it's worth your time. It stands very on its own. Although the thing about her becoming there's an episode with her becoming like the teacher at an all-girls school that was kind of odd, and it definitely got into the girl love thing. I seen worse. Gotcha. Oh well, I'm sure you've seen worse. Oh, you mean than me? Oh, okay, or than Fujiko. Well, regardless, yeah. If you mean me, then I believe it. Thanks. I mean, I believe it just because I know there are worse. Why am I saying stuff like, I don't know, nothing I'm saying today is making sense. The Mad Maxes. Okay, we'll talk about the Road Warrior later. I'll go in order here. Okay, Mad Max, this is the original MGM release. So, the MGM release, the negative part of this is there are two English soundtracks for Mad Max. If you've never seen Mad Max, or if you're unfamiliar with it, for some stupid reason, when Mad Max was brought to the United States from Australia, the distributors decided American audiences won't be able to cope with people with an Australian accent. So they redubbed the entire movie with American English actors. So, well, a lot better than me. Oh, well, I'm not so sure that I'm not so sure about that, Red. Believe me, when you talk about stocks and stuff, my head, I mean, I'm in awe of the type of stuff you do trading stocks. Seriously. I mean that genuinely. Because I never got into it in college as much as I should have, except some minor business courses, and couldn't. Yeah, I just, man, over my head. America gets really mad at people not having American accent. It sure seemed to be in this case that, well, the distributors, they thought people would. And so it's weird with Mad Max. This is such a weird situation. Mad Max was owned by Orion Pictures in the US, so I can see well, and this is where it gets kind of weird. With that, Mad Max, and we're not at the Road Warrior yet, but so the second one, Mad Max 2, the Road Warrior, Mad Max was owned by Orion. The Road Warrior is owned by Warner Brothers, which is Mad Max 2. Mad Max, even though it came out first, had not come to U.S. theaters. It hadn't been released in the U.S. Once you get involved in stock money, just feel different. Okay, well, I'll take your word for that. I'll take your word for that. Mad Max had not come out in the U.S. by the time Warner Brothers was looking to release The Road Warrior, Mad Max 2. So that's one of the reasons that The Road Warrior, Mad Max 2, was retitled The Road Warrior in America, is because Mad Max had never come to theaters, and Warner Brothers wanted to release Mad Max 2, but they couldn't release it because Mad Max wasn't here. So you got Road Warrior, and I'd have to look it up and research it. I might be saying some of this wrong, but you basically have Mad Max and The Road Warrior coming out to theaters almost the same time. And yet Orion whereas a Road Warrior, the audio is left in the Australian accent, Orion decides to dub Mad Max. So you've got this crisscross of both movies being released near a similar time, as far as I know. I could be wrong about that. If I am wrong, please someone correct me in the comments. I'm not going on Wikipedia to look it up. But as far as I know, yeah, it doesn't make sense. The redubbing, if they were coming out about the same time, or if this one was coming after, it really doesn't make sense. It makes even less sense. But that being said, before I keep getting lost in the weeds on this, the Blu-ray of Mad Max has it has 3 different audio tracks, not counting any audio commentary. It's got a 5.1 remix in DTS HD, and then it's got the Australian mono and the American mono in Dolby 2.0. So it's got the mono tracks are lossy DVD grade audio, unfortunately. It is what it is. Enter Shout Factory. So Shout Factory licenses Mad Max, and they release a special edition, or a collector's edition that most people don't buy, or they ditch really quick, because I don't know what happened with Shout Factory. But the good thing was the Shout Factory reissue of Mad Max has the audio tracks all in DTS HD, but they screwed up the picture compression. So the picture looks a lot worse. There are more ghosting artifacts. It doesn't look as good as this older MGM edition. So basically, you got an edition that sounds slightly better, depending on what audio track you want, but looks unarguably worse. Now, moving on from that, there is another edition out, 2 editions from Kino. Kino put out a 4K edition and a new Blu-ray edition of Mad Max, which I haven't purchased, and I'll tell you why. Well, Mad Max, the 4K edition, it doesn't have any HDR. It's just it's 4K resolution, but SDR color. It's not that much of an upgrade picture-wise, in my opinion. And the Blu-ray, in fact, it was so little of an upgrade that apparently they decided not even to use that 4K master for the Blu-ray, because their new remastered Blu-ray uses the same master as this and as the Shout copy. The only thing to be gained about it is it has the audio tracks I mentioned all lossless once again. So technically this is the second best Blu-ray of Mad Max. The best one is the Kino, and the least is the Shout Factory. Sorry for rambling about that one so much. Just wanted to get it out there. Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, nothing much to say about it. It's Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome in high definition. I love Beyond Thunderdome. Beyond Thunderdome is... Mad Max is a series that I think with the original trilogy, not talking about the new ones, because I still haven't watched Furiosa. I need to get... hopefully next week I can make time for that. I think the original trilogy was a series of films that got better with each one. There's arguments to be made that The Road Warrior is the best one, but I thought Beyond Thunderdome really Even though Beyond Thunderdome feels like it's two different movies, sort of squished together, it's good. I like the Mortal Kombat movie and Mario Brothers. Which Mario Brothers movie are we talking about? The old school one, the Bob Hoskins one, or and John Leguizamo, or the new one? Mortal Kombat. I loved the old Mortal Kombat movie. Oh, we're getting close to that because we're in the M's, aren't we? On the Mad Max, the only other thing I'm going to mention, Fury Road. So there are a couple different editions of this. This is the Blu-ray 3D edition, plus Blu-ray, plus DVD. I'm not the biggest fan of Fury Road because I felt like Mad Max was, I've used this term before, an extra in the live action. Now see, okay, yeah, I like it for what it is. It doesn't, now, is it accurate to Mario Brothers? Hell no. But I remember judging it harshly as a kid, but now I appreciate it. I don't have it on Blu-ray. You have to import it from Australia. There is no US Blu-ray of it, unfortunately. It was so weird and funny. Yeah. I like it for, like I said, I like it for what it is. I appreciate what they tried to do because you look at that time period and it's sort of a, how do we make something like this into a movie? I think they could have done something more accurate, but outside of animation, Mario isn't really suited for theaters. So I appreciate what they tried to do. Yeah, it was definitely weird. Goomba. And one thing I remember about it was that the princess, because this is before they started calling her Peach. It's back when we called her Princess Toadstool. I remember they took the name of the princess from the Game Boy Super Mario Land and called her Daisy. Which was, I mean, at least they didn't just insert a name that didn't fit, but there you go. So yeah, Fury Road, I'm not the biggest fan of it. I didn't like it as well. I love Tom Hardy, but I didn't like it as well as the other Mad Max movies. To me, it did feel like, I've used the term before, an extra in his own movie. I did feel like Max was a side character to Furiosa. I thought the movie was good enough, though. Mad Madness, hello there. Welcome in, Super Shops. Welcome in. Wow, I've been yapping for almost 4 hours already. But welcome in. I can't believe I've been talking this long. There is another edition of this called like the Black and Chrome edition. I guess the director, George Miller, decided he wanted to redo it in black and white. Whatever. I don't get that, but whatever. You think it looks cool? That's cool. As far as 3D, it's a good looking 3D. It's not the best 3D, but it's a good looking 3D. Couple right here I'll just mention real quick, and Made in Abyss, some of that's going to be on the next one. Mad Monster Party. This is one a lot of people have missed over the years. This is, so Rankin Bass, you know, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, etc. They did a Halloween themed movie that they put into theaters. Yeah, keeping me entertained while I work. Oh boy. Well, enjoy your work. Glad I can do something for you. Excuse me. So Mad Monster Party. It's a Rankin Bass Halloween movie. It went to theaters. It has a great theme song. It has a mad large library. Yeah, too many. This is one of those things that I feel like I keep for posterity. Mad Monster Party is not, it's the type of animated movie that should have been really good. Features the voice of Boris Karloff. It's not that great, and it's too bad because it kind of gains steam right at the end, and then it ends with a really bizarre, dark ending that you never would have saw coming. That's all I can really say. And the theme song is good. I love the theme song. That's one I'd like to hear some people do karaoke for Halloween. Of course, I'd be suggesting that in streams and no one would know what I was talking about. I almost started singing it. Glad I didn't. Made in Abyss. This is the first season. Y'all know what Made in Abyss is. Well, hopefully. Maybe you don't. Okay, Made in Abyss, fun fantasy anime series. Deceptively cute. I've always called this one deceptively cute because it starts off, if you've watched it, you know it gets super, super dark. By like super, super, super dark. In fact, the stuff with the little the kids being like turned into those deformities just gut wrenching at times. Oh, and then yeah, so Made in Abyss, the series, and this is the movie collection. The theatrical collection has the movie that covers the or is it 3 movies? Is it 1 or 3? It's 3 movies. It's got the 2 movies that cover Made in Abyss is good and dark. Yeah. The movies, though, boy. So the first 2 movies just are recaps of the first season. That 3rd movie, though, where the one character, I can't remember, where he's using those kids like to prolong for his own power in his life and making them suffer in pain or whatever and putting them in those backpacks. That just, oh, man, that was gut-wrenching. That was just damn disturbing. That was one of those things that really haunted me too. After I watched that was one of those things that just really stuck, kept itching my mind. And of course, Made in the I almost said something different than Made in Abyss there. And I don't know why. I guess I'm really, I'm really tired. Made in Abyss, the Golden City of the Scorching Sun, 2nd season. I'm going to be honest, my problem with the 2nd season is I wish it would have gone more than just being centered in that one city. I wish it would have moved forward a little more. So I hope whatever they've got coming next fills that void. Magnificent Seven, nothing much to say about this. There is a newer remaster of the original Magnificent Seven, but this one looks fine. This is set from, now, I don't know if it's got, I think it's got the mono mix for the first film, but it's Dolby Digital. You probably like Dororo, Hell Paradise, and Parasite. God, have I seen any of those? Okay, I've heard of Dororo, because I know that it was owned by Sentai here in the States. Same as Made in Abyss. Hell Paradise, I don't know if I'm familiar with. Parasite, I've heard of. I don't think I'm familiar with Hell Paradise. They seinen? Okay. Well, Dororo I've heard of, for sure. Okay, dark, gotcha. I'll have to check them out. I'll keep my eyes open. When it comes to anime, I wind up doing a lot of, especially Sentai releases. I do a lot of blind buys when they run their sales, because SentaiFilmworks.com, when they run sales, sometimes they run sales. I mean, I've gotten big limited collector's editions for like $10. Seasons between 10 and 15 a piece. They do some really nice sales. It's easy to overspend. Magnificent Seven, only thing to say about this is the collection of all 4 of the movies. This is one of those unfortunate series. You'll be watching seinen and don't even know it. Yeah, apparently. Well, yeah, I don't know all the terms, unfortunately. The original Magnificent Seven was based on the Seven Samurai. It was the Seven Samurai done as a Western, and it's great. The sequels, not so much, because the sequels, they tried to go cheap. They didn't want to pay to bring the cast back, so they'd bring back like one person for Return of the Magnificent Seven. So it wasn't really a Return of the Seven. No, it was Return of the Magnificent Seven. Well, in any case, they've got that wrong, I'm sure. Yeah, and they came later, too. I'm looking 60 and then 66 for the second one. They came later, didn't bring back most of the cast. They all felt cheaper. They just kept going downhill. So, really, the only one you need to see is the first one, and you watch the other. It's sort of like Jaws. You watch the others just because. Magnificent Warriors with Michelle Yeoh. It's okay. It billed itself as being an adventure, sort of like Indiana Jones. I didn't see that to it. It was, like I said, it's okay. Maid Sama, funny anime, not much else to say about it. Girl who works at a maid cafe and really hates doing that. Okay. All right, moving on to my ABBA. Mamma Mia. The movie that stole the plot of Buona Sera, Mrs. Campbell, and never gave it credit. Mamma Mia, I'm not going to call this a guilty pleasure because Mamma Mia is a fun movie. Mamma Mia is a good musical, and it's ABBA, so Mamma Mia is a musical for people who hate musicals because it's ABBA. And yes, I do have the gift set. Unfortunately, it shows as being the gift set. I have to keep it just the Blu-ray out of the gift set. When I bought this, it was at a discount store and all the box sets were crushed. And then I tried to order a replacement from Walmart and swap it out. And what Walmart sent me was crushed even more. So unfortunately, it had a really nice gift box and I can't keep it in it. But this edition includes the soundtrack CD. So yay. Mamma Mia, Here We Go Again is a movie that should not exist. Mamma Mia, Here We Go Again sucks. The music is good. The movie sucks. The movie, they seem to have forgotten their own, don't know why white chicks and European gigolo pop up in my thoughts. I have only seen bits and pieces of those, never seen them all the way through. I know white chicks enough because it's been brought up recently. European gigolo, that was Deuce Bigelow. Yeah, okay, that was Rob Schneider, wasn't it? Oh no, I did see I did see Deuce Bigelow. I did see it. Okay, yes, I did, but it's been so long I don't remember it. I know I saw it though. Yeah, Mamma Mia, Here We Go Again. Yeah, funny comedy. Mamma Mia, Here We Go Again. They ignored a bunch of their lore in the first one. They wrote a plot that kind of was stupid. It feels like the cast of the original were just brought in to shoot a couple of scenes. It feels like you're watching one of those old, like 1990s or maybe 2000, probably 1990s more, one of those reunion movies where they do a reunion, a made-for-TV reunion movie of an old TV show that was canceled, and where they bring him in and then they have a bunch of flashback scenes. It felt like that. That's what it felt like. It didn't click. And there were parts where they contradicted their own lore. So, and the artwork was terrible. The poster for that thing, completely photoshopped. They just took every single actor and cut them out and pasted them all together as if they were in a group photo and never were. You could tell. You could tell it's just been photoshopped together. Man Who Could Cheat Death. This is a good Hammer horror film about a man basically using people to extend his own life. Sort of like a Frankenstein thing, but trying to find the secret to eternal youth. This is a reissue. This is the Kino version. There was originally a release from, I think it was Legend, and it was really, it was more compressed and had lossy audio. And I seem to remember trying to get my hand, or I had bought in, it had scratch discs and never getting a good one and giving up. For the Kino, for the Legend Films one. Yeah, good movie. The Manchurian Candidate. This should be required viewing. This is the original Manchurian Candidate from 1962, director John Frankenheimer. The Manchurian Candidate is just a fantastic movie. This is just now this is the Criterion reissue. There was originally an edition from MGM, which started as a Best Buy exclusive. Then there was the Criterion Blu-ray from which was a remaster, and there is a 4K version that does not have any, there isn't a matching Blu-ray. It's 4K on its own from Kino. I think that has to do with the distribution deal with Criterion. If you've never seen Manchurian Candidate, it's it might be the greatest political thriller ever. Says drama. No, this is a political thriller, and it's great. Manhunter. You know, I didn't mean to go through these movie by movie, but I'm stuck doing it again, aren't I? I'm doing it again. I'm doing what I said I wouldn't do again. I'm sorry. My apologies, chat. Boring. I know. Manhunter. Okay. I mentioned this before. I'm going to mention another VTuber. I mentioned this to Sai. Cyan Aria, if you've never watched her channel, you should give her a watch. I don't have her link. Manhunter is the first Hannibal Lecter movie. Did you buy all your Blu-ray from retails, or you found some in yard sale too? I'm trying to think. No, all my Blu-rays have been retailers. They've all been retail. Some of them have been... I'm really weird when it comes to used discs because I'm such a stickler on scratches. Yeah, they've all been retail, but that doesn't mean they're expensive because I buy them. I do buy them discount. In addition to, I used to get stuff from Big Lots. Don't get that anymore. I used to get. Thank you, Red. Thanks for giving her a nod. And this came up. I brought this up to her once before because this is the first Hannibal Lecter movie. But I used to get stuff from like places like Big Lots. I used to do a lot of Black Friday sales when you used to see more, yeah, Matt and sales. And there's a place called, well, a lot of times the actual manufacturers. I mentioned Sentai. Sentai Filmworks was a great place to get, they run their own anime products on sales quite often, and sometimes their sales suck, but when their sales are good, they are damn good. And I pick up a lot from, there's a place called Hamilton Books. They do a lot of discount stuff, and they get when they, it's hard to say. They'll get lots and they'll buy things on discounted lots and then resell them for real megs. What I meant, Metal Gear was right all wrong. What was Metal Gear right about? What did I miss? Metal Gear Solid gave me all the politic I need in a video game. Oh, okay, gotcha. I missed that. Wow. Okay, well, I've never played the Metal Gear Solids. I've only briefly played the NES one, and I should play through that on stream. I should play through the Metal Gear Solids, get the Steam versions or the GOG versions. Hamilton's good for cheapies, and I mentioned Kino a lot. Kino, they run sales pretty often throughout the year on a lot of their stuff and sell their Blu-rays, stuff that they're normally selling for like 20, 30 bucks, they'll have for 10 bucks a piece. With usually, I think the shipping cut off for free shipping was like 50 bucks, but it was always pretty easy to fill that bucket. At least it was for me. Usually, sometimes I didn't, obviously. It's absolutely insane because if you hear back Metal Gear and their political talk, it has actually come true. I don't doubt that for a second. It's scary how accurate it is. Not gonna lie, those yard sales be having some crazy stuff. The problem, Red, there aren't any good yard sales, it seems, in my area. My area has a lot of them, but every one I go to has just been like clothing and stuff. And I don't know. I used to buy used clothing, do the Goodwill thing, but that's another thing too. I used to hit my Goodwill all the time. I haven't, since I moved to a new area, I have not hit any Goodwills. Hideo Kojima is a genius. I'm probably mispronouncing that. Well, I'm going to tell you, you can argue that a lot of the stuff in the Manchurian Candidates come through, and there is another one, which we're coming to when we get to the S's, which is John Frankenheimer, also called 7 Days in May. And I don't mean to get political, but you can make the argument that 7 Days in May, outside of the kidnapping part, that we saw that a few years ago happen. Because basically it's about the military trying to orchestrate a coup over the president and not caring what the voters think or anything because they know what's best. It feels like we've gone down that road more and more. Well, in my opinion, I don't want to get into that. I found rare Pokemon cards, games, and art pieces. Nice, nice. I used to see games, but I don't see as much console games at the ones I check anymore. And of course, you can't check Goodwill. The problem with Goodwill anymore is now Goodwill knows, thanks to the internets, Goodwill knows what's worth money and what isn't, so you can't ever find good deals there. Those rich old folks be selling them cheap, really. See, and that's my thing, Red. I used to tell myself I need to check them more in this. Speaking of rich older folks, I kept telling myself I need to check them in this area for laser discs. Because I know there was a time when you used to see laser discs cheap in garage sale. And I'm in a region that has an abundance of the boomers and older. And I keep hoping that, I keep thinking I need to check their garage sales just to find laser discs. Even those Japanese giant 5-foot vase for a few hundred worth a few grand. Yeah. I've watched some of the not Antiques Roadshow, but Antiques Road Trip in Britain, where I've seen some of the stuff like that. That makes me sound like a boomer watching Antiques Road Trip. It was cathartic, okay? It was a relaxing, cathartic show. Hydration break. So Manhunter. This is the second. I used to have, there was a Blu-ray from MGM that was a version of the theatrical cut. I kind of wish I would have held on to it, but I sold it some years ago. Manhunter is something I mentioned to Sai, because our good friend Cyan Aria, she is into the Hannibal Lecter stuff. Taller than Sarah and Sai for sure. Oh, boy. Oh, man, that was visual. Oh, boy. Manhunter. So Manhunter is the first Hannibal Lecter movie. It does not have oh my gosh, why am I forgetting who starred as Hannibal Lecter? Why is this in Silence of the Lambs? Why is this happening to me? Shoot. Okay. Silence of the Lambs. Here, we'll come back to it. Anthony Hopkins. Thank you. Okay. Anthony Hopkins was not in Manhunter. Manhunter starred Brian Cox as Hannibal Lecter, and it's based on the book Red Dragon, which was the first of the Hannibal Lecter books. But they didn't call it Red Dragon because they thought, and now this is 1986, it comes out, it was made a couple years before Silence of the Lambs. And at the time, they thought the title Red Dragon, everyone would think it was a martial arts film. So they retitled it Manhunter. Stars William Peterson, who went on to do, oh gosh, now I can't remember the show. Forget it. I'm not going to try. Okay, it stars William Peterson, who does great as William Graham. It's directed by Michael Mann, who Michael Mann was mainly known for Miami Vice. And he's directed a lot of stuff since, like Heat. Manhunter is just a great movie. It is a great crime thriller. It's probably going to say, no, it doesn't say horror. It says thriller, mystery, crime. I would say that more than horror. There's nothing gruesome about this movie. It's just a good thriller. I don't know how accurate it is to Red Dragon because I've never read the book. I know it's a lot different than the movie, but this, if you want a good crime thriller and you like Hannibal Lecter, please see Manhunter. You owe it to yourself. Now, that being said, there are a few versions of Manhunter, and there's another one on the way. You have the original theatrical cut. Then there was a television version, which was dubbed the director's cut. Have you watched Hardcore Pawn? I've never watched Hardcore Pawn. I've never watched any of those, like Pawn Stars or anything like that. The only thing I've done was Antiques Road Trip, and that was because I don't know why it was on my Amazon. I was on Pluto, and it just sounded interesting with them driving around the country and competing with each other, buying stuff, taking it to auction, and whoever would get the most money would win the day. That sort of thing. I liked the competition aspect to it. But then it felt really staged as seasons went on. But Manhunter, so there are a few different versions of it. A TV cut that was called the director's cut. Then there was a director's cut with the director recut, which is basically the version that's on here. This version here has a version of the theatrical cut. I have to say a version. And the last iteration of the director's cut. Michael Mann lately seems to want to keep recutting this a la George Lucas. Before I mention the theatrical cut, well, let me just say I prefer the theatrical cut and this version of the theatrical cut. What do I mean by version of the theatrical cut? Well, I'll come back to that. The director's cut, the part of the problem with the director's cut is some of the footage only exists on a tape source. So there are a few scenes where the quality goes way, way, way down. Yeah, the title got me to watch it. Nice. I was thinking, you know, at first when you typed that, Red, and it was something since it was in the hood. Really? Okay. I'll have to look for it sometime. I saw that when you typed that title, I thought you were just trying to trick me into saying if I'd watched hardcore, the other word that YouTube would probably flag me for. Pornography. Yeah, I thought you were just trying to mess with me and get me to mispronounce it. Because the brain works in mysterious ways. So the director's cut of Manhunter, quality goes down in a few scenes. That sucks. Number two, it tacks on an ending, an extended ending that isn't necessary, and I think not a real show. I'll have to look it up sometime. It tacks on an ending that, I don't know, it wasn't necessary. In fact, none of the extra scenes are necessary, but most importantly, the director's cut, yeah, I know the brain is impressed. Yeah, no, mine is smooth as silk. The director's cut also removes a dialogue exchange that is very key to the plot, and it's one which was like one of the most quoted things. And I remember when I first heard of the director's cut, everyone was complaining that it was removed, and everyone was saying you gotta find the theatrical cut. Well, the problem was back in the days of DVD, the theatrical cut that had first been released wasn't the true theatrical cut. It was like a theatrical cut B, which was missing that exchange and added some other footage for no reason. And then you've got this version, which is almost theatrical cut C. This version of the theatrical cut from Shout Factory has all the right footage. It's got all the footage for the theatrical cut. It's not missing any dialogue exchanges. But the opening that happens pre-credits in the original theatrical cut looked perfect and clear, and for some reason Michael Mann insisted that it be changed for this Blu-ray to make it look more like it was a camcorder. So unfortunately you got about 30 seconds of footage, not much, that's been visually altered, and it doesn't ruin it, and it's something that if you didn't remember, if you didn't know the older version, you wouldn't have ever noticed it. So it's okay. But Manhunter, I think this is out of print too. Let me check. Oh yeah, it's very out of print. It is extremely out of print. In any case, Manhunter, really recommend it. You'll probably have to find a copy to stream it because out of print and then some. Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, nothing to say about that except Disney overcleaned it. It's not just that it's waxy, it's got frozen grain. There are scenes where you can see where the grain is there and it doesn't move. Excuse me. Oh. I am wearing out my throat. Really shouldn't do these 73-hour yap sessions, should I? Makia, When the Promised Flower Blooms. I am just going to, all I'm going to say about this anime movie, if you've seen it, you know. If you haven't seen it, bring tissues, because I cried like a tiny baby. I don't think, and I'll admit, I cried, okay? I cried. I'm serious. This movie, and I don't know, maybe I had a fever at the time. I don't care. This movie made me cry. This movie was just so, read this, your brain is so powerful that it can read sentences with mixed up words. Thank you, Red. I'd seen something before. My Brian is very powerful. It is sad. Yeah, Makia just made me cry. And the ending honestly, the ending made me feel even worse. It just made me, with her coming back to him without saying any, without spoiling it, but with her basically coming back at his ending and then moving on, it broke my heart even more. Time, it mixed up Kimmy. Yeah, it mixed up. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Sadly, I do not have Life of Brian on Blu-ray. I only have that on DVD. In the Brian talk. Yeah, so Makia, yeah. Bring tissues, man. Because you're going to cry. And if you don't cry, I don't trust you. I better see Kimmy on Kimi no Nawa on your list. I don't think I have that. I don't think so. No, we've already passed the K's. So unless there's an alternate US title, I do not. Let me look it up. Let's see. What? No. Oh, is it Your Name? Not smooth anymore. Your Name is the English title. Okay. I could tell you no, I don't have it. That's one I could tell you that I've been eyeballing it. I've been waiting for a good Funimation sale. So sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, and even Makia. I'm going to tell you, Makia, I picked up on, I mentioned Hamilton Books before. They got in some of these Shout Factory G Kids animes, and I picked it up on, I don't think they've got any more, but it was $3 on, $3 brand new on Hamilton, so thank goodness for the $3. Garden of Words, no, I don't have it. I've heard of Garden of Words. I know it's a Sentai release. Marathon Man. If you are afraid of the dentist, do not see this movie. It's psychological thriller. It's also a bit of a political thriller. It is where the oft-quoted or once oft-quoted line of dialogue, "Is it safe?" came from. The art is really good on that one too. Okay. I'll keep my eyes open next Sentai sale. I know it's one I've passed on before. Marshall Club, not much to say about this one. The only thing, it's a Shaw Brothers movie. It has the English dub and the, I don't know if the Cantonese or the Manchurian. Why do we fear the dentist? Oh, Kimmy, you watch Marathon Man, you will fear the dentist. I mean, it's not like the horror movie. There is a horror movie. In fact, there's 4 of them called The Dentist. I don't know anything about that. I've never seen it. I will never see it. But Marathon Man involves a basically using dentistry as torture, trying to find out if a certain stash of money has been uncovered. And it is, oh, I don't like the dentist. Yeah, this is Marathon Man is effed up. It's good. Okay, it's not like it's gruesome. Marathon Man, now the dentist is gruesome. They just want to pull your teeth out. Oh, well, this one involves a lot of drill. And it is, oh, I like Marathon Man, though. Marathon Man's good. Roy Scheider's in it, too, for root canal procedure. Oh, I've never had a root canal. In fact, I'm going to tell you, I've said this before, and I don't know if I've said it on stream. Oh, heck no, Dennis got the good stuff to knock you out. Oh, well, Kimmy, you want to hear my disturbing dentist story? Because you're getting it. I don't know if I said this on stream before. It bears repeating. So I still have all my wisdom teeth. I went to the dentist to complain about them because they were pushy on my other teeth, and I still have them. And I think they still cause me headaches. I will never have them removed after what happened. So I go in there and the Diddy dentist, no. So, excuse me for a So I go there, it's just a consultation, ask about them. Yeah, they need to come out. Yeah, they're probably causing you headaches. So they talk about, you know, not needing to knock you out. And I basically say, well, I just said something about, well, I'd kind of rather be out. But then they said something that scared the hell out of me. It wasn't about the pain reliever or anything. He and his hygienist was there. And she was like, oh yeah, and nodding along with this. Said something along the lines of, oh no, we don't knock you out, but we give you something where you don't remember any of it. That scared the hell out of me. The idea that they're basically going to give you something along the lines of a roofie, where you might have the most pain you've had in your life, but you're not going to remember it. Maybe something else will happen there, but you'll only remember it in nightmares. You'll only remember pieces of it. They made me count 10 backwards. Well, they didn't give me that. Like I said, mine are still in. I thought, yeah, that was the thing. I would have rather been put under. If they were going to drug me up where I wouldn't feel it, that was one thing. But they said, oh, we give you something where you'll be awake for it, but you won't remember any of it. We don't put you under, you just won't remember it. That is terrifying to me. That's like date grape drug type stuff. Matt, well, no, but theoretically, Red, you're right. Because that's what could have happened. If it's a case where you're not going to remember the procedure, but we're not putting you out, who knows? Yeah, so Kimmy, I wish they would have just made me count to 10 backwards. I would have taken that in a heartbeat. And if they would have said, no, we don't put anyone under, but we just numb the area, I could have lived with that. But the whole thing of you're not going to remember it, F no, never went back to that dentist again. I think it's went to 3. Negative 3, yeah. To 3. Yeah, most people I hear when they have you count backwards, it cuts out before you ever get to 1. So I was saying the Marshall Club, it's got the English dub, but apparently the English dub is missing some bits, so it switches back and forth, but it's fine. Who's this released from? It's not Arrow. This might be an 88 Films. Yeah, 88 Films. I don't have many Blu-rays from them. I passed 0. Oh, so you got to negative 3. I thought you said you just got to 3. Wow. That's impressive. I would have thought they would have been impressed at that. Or hire a new anesthesiologist. What are you doing letting them get that far? Okay. Mary and the Witch's Flower. I have not seen this. This is this was a blind buy I picked up on, is it Studio Ghibli? No, it's not. I haven't seen this. I picked up as a blind buy on Hamilton book, again, for like $2 or $3. So, me no Diddy, please. Well, this is before the Diddy stuff came out, so this was several years ago. I was fighting it the best I could. You had something to prove? You wanted to prove they couldn't knock you out? I hear you. I probably would have been doing the same thing, too. Mary Poppins, nothing much to say. Disney's been recycling the same transfer ever since. I don't think there's a 4K version of Mary Poppins. Let me check. Mary Poppins. No. They're still... So this is the only... Wow. They've only had one edition of Mary Poppins outside of a limited steelbook. Well, Disney gonna Disney. Masters of the Universe, 1987. This goes back to what, and starring Dolph Lundgren as He-Man. Yep. What do you say about this? Matt woke up with pain from bottoms. No, man, I was out of there so fast. I just let him finish the cleaning, and that was it. I let him schedule an appointment, and then I never went back. I called him up and canceled. And my wisdom teeth are with me, and I'm just fine. I'll deal with the headaches. Masters of the Universe. I mentioned this earlier. Canon Films. Canon Films, God bless them. So they optioned Masters of the Universe, which was a big property in the 80s. He-Man was big. Okay? The problem is they optioned it right at the end of the original He-Man life cycle. So this was a period where Mattel wanted new lifeblood, but the audience was already gone. Or going. And another problem was they didn't want He-Man, they didn't want to use it. They were told not to use with the story any of the Filmation stuff. They were basically supposed to use just the lore of the toys. Well, the toys didn't have a huge lore compared to the animated series. So eventually, I think as time passed, eventually as they realized they had a problem, they allowed them to use more stuff. They allowed them to do more stuff with it and come up with stuff outside of the toy lore. And so you wound up with a story that was just another fish out of water thing. It's the people from Eternia get transported to Earth and now have to find their way home because of the cosmic key or something. It stars a very young Courtney Cox, but 1987, so very much before Friends. Generally, it looks good. It's high production value. The soundtrack is fantastic. Well, the score. There is a much better poster than the theatrical poster they used on this Blu-ray. Ran out of money at the end, and they tried to put the ending together, and it works, but I don't know. It feels like you could tell that the lights had turned off. But yeah, this is one of the things that put Canon Films out of business. It was the failure of Life Force, Masters of the Universe, and pretty much Superman 4. Oh, and it's a shame, too, because on the subject of Canon Films had optioned Captain America and Spider-Man. So just imagine, before Sony or Disney or anything, well, we did get a 90s Captain America movie. I covered that on my first Blu-ray stream, and it was based on that Canon Films license, but it was through some Century 21 Entertainment, which was one of the Golan Globus members of Canon, and it was just too under budget to do anything. But just imagine if Canon Films wouldn't have failed, and we would have gotten high-budget Spider-Man and Captain America movies, or at least decent budget, mid-budget Spider-Man and Captain America movies in the very late 80s or early 90s. I think that would have been awesome. I want late 80s Spider-Man movie. Okay. Matinee. I'm not going to mention much about this, but I do need to say so. It says horror. Okay, Matinee is not a horror. Matinee is a drama/comedy. It is not a horror. Basically, it's about a film producer. I don't know, today current film market is in a pretty rough place. Yeah. Yeah, I know it. Today, yeah, I know. I don't watch much of today's stuff. I will say that if Canon Films would have survived at least longer, though, we might have had some cool stuff then in the, yeah, very rough place. We might have had some cool stuff from Canon in the night. I guess what I'm saying, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm saying if Canon Films would have survived, we would have gotten some pretty neat stuff from them in the 90s. Now, I think Canon Films would eventually folded, but we would have gotten some pretty nifty stuff, because Canon Films put out some pretty nifty stuff beyond, I mean, I mentioned Life Force, but, well, we're coming up to it, like Missing in Action. Canon Films did some good B movies that could have been A movies, and B movies they tried to make into A movies. I don't know how else to put it. I really don't. But, well, I guess the way to put it is, if you look at, if you'd seen them, if you looked at Masters of the Universe and you look at the production value of it, which it does have good production value, and if you looked at, yeah, along the way, probably, yeah, if you look at the production value of Masters of the Universe and no Minion movie, no, I don't have any of the Minions, sorry. If you look at the production value on this and on Life Force, you can see that a Spider-Man movie from them would have been really good. In the same breath, if you look at the production value on Superman 4, because they had to slash its budget, which we'll get to that someday, yeah, that's just, Superman 4 is just sad. That's where that's the one they should have poured most of their money into, and they didn't. Minion is so fun. Yeah, okay, have I even seen Minions? Okay, let me think. I know, we're going to put this in the Miku category. I've seen bits and pieces. I don't know if I ever saw, I don't know if I've seen any of the, any of that entire franchise. I can't think of the names of the other movies with Stephen Carell before the Minions movie. I don't think I've seen any of them. I think I saw like the first half of the first one. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm getting canceled for everything tonight. Jericho Miles Alvarez, welcome in, welcome in. Shatter from Code Orange, A Memory Lived On for Bray Wyatt. Okay. Despicable Me, thank you, Red. Shatter from Code Orange, A Memory Lived On for Bray Wyatt. WWE. Oh, okay. I remember the name Bray Wyatt. Most of my wrestling knowledge, though, goes out the window after WCW closed up shop, because I was always a WCW fanboy. Despicable Me. Yeah, don't bonk me over that. I'm sorry. Yeah, I saw the first, I want to say I saw the first half of Despicable Me and never saw the rest of it. That's pretty awful. That's pretty awful. But I'll make up for it. I'll tell you, it's been a good day since we discovered some of the best. I read many pages of Da Vinci Code. Okay. I'm not a big fan of Da Vinci Code. It's one of those books that and things that never rubbed me the right way, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. Oh, in Da Vinci. Okay. Yeah, in Da Vinci's Code. Okay, well, the Da Vinci... Yeah, Da Vinci Code wasn't my... Going straight for the heart attack. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Kimmy. I'm sorry. If it makes you feel any better, I have seen all the Shreks. The only one I haven't seen is the second Puss in Boots movie. I saw the first Puss in Boots movie, but not the second. The recent one. Which you're probably going to hate me for that, too. Of course, who hasn't seen the Shreks? If you haven't seen it, well, I think I have seen some streamers who don't know, who have never seen Shrek beyond memes. That's kind of... so yeah, Matinee. Okay, let me just real quick on Matinee. LOL, if only if you rub Matt the right way, will you like it? That what he said. Wait, what? Sarah, wait, what? Okay, I am so lost now. That what he said. Wait, I don't understand. What? Wait, okay. I get it now. I get it. It took me a while to catch on. That was about Jericho's comment. Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's one of those things from, because a lot of y'all know I'm a Christian. It's one of those, it didn't square right with my faith, so. Sarah never watched Shrek. Sarah, was it Sarah? Okay, yeah, I don't know. I can't condemn it. And the thing is, I can't condemn Sarah because I've never watched Miku. That said, if Sarah ever finds out that I have never seen Miku and she tries to convince me, I'm going to throw the Shrek thing. Then the Shrek, that will be the ammo that I hold on to. I'm a Christian, a very bad one. I'm not the best, bro. So, yeah. Loading Matt. What I do? What I do? What did I do, Kimmy? Yeah, I'm definitely not the best example, Red, so I make that clear. But that being said, Matinee, it's worth your time if you haven't seen it because it makes fun of the 50s horror. She's just saying you have loading brain. Yeah, I'm very slow. I'm slow on the uptake today. Ay. I've been yapping for too long, but I'm not stopping just yet. Matinee. So Matinee is basically I don't know if y'all know who William Castle is. William Castle made like sci-fi horror movies in the 60s and 50s, and they were gimmick filled. So like he did something called The Tingler, and he put these vibrating seats in chairs to make people think that the Tingler was coming to get them. He did the original House on Haunted Hill, where he had a contest at the beginning of the movie where if you can find the house, you win a prize. No worries, just enjoy life as long as not harming anyone intentionally. You're gonna help. Well, for me, it goes a little deeper than that, but yeah. I try not to. Yeah. But Matinee, in any case, it's, Tingler did. Well, that's the thing. I almost said vibrators in the seats, and that's not what I meant. He had put things in the theaters to like vibrate the chairs when it was. And there was a segment of the movie where it went to black, and it was quick. The Tingler's loose in this theater. You need to scream now to chase it away. So he'd do things like that. These gimmicky, stupid things. Well, Matinee was basically based around him with this. Film producer played by John Goodman, who is producing a movie called Mant, about half ant, half man. And so it's a movie within a movie. It's got this black and white horror sci-fi movie that he's bringing to a small that he's bringing to Key West in Florida, and all of this is happening right in the middle of the Cuban Missile Crisis. So he's using the Cuban Missile Crisis, if you know anything about history, as a backdrop for his movie Mant, and how this nuclear attack is maybe going to lead to it happening, and basically just playing on people. It's wonderful. It's it's a creative movie. Satirical. John Goodman at his best. Worth seeing. The Matrix. I don't need to say anything about The Matrix. It's The Matrix. That said, I only have the first Matrix on Blu-ray. I never liked any of the sequels. I didn't like any of the sequels for The Matrix. I think the first one stands fine on its own. My only thing I'll say about this Blu-ray, it is based on the revised color scheme where they added in a bunch of green. The original theatrical prints didn't have that. It'd be nice if we had the original theatrical prints. Now, I need to take a hydration break before we get to the next one, because the next one is near and dear to my heart. This is a Ronin Flix exclusive. It is now available from, well, now you can buy it anywhere, Amazon, whatever. Well, not anywhere, but Amazon. Yeah, it was previously released by Twilight Time, but this is a better transfer. This is The Mechanic, starring Charles Bronson, not to be confused with the Jason Statham Mechanic remake. Directed by Michael Winner. Those of you who were here when I talked about Death Wish, you know who Michael Winner is. Michael Winner was, he was very pervy. He abused, he was abusive to female actresses, including forcing Marina Sirtis to lay naked on top of a car in the freezing cold for hours while he set up lights, and refusing to allow her to be covered just because he didn't like her or something. But that said, Michael Winner made a couple masterpieces, well, what I consider masterpieces, and The Mechanic is the big one. The Mechanic, which is about a paid assassin taking on a younger assistant as he's aging out. It is, I don't know what to say about this movie other than this is fantastic. If you've never seen a Charles Bronson movie, if you don't know who, yeah, Hollywood is effed up, and Michael Winner is effed up too. And the sad thing is, excuse me, there's so many things. Can that mechanic fix a car? Oh no, not that type of mechanic. In fact, I think that's one of the lines in it. Are you familiar with the term mechanic? No, but it is a fixer, because he fixes the problems and making them go away as a paid assassin, and doing it in such a way that most of the times it looks like an accident. Charles Bronson, he's good at fixing a woman's bike. I love Charles Bronson is really, I was always a Charles Bronson fan. Michael Winner, the director, yeah, not so much. And the sad thing is, I'm going to say Michael Winner. It's too bad he was such a sleaze, because there's so many things. I mean, he did a couple movies, this and Death Wish, that are great, and probably some other great movies. And I loved his, even though I hated all the grape scenes that ruined Death Wish 2, I loved his attitude about Death Wish 2, just going back to that, because his attitude about Death Wish 2 was the critics complained that it was too violent and too pervy and grapey, and his answer was, okay, then I'm going to make the sequel worse. He basically tripled down just to give them a middle finger. And a part of me really, I hate it and I love it at the same time. But that said, sleaze. Sleaze. What the Marina Sirtis thing, never, it's disgusting. But yeah, The Mechanic, if you've never seen a Charles Bronson movie, if you don't know who Charles Bronson is, please take the time to find this and stream it and watch it, because The Mechanic is fantastic. I can't say enough about it. That was my first Charles Bronson movie, and that is the one that I'd always heard it was great from family members, but man, yeah. Megazone 23, I don't know much about this. I just recently started watching this. It's a trilogy of OVAs. It's from the same studio that did Bubblegum Crisis and Bubblegum Crash, which I haven't seen either. I've got those on pre-order right now. It's released by Animego or Animago. They were recently purchased or merged with Media OCD, so good quality. And like I said, I haven't seen this. I've started watching it. I didn't get far into it just because I've been streaming so much. The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, my favorite anime franchise of all time. That said, some notes about the Blu-ray. Because there always have to be. It's Funimation turned Crunchyroll, so there's got to be notes. I know there were some older editions from Bandai. I don't know enough about them to talk about them. I can tell you everything that's right and everything that's wrong with this. What's right about it is presented not in the original broadcast order, but in the 2009 rebroadcast order. The series was originally broadcast out of sequence, which for whatever reason. Season 2, for those of you who are familiar, doesn't take place afterwards. It's all little bits that take place in between parts of season 1. So when it was rebroadcast in 2009, the entire series was rebroadcast in continuity order. That's something that I feel it got right, because I don't know if I would have enjoyed it outside of continuity order. What it gets wrong is, except for the opening and the closing sequences on season 1, which were remastered in high definition, the episodes themselves for season 1, the bulk of them, are upscaled, and they're not from standard definition, and they're not the best upscales. They don't have any combing artifacts, but the frame rate and stuff just look off. It's just off. And also another problem with it is the audio mixing is different on season 1 and season 2, and in terms of the volume level. So you have to be ready if you're just watching it all on the disc, because if it jumps from a season 1 episode to a season 2, it'll get really loud. Or maybe it's vice versa. I can't remember. Memories. All I'm going to say about this, Discotek release, and they did a great job restoring it, because a lot of this was shot on tape and edited on tape, and their restoration is great. Excuse me. Gosh, I've really talked too long. My throat is going, but I'm not stopping yet. Maybe we can finish the M's. Metal Storm, the destruction of Jared's sin in 3D. Memories pressed between the pages of my mind. Elvis Presley. Not those memories, but yeah. It's actually, it's a trilogy of short films. It's a compilation. So it's 3 different, not even really related, sort of sci-fi stories. I don't even understand the title of Memories for it, but it's good. Metal Storm, the destruction of Jared's sin. Okay, so this was directed by Charles Band, guy who went on to do Full Moon Entertainment, Puppet Master movies. He did a sci-fi thing. It's a post-apocalyptic sci-fi wannabe Mad Maxy thing, but with more creatures, and he did it in 3D. So here's the problem. First of all, the movie itself, memories sweetened through the ages just like wine. Just wanted to make one more reference. Carry on. No problem, Super Shops. It is a stupid movie, as you can see by the 5.5 stars. But it's a fun movie. The problem is it's a movie you need to see in 3D to appreciate, because it's good, gimmicky 3D. That being said, this Blu-ray is not a good 3D to watch. It isn't restored very well. It was released by Shout Factory, and instead of bringing in 3D specialists like the 3D Film Archive to restore it, they went the cheapy route and just tried to fix it themselves, and they put a little note on it like there being differences between the right and left eye things, and they don't line up. The eyes are misaligned, and the result is, instead of it giving you a 3D image, it'll be pulling one eye usually up and one eye down. And so it gives you a headache within 15 minutes. So, and it will give you eye strain massively and fast. So it's a movie, if you're going to watch the Blu-ray 3D, not only does the 3D not work well because it's not aligned right, but you're going to screw up your eyes, and you kind of have to watch it in 15-minute increments, in my opinion. Yeah, it sucks, Omegs, because I'm telling you right now, Omegs, this movie right here, because I remembered it, and I knew about it, and I'd never seen it in 3D, and I'd seen bootleg copies in 3D on DVD that didn't quite work, that I'd actually picked up one. This was one of the movies I bought into the 3D format for. Yeah, I bought the 3D format. This wasn't my first Blu-ray 3D, but when I bought my Blu-ray, my 3D TV and my Blu-ray 3D player, all I kept thinking was, I can't wait until Metal Storm is available. I want Metal Storm. And then I got Metal Storm. So, yeah. Sucks. Never have an issue with VR, but for 3D, that do sound interesting. Yeah, and see that. Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. This would give you a headache through VR because it's misaligned. Instead of the images, the left and right side being pulled left and right, you got them. They're skewed where one's higher and one's lower. And I don't know how that happens other than it's just improper restoration. It's improper. Yeah. And I think Shout Factory didn't expect it to sell well, so they didn't care enough, and that's unfortunate too, because it would have sold a hell of a lot better if it wasn't going to damage your eyes. Did y'all learn nothing from Nintendo's Virtual Boy? Okay. Osamu Tezuka's Metropolis, directed by Rintaro. This is fun little anime film. If you notice it looks like Astro Boy, it's because Osamu Tezuka, his stuff always had that look. I don't know that much about Astro Boy, but I know the look of it. This is a fun robotsy, I don't know, not post-apocalyptic, but a nice robot AI running the world, taking over, robots versus human thing. That said, this edition came from Mill Creek. This is one of the times Mill Creek nailed it. Mill Creek's Blu-ray of Metropolis, first of all, it's a steelbook with a really neat transparent cover with painted artwork. It looks really nice, even though I don't like steelbooks personally. It looks nice. It's got all the features, I think, or most of the features from the DVD release. And it looks decent enough. Sony gave them a good copy and they didn't screw up the compression. Congratulations, Mill Creek. Mill Creek is known for cheap budget titles, but they got this one right. And there's another one coming up that they got pretty right too. That said, I'm pretty sure it's out of print now. Oh yeah. Not insanely overpriced, but drop. Oh, let's see if there's... Okay, that is... Which edition is it? Okay, that's the Sony. Sony released one, but it was a burned disc. It was a recordable Blu-ray. You gotta watch out for that. There are, just like there have been with DVDs, you've got some companies release DVD-R discs you gotta avoid. There are a few, and Sony's one of them, who are known for releasing some recordable Blu-ray for things they don't think have enough sales audiences. The other Metropolis still available? Okay, there's another edition of Metropolis from Mill Creek that doesn't have all the special features, and it looks like it's still available, so that's okay. At least I don't think it's got all the... Yeah, it doesn't list them, so it must not. Okay, yeah. So in any case, Metropolis, fun movie. Moving on. Mickey's Christmas Carol. Okay, I'm just going to mention this one. Why do I stop on every movie and talk about them? Why can't I just bypass some? Mickey's Christmas Carol, I do need to say one thing. So this is a short. It's about 30 minutes. It's not a full-length movie. This is one of those ones Disney... not only did Disney screw it up, but they rubbed it in. Because they over-cleaned it. And I've mentioned that nerd. I know I'm a nerd. They over-cleaned it. In their grain removal, they scrubbed it, so they took out detail and everything just doesn't look right. It doesn't look right. But the problem is, the menus show scenes from the movie. And they look right. You see, the footage they used on the menus was the high-definition transfer of Mickey's Christmas Carol before they went back with a scrub brush. No, I don't know if I even like movies. I'm just obsessed with the format. I just love physical media. I don't know. I don't know how to put it, because I certainly don't watch modern movies. Not that much, rarely, except for some anime. If I ever get through my backlog. But yeah, so the menus look fantastic. A decent grain, a lot of detail. But the movie, or the short, is over cleaned. Because no one wants grain. These kids, grain's gonna upset the kids. You don't want to upset the kids with grain. It's just like what they did with Predator. I don't have the Blu-ray Predator because I know there's a 4K, which I think looked okay, but the Blu-rays of Predator have all sorts of problems. Okay. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie. Yes, this is the one from 1995. The one which technically is its own thing. It's non-canon. It's non-canonical. Not much to say about this. Shout Factory released it. They had to use the transfer that they were allowed to use from 20th Century Fox at the time, which I guess was just their existing transfer. So it looks okay, but it was the same transfer being used on TV. No real special features. Unfortunate. The great is Power Rangers. The good, yeah. Now, I like the series better than the movie, but yeah. But yeah, the Blu-ray could have been better, but it's a beggars can't be choosers edition. That said, as you could see, I don't know if you could see that, but currently on Amazon, it's going used for $94.17. So, Mighty Morphin really got the Ranger going in America. Yeah, and I'm going to say, to me, Power Rangers, it's such a fascinating study. Watching the show itself, and especially those original 3 seasons, and especially picking out where they were recycling stuff from previous episodes, like to create a battle between the new Megazord and some other thing that the old Megazord had fought. The way that they cobbled those things together, it is a true... it doesn't get enough praise. It's a work of art what they did with those, with the localization and the way they recut them. It's a whole case study on the power of editing. Because there are some episodes, I remember, I never watched Power Rangers. See, I feel like it's one of those things. I don't know if it's as easy to get into I don't know if it's as easy to get into when you're older. It's one of those things, sort of, I think you had to have experienced it younger for it really to have made the same impact. I could be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong on that. But that being said, yeah, it's a Saturday morning kids show. It's obviously a kids show. It's been recut. But the way they recut it, taking the Japanese footage and cutting it with the American stuff, that's just part, instead of just redubbing it. I mean, there's some stuff that's not well done, but there's other stuff in it that's fantastic. Like I was saying, the later seasons, they would take something from a fight from season 1 and cut it together with just punching and kicking from something later on to make it seem like they were facing a return of the same monster. And it's one of those you'd never know. If you were just watching as a kid, you'd never notice, you'd never realize it. But watching as an adult, you can pick it out and see, oh, well, they're not showing them ever together in the same shot. It's just showing a fist flying and then one of them getting hit. But it's really, it's so impressive. Now, if you start with Mighty Morphin, Rescue or Time Force, you have a good starting point. Okay, Time Force. Now, I never saw. I saw part of Rescue, the Lightspeed Rescue, I guess it was, and I never saw any of Time Force. So I got out of Power Rangers probably after Lost. I had already fallen out of it with Lost Galaxy, but I went back and watched Lost Galaxy on DVD. I haven't really seen anything after that. I wanted to. I think Rescue Rangers is pretty dang good since they get messed up. Do they? Okay. Huh. I'll have to watch some of the later ones. Like I said, the last I watched was Lost Galaxy, which I guess is season 7 or 8? 7. It's season 7. Gosh, why am I able to count that much and know that? I don't know the other numbers. think I was watching Pokemon. Hey, oh, that's Squares. Nothing wrong with that. I wish I would. Truth is, I wish I would have watched Pokemon. Now, I will say, I did try. I remember trying to get into Yu-Gi-Oh! OG Pokemon was the GOAT. I wish I would have watched it. And I do need to go. Add that to the long list of my backlog of things I need to watch. Was amazing, still amazing. Gotcha. He doesn't have Pokemon on his list. No, not the bonk hammer for Pokemon. I've already told you. Forgive me for the Pokemon. I tried watching. I do remember watching some Yu-Gi-Oh! But my problem with Yu-Gi-Oh! Was I was watching it in syndication and they started jumping around the episodes. I gotta go. I watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay. Gotcha. I thought you were saying you had to go. Yeah, I watched some of it, but then the episodes, the syndication where I was at the time, they started jumping around, and I mean, that's like anything. The syndication, when they start screwing you around like that, you just fall out of it, especially when you're a kid. Bakugan, nope. I never watched it. Heard of it, never watched it. Never watched Beyblade either. I gotta check now. No, I never watched Bakugan, sorry. And I don't have any Yu-Gi-Oh! Wait, okay, that's not true. Yu-Gi-Oh! I do have, not TV shows or cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was awesome collecting those cards. I never had the cards. I bought some of the Game Boy Advance games, which I've never really played. And I picked them up because I remembered watching the show and thinking, wow, that card game looks really fun. Maybe I can learn it. Maybe I can get into it playing the Game Boy games, but I never really played it that much. That's insane. How is it insane, man? You never let it rip with Beyblade? No, I didn't. And now, well, I say that. That being said, I did pick up the Game Boy games. I've never played them though, or a couple of them, because I was a sucker for cheap Game Boy games. I'd see the Game Boy Advance games for $10, and there you go. Hydration break. Excuse me. Wow, that was a loud gulp. Digimon was so good. I was about to say I never saw Digimon either. And I was originally thinking about picking up the Digimon Blu-rays because I know Discotek has done a good job with them. Kimmy, you're just going to have to add to the list of reasons to bonk me. Man, I've never seen Vanguard. Nope, no Digimon. I never watched Digimon. I just kind of, at that point, I wasn't really doing, not even the Digimon movie, no. And I kept telling myself, to pick those up from Discotek, and maybe I will during the next sale when they have. I'm losing it. Why? Over Digimon? Digimon for, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. I know it's crazy. You gotta understand, this was a point when I was sort of, I'd kind of fallen out of the anime. No! We all quit. No, don't leave me. Wow, how much has my subscribing numbers dipped? I guess I'd better check. Oh, good. They haven't dipped. Okay, so a few people out there have forgiven me. To those of you who have forgiven me, please forgive me. Please. That you Hakusho, the one who inspired Bleach. I've heard of it. No, I've never seen it. And I'm going to defend myself on that one and say that that's another one that I've almost picked up the Blu-ray set just because I was going to introduce myself to it that way. And Dragon Ball, I'm going to say with Dragon Ball, I have seen some, I'm going to go ahead and do the Dragon Ball thing. I never watched much Dragon Ball. I've seen a few of the movies, and I do have a DVD set of the 4 original Dragon Ball non-Z movies. The 2000s Digimon movie was absolutely amazing. I can't believe you, the movie nerd, have never seen it. No, I haven't, but if y'all are recommending it that much, I will put it on my list for the next Discotek sale. Because a lot of times, when I make a deal with the devil, which is i.e. buying from Crunchyroll, because I do buy stuff directly from Crunchyroll. In fact, my my Bubblegum Crisis and Bubblegum Crash are pre-ordered through them. My eyebrow tracking is not working tonight. That's weird. If anything, it's almost reading my eyebrows as my mouth. Okay, eyebrow tracking not working. Joy. So when Crunchyroll will run, ever since they bought Right Stuff Anime, which sucked that they bought Right Stuff Anime, that was a dark day for the physical media universe. Your own model gave up on you. Yeah, it did. Next, the mouth is going to stop like it did last night, where it was barely tracking. Patamon, Terriermon are my favorite Digimon. Okay. Oh, okay. So, Discotek. Crunchyroll runs sales on Discotek titles, but a lot of times with Crunchyroll, you gotta hit $75 to get free shipping. And sometimes with the Discoteks, I never have known. Sometimes I run out and I run short, and so I a lot of times don't place an order. Knowing that the Digimon movies are worth picking up, that's something I could put in my bucket for next time. So I will tell you, you can look at the state of the library right now. At some point, unless they go out of print first, I will be adding the Digimon movies. And we'll go from there. If I love them, then I'll pick up the series too. And that's not because I'm being bullied. That's just because I trust you. I'm not going to be bullied into it like Han and Mari bullied me into doing Lobotomy Corporation, even though I'm enjoying Lobotomy Corporation. So thank you, Mari. Millennium Actress. Okay, y'all probably know what Millennium Actress is. I think this is a new restoration. If it isn't, it's okay. I thought it was a good-looking Blu-ray. It is a drama. If you've never seen Millennium Actress, it's a drama, and it's nifty the way it jumps between all of the different movies she'd been in to tell the story. Millionaire Express, it's Chow Yun Fat, Golden Harvest. I haven't watched this one yet. This is one of my blind buys I haven't gotten around to. It's an Arrow release. One thing that's neat about it's got 4 versions of the movie. I guess there's like an international cut, the Hong Kong cut, a super extended cut, an American cut, and something. Miracle on 34th Street. I've seen it before, but I haven't watched this Blu-ray. I can't say anything about it except it's heck yeah, Wargreymon and Metal Garurumon. Okie dokie. Omnimon gang. I'm gonna forget those names, but until I get the movies, you know that. Oh, hold on. Excuse me. Miracle on 34th Street. Yeah. It's okay. Well, no, I am going to pick him up. I'm curious to see him. I know. Well, the thing is, I always hear people talking about how great Digimon is. And, well, but just like Pokemon, I'm going to tell you, okay, so I'm sort of like a person who I worked with. There was a person who I worked with who was alive for, Star Wars when it opened in theaters in 1977. And I remember him telling, and he was a fan of Star Wars. He was not of prequels, but he was a fan of Star Wars. I remember him talking about how he did not go see it when it first opened in theaters. Digimon is for adults and Pokemon is for kids. Gotcha. Okay, good to know. But I'm sort of like him because one of the things was, he talked about how when Star Wars opened in theaters, he never went to see it because everyone, or at least at first, it wasn't until like 2 or 3 weeks in, he never went to see it because everyone loved it. So he assumed if everyone loves this, then everyone's just loving it for the hype, and I don't care what the hype is, I'm probably going to hate it. And I guess I've kind of gotten that way sometimes. If something's hyped, I turn away. Okay, even though I grew up with Pokemon, Bleach ended up being my favorite series. Okay, and I haven't watched Bleach. I know a lot. I've heard a lot of Bleach. I know the Viz, I think, owns the Blu-rays. It gets really dark even with the first season. Really? Okay. I was a kid when I watched Digimon, so does that make me an adult? I mean, it's still if you enjoy it still. I just saw dinosaur fighting, LOL. I was like, let's go. Hey, that's sort of like me with Godzilla. Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla was... Well, actually, Godzilla 1985 was the first Godzilla I saw. I'm not a kid, love Pokemon. Hey, that's fine. I'm not a kid, and I love Power Rangers. I'm not a kid, and look at half the crap I've got in here. The mirror cracked. Agatha Christie. It's one of the Miss Marple things. Big cast in this, including Elizabeth Taylor, but it's not a great... I didn't like the... I like a lot of these 80s and 70s Agatha Christie movies, and Guy Hamilton was a good director, but Mirror Cracked I just kind of found boring. He's a big kid now. Yeah, you're just a big-ass kid. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I did the Peter Pan thing, but in a completely non-creepy way. I'm never growing up. I'm not going to wind up as some boomer, because I'm not a boomer. I'm not going to wind up in nursing home eating boiled chicken. And watching Matlock. Mirror Cracked, prepare for 7 years, bad luck, 7 bad years. Yeah, that's for sure. Heading to Epstein Island. No! Oh my sweet mercy, where the heck did that even come from? No, the Mirror Cracked is okay, but I don't know. As far as I know, this is the only theatrical Miss Marple movie. And it's not as good as the theatrical Perot movies. Missing in Action trilogy. This is the reissue from Kino. I did have the original Blu-rays. The first two were from MGM, and the third one was from Shout Factory. They looked fine. The first two looked good from MGM, and they were cheap. They're like $5 Blu-rays. The third one from Shout Factory looked good, but it was clearly an older HD transfer. That said, this is a better set of oh boy, Epstein. Free food courtesy of Jared, free drinks courtesy of Bill. Oh dear. Yeah, nope. Not going there. Nope. I'd rather go the hag love route. I'm not gonna. Nope. Missing in Action. Okay, Missing in Action is Chuck Norris. It's Chuck Norris. They're like the Rambo movies, basically. Peter Pan will take you there, Matt. No, you big kid. Nope. Not going there. Madamus is no country for old. Madamus is no country for old men. Nope. Stopping by to say hi. Greetings. Welcome in, Mari. Welcome. Yeah, that's right. And you're streaming tonight, aren't you? Oh, by the way, I did get the and I'm not a boomer. I did get the Discord stuff finally working, at least for Discord calls. I know you have to do a whole bunch of other stuff for like groups, but I'm able to do Discord calls through it now. So yeah. Yeah, so welcome in. In fact, that was something I think I said earlier too. I am going to be sticking with LobCorp, so I will be doing it again next Tuesday. Thanks to you. It's your fault, Mari. Wow, I've been doing this for over 5 hours, and we've only gotten through, I think, 2 pages. That's impressive. I might drop in and start stream. Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, and start screaming. Oh dear. That's fine. Well, hopefully we can set something up with it so you can lead me by the hand as I continue failing at that game. Ay. I got lucky last night when that whatever the incident or whatever that was supposed to happen didn't occur. I just got done with my own stream. Oh, did you? Okay. Oh, darn. I was hoping to catch part of it. I wasn't expecting to be yapping as long as I've been. There you go. Thanks, Super Shops. Yeah, I sorry about that. Yeah, I meant to stop in. I didn't know I'd be yapping as long as I am. I'm still not done. Gotta at least finish the M's. LOL, Matt is like, Rhea can't read right. Yeah, what, my own screaming. Yes. Oh, okay, your own screaming? Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you meant streaming. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So you haven't streamed yet? Or were you streaming tonight? No, you're fine. I just wanted to say hi. That's fine. Thank you for stopping by, Mari. Always happy to see you. Oh, I was? Okay, you were. Okay. Okay. Just wanted to double check since, yes, my reading ability, my hands just hurt. Oh boy. Oh dear. Too much drawing or too much mouse with LobCorp? Oy. Well, I hope your hands feel better. Missing in action, only thing really to say about it. Chuck Norris, Rambo type movie. This was a big hit. The first one was a big hit for him, but something interesting to say about the missing in actions. They're in the wrong order. So you got Missing in Action, which involves him trying to rescue Vietnam vets. And then you got Missing in Action 2. He might be unalive. No, he came back. Well, and that's sort of where it comes to. So the first one is him trying to rescue MIA soldiers from Vietnam. But then the second one is a flashback. It's called Missing in Action 2, The Beginning. And it's supposed to be about him and his crew being captured. Ask Forrest Gump to save the platoon if need be. Yeah. Both, plus my hands are splitting. Oh, oh dear. Oh, dry skin probably this time of year. Ouch. Yikes, yikes, yikes. I feel your pain with that. So Missing in Action 2, The Beginning. It takes place before the first one with him actually being a POW. And, spoiler alert, breaking out, as if you don't know that because the first one takes place afterwards. Well, at least you don't have a broken leg. Yeah. Missing in Action. So what happened was, they're Canon films. Let's put it on Canon films. They were both being shot simultaneously. Or back to back. And someone there had the, one of the directors said, hey, this movie with him being in the POW camp is boring. And if we run this, no one's going to want to watch this second movie where he comes back years later and rescues all the vets. So, it's really itchy when it's dry skin like that, Red. Ugh, it's awful. In fact, I'm in a humid climate and mine still do it sometimes a years. Ugh, dry skin, the worst. So yeah, Missing in Action 2 was meant to be Missing in Action 1. But the director of the other Missing in Action said, hey, this other movie that's supposed to be first is boring. You need to show ours first. So that's what they did. They put the second one in theaters first, and it was a hit. And then they put the first one in second as a flashback, and it was still a hit because the first one was a hit. And then comes the third one, Braddock, Missing in Action 3, where they go full Rambo with having him go into back to Vietnam again to like rescue family he never knew he had or something. They're fun. They're Chuck Norris actioners. Little bit of history. Kind of sort of what helped make him a bigger name because they were a bigger hit for him at that period, 1980s, when, I mean, this is before Lone Wolf McQuade and Walker and whatnot. Okay, moving along. Moana. Nothing much to say about Disney's Moana, except this is the 3D version of Moana. If you love Moana and haven't seen it in 3D, I'm sorry. Because the 3D version is great. It's Disney and Pixar's 3D. The Disney 3Ds and the Pixar ones were generally good. And their 3D Blu-rays that weren't Marvel were generally good. So it's a shame that the 3D version's out of print, and it's a shame that 3D TVs are hard to find. A hydration break now for sure. Super Shops. And coughing break, excuse me. If you got a drink, take a drink. Yowzers. Well, moving along. Always drink your water. Yeah. Well, my throat is really, so I'm a bit stupid, Red. Every time, in case you didn't know, in case anyone didn't know, Cosmic Defender, very smooth brain, tiny and smooth. The brain, I mean. Now, so I keep, every time before I'm going to stream, I keep eating things that are going to be bad for my throat and bad for like dry mouth. And tonight I had pizza again, and I shouldn't have had pizza before I streamed. It was stupid. No, don't sell yourself short. Thank you, Red. So yeah, I ate pizza beforehand, and so that's just kind of made it worse. Plus, pineapple on it. Actually, Kimmy, yes, pineapple on the pizza. I had pineapple on the pizza and stuffed crust. Stuffed crust, and it was from a place that also does crust seasoning. So it was a butter cheese crust. So you basically have to eat it. As much as I hate to not pick it up, you have to eat it with a fork and knife because it's so greasy. So the crust is, in addition to being stuffed, just covered with Parmesan and garlic butter, which of course gets onto the rest of the pizza. Yeah, and I hate to do it, but it's a pizza that you can't. I know it's blasphemy, but you trust me, you can't pick it up because it just falls apart because of that crust seasoning. Especially if a lot of times I ask for extra crust seasoning, and when they do that, it's like they pour the oil all over the whole pizza, or it seeps through it. I don't know how else to explain it, but yeah, it winds up. It's kind of, so yeah, it is. You let that greasy hand, and you eat it like a monster. I should, but yeah, I don't want to risk having greasy. I just don't. Nah, I'm icky. Yeah, so that's the one part of the blasphemy. Sorry, I disappointed y'all again. Every time it's going good, I find some new way to disappoint you. Don't worry, I'll keep doing it. Mobile Cop G-Bon, the complete series. I haven't watched this one yet. This is one of the Metal Heroes. You can always wash your hand. Yeah, I do. Well, I wash them anyway, but in fact, that's one reason why my hands get dry. I'm a nutter about washing my hands. I wash my hands a lot. I'm not one of these people who will, fist bump instead of shaking hands, but I wash my hands quite a bit. And eat spaghetti with a spoon. No. So I eat spaghetti the proper way. I twist that stuff on the fork. Everything's cool. Oh, man. Yeah. So, okay, this is it's not a blind buy, but I eat spaghetti with a chopstick. Well, that works too. Technically eating noodles. Now, I've never been good at eating chopsticks. Using chopsticks. For some reason, I just can't get my fingers to lock right. I haven't practiced with them a lot, so I probably am eating different Asian foods and stuff in other blasphemous ways by not using chopsticks. I like to stab my foods when I eat them. Mobile Cop G-Bon. Think about Power Rangers. Think about Ultraman. It's Metal Heroes series. This is the Toei Metal Heroes stuff. I haven't watched this one yet. They're a lot of fun. Enough said. And it's Discotech, and this is an SD on BD. Let me tell you something that's so cool about their SD on Blu-ray. So Discotech is pretty much the only company that does this and does it right. When a show is standard definition, they are able to fit usually an entire season or entire series on one disc. This has all like 50, how many episodes is it? All 52 episodes on one disc. They have what on Blu-ray? Yeah, at standard definition. So it's standard definition on Blu-ray. it winds up being the whole series because they don't have HD masters and they don't want to up SD. Yes, exactly. They fit a lot in that little thing. Yes, they do. They are able to get usually the whole thing like this, 52 episodes on one thing. And the thing is, they look great because they were shot because it's a standard definition source. They use good Blu-ray compression, and it looks fantastic. And I've used this argument before with things like Star Trek. They don't want to do high-definition versions of Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Okay, why don't you put it all in standard definition on a Blu-ray disc properly encoded? You would be able to fit whole seasons, probably 2 discs per season of Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Or not 2 seasons per disc, two discs per season, plus all the special features. But Discotech's the only company that does it. There were some other companies who tried to do it, but they did it in MPEG-2, basically DVD quality on the disc, and that sucked. But this is standard definition with Blu-ray compression, so you don't get any of the block noise or anything. I love it. I wish there was more stuff like this. Readjusting in my chair. Okay, anime, I'll mention this real quick. Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun. This is a comedy, high school life, based around shoujo manga, sort of, or a male artist for shoujo manga who's kind of a dunce, meaning girls manga. Yeah, I love this series. This series. And it starts off, the first episode might be not quite as good. I think it's a hilarious series. I don't know what weapon that is. I mean, what fruit? Is that a hot pepper? I can't tell with my... Oh, mango artist. Got it. I got it. I like it. Yeah, I enjoy Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun. This is one I've got a second copy of it in the regular. This is the premium gift set from Sentai, which has like soundtrack and art books and stuff, and it's one of those cases just talking about their sales. So I had picked up the original Blu-ray set probably for like $10 and loved it, and a year later they were running their premium gift set, trying to get rid of it, also for $10. So for $10 for a series I love, I sprung for the giant chipboard box with all the extra swag. Great show. I might not have seen Pokemon, but I've seen Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun. Monty Python and the Holy Grail 40th Anniversary Edition. I don't need to explain this one, do I? Run away! Monuments Men. Good modern World War II movie about got Star Blazers. Sadly, no, and I don't think the Americanized Star Blazers, I don't know if that's even on Blu-ray. Let me take a check. I know there was a DVD set, but it is out of print, I think. Let me double check. I want to say that Star Blazers isn't out. I can tell you Star Blazers is stuck in licensing hell. I want to say that I read it no, wait, I'm wrong. Okay, there's some of it. Star Blazers, but the originals aren't available. Only the newer ones. Darn. Star Blazers, Trailblazers in space. I've heard of it because I know it's about space. Yeah, Space Battleship Yamato. I've never really watched any Star Blazers, and that's one I've kind of been waiting. Now that you mention it, Fruit Punch Bicycle, I've been waiting for that to come out, to get out of licensing hell, and for us to have the original series on Blu-ray, because that's something I want to snatch up, sort of like Battle of the Planets. I'd love to have a Blu-ray of the Americanized Gatchaman. Life of Brian, I do not have it on Blu-ray, only on DVD. I regret not picking up the Blu-ray. Star Blazers, the Japanese Star Trek. Yeah, I think I remember hearing that reference to it at some point. I want to say I've heard it called that elsewhere. Yeah, I want to see it. I want to pick it up, but I'm waiting for the original series to come out first. Because completist. Monuments Man, nothing to say about that. It's a good modern World War II movie. Matt Damon and George Clooney were in a movie that wasn't disappointing. Oh, this is another Wes Anderson, Moonrise Kingdom. I only have 3 Wes Andersons on Blu-ray, I think. Moonrise Kingdom, previously mentioned Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou, and Royal Tenenbaums. Moonrise Kingdom, I don't know how to explain it. I'm not going to try. His comedies are offbeat, not for everyone. Star Blazer, Madamus, years as a Cosmic Defender. I wish. Thank you, though. This is a reissue in a digibook or a digipack cover. It was originally from Universal. This is the Criterion reissue, supervised by the director Wes Anderson. I think the color is a little different. Mortal Kombat. I know this was brought up earlier, Mortal Kombat. These are the original 2 theatrical Mortal Kombat movies. Let me start by saying the Blu-ray for Mortal Kombat is not that great. Yeah. Let me start by saying it's better than the DVD, but the Blu-ray for Mortal Kombat isn't that great. It's an old transfer, and it shows its age. But fun movie. I remember, I liked Mortal Kombat. It's not a good movie, but it's a fun movie. But then we have Mortal Kombat Annihilation, the sequel. And you can't see it here, but the tagline for this movie was "Destroy all expectations." Very rarely has a tagline for a movie been so accurate, because Mortal Kombat Annihilation is awful. I watch it because I play Mortal Kombat. Gotcha. Yeah, I enjoy it. Now, that said, though, I haven't seen the newer movie. This is the one from the 90s. I didn't see the recent one. And I heard mixed things about the recent one. I still want to see it, but I haven't got. Shaolin Monk was so good. Wish they made a sequel. Okay, I'll have to. I do need to see for the new one. I'll have to see. Oh, Shaolin Monk. Okay. I don't think I've seen the movie Shaolin Monk. But Mortal Kombat Annihilation was a sequel where they only brought back like 2 of the original cast members. It's poorly edited. Oh, the game. Gotcha. Okay. Sorry. Dummy me. Figured there was a movie called Shaolin Monk. Mortal Kombat Annihilation, if you've never seen it, good for you. Low budget. Poorly edited. Actually, no, you need to see it because it's a bad movie and it's funny to watch. Now, if you watch it expecting to enjoy it, you're going to hate it. But if you watch it from the standpoint of this is awful and I know it, you're going to love it. Okay, next. Okay, this is a steelbook. This is out of print, I'm sure. Mill Creek got the rights. Somehow they got... Oh, I know how they did it. Johnny Cage punching those... Yes. Punching those nuts. Yes. Doing his split kick. That was great. And if I remember, that was non-canonical, because if I remember, he couldn't do that to Goro in the original Mortal Kombat game. I seem to remember seeing that somewhere, that if you tried to do it in the game, he wouldn't do it to Sonya and he wouldn't do it to Goro. Mothra, let me see how out of print it is. Oh, no, it isn't. Okay. Well, it is because it's new from. So it's from third party. But yeah, so this is an interesting thing. This is one of those wonderful situations where Toho doesn't own it. So Toho can't say no-ho. Mothra is a Toho film that Columbia, who is owned by Sony, had originally optioned for release in the US. And they continue to renew their license. And because they keep renewing their license, it doesn't go back to Toho. So Toho can't say, you don't get the US theatrical cut or you don't get the English dub. Sony slash Columbia's in control. So in control that they licensed it to Mill Creek, which is a low-budget company. And Mill Creek released it to Blu-ray in a fancy steelbook, which they like to do, and in a pretty decent edition, because it's got both the Japanese version and the US theatrical version. Now, they're not the newest transfers. They're using old film masters, but it looked it looked good. It looked good enough. So yeah, the Mothra Blu-ray is worth your time. I'm going to try to finish the M's. How many more M's? Okay. Holy hand. Okay, we can finish the M's. The M's. How many N's are there? No, we'll finish the M's. I don't think I can finish the N's. LOL. Yeah, can you believe this? Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, tonight we started on page 14 with Labyrinth. M for Matt. Thank you. We started with Labyrinth on page 14, and we are only now on page 17. I have not even made it through, so 14 through 15 through 16. Okay, so I've made it through 3 pages. And we're doing part of this page, which makes up for the part of the other page, I guess, that wasn't there. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, at least I'm creating content. Holy Hannah. I see Nightmares Before Christmas. Yes. Okay, maybe we will do some of the ends. Maybe I could get through this. Let me start. Only thing to say about this, Jackie Chan's Mr. Nice Guy, or Jackie Chan in Mr. Nice Guy. This is the Warner Archive Collection release. It's a nice Blu-ray because it has the international cut, and it's got the US theatrical cut, and it's got the English version of the international cut. So it's 2 versions essentially, but a dub track on one. Different sources, because the prints look very different. One I think was sourced from Golden Harvest, and one was New Line. Excuse me for a second. But yeah, good Warner Archive. Sadly, I wish they would have done as well with Drunken Master 2. They didn't. Mulan and Mulan 2. I don't really have much to say about this, except I still have never watched Mulan 2. I liked Mulan, and at the time I got this, I want to say this was Disney Movie Club, and I was filling the bucket. And I want to say it basically was a case where Mulan on its own, which was the only one I wanted, was the exact same price as the double pack with Mulan 2. So, okay, I'll take your trashy direct-to-video sequel. Or maybe it's not trashy. I haven't watched it, but I haven't heard good things. The Mummy, based on the life of actor Bill Mumy, who was in Lost in Space. No. That was a dumb joke. Why did I make such a stupid joke, Mushu? I need to watch Mulan again. I really do. I liked Mulan. I didn't like the live action one that well, though. The live action one didn't hit for me. I don't like these live action remakes they've been doing. Which I guess most people don't either, because they haven't been doing that great. Mulan, good. Yeah. I like the animated one. I liked it. I thought Mulan was good. Make a man out of you. No, Red. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Why didn't I see that coming? Because I haven't watched it in a long time. Oh, Lord. Okay, The Mummy. The Mummy Returns, and The Mummy Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Nothing much to say about these. They're labeled as deluxe editions. They are older transfers. I know there's better ones out on 4K now. I think they look fine, except for the effects in The Mummy Returns of the CGI, The Rock, which just do not hold up. I think all the special features are here, except The Mummy Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. There was a bonus disc, Walmart exclusive for the DVD, which I have, but none of that stuff was ported over to the Blu-ray. Dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow, dishonor on your whole family. I need to watch it again. That was good. Mulan was good, and we talked about last time Kubo and the Two. And it's not Disney, but I sort of put it in the same category as Mulan. Kubo and the Two Strings I thought was really good too, especially the 3D version of Kubo and the Two Strings. It was dynamite. So yeah, nothing else to say about the Mummies. Excuse me. The Mummy's Shroud, though, we will mention. This is a Hammer film. This is, I want to say, their third. Hammer only made 4 Mummy movies, and none of them are connected, even though they're their Mummy franchise. I want to say this is the third one. They're basically all the same. The Mummy movies from, well, no, except for Blood from the Mummy's Tomb. That one was a good. That was based on Jewel of the Seven Stars, and it's good. The Mummy's Shroud. All I really can say about it is, I got switched onto it because I saw the trailer and it just looked fun. It's not that great. It's okay. It's an okay Mummy movie. If you're into Mummy movies and you got to have a Mummy movie fix, it's a Hammer film, so Hammer is good. Munster Go Home. Only thing to say about this was from the 60s also. This is the theatrical Munsters movie when the Munsters was still, I guess, on television. As far as the Blu-ray goes, it's nice because it's kind of a double feature. I don't know if it's... it also includes the... where's the... Let me find it. It also includes the... I don't even see it listed. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. It all... Matt Wan's Daily Dommy Mommy. No! I mean, I don't know. Wait, what? Well, to be fair, I guess one of my primary Oshis, the one I sometimes call my Kami Oshi, even though I have quite a few who I consider, I hate labeling one a Kami Oshi when there are several who I'd always be there for if they needed to me. But the one I've mentioned before, yeah, she falls in that category, so maybe. Munster Go Home. It does include the made-for-TV movie Munsters Revenge, which was meant to relaunch the Munsters and didn't. Yeah, oops. Yeah, why did I say that? Why do I let my inner monologue leak out, Kimmy? Maybe I do need my mods to bonk me because I keep saying the stuff I shouldn't. The Muppet movie. This is the only Muppet one I picked up on Blu-ray. The original Muppet movie, I gotta complain about this Blu-ray, and it's the same complaint I had about the DVD releases. A lot of people don't realize that the Mummy... The Mummy. I get all the free content from it. You're welcome, Omegs. You're welcome. The Muppet movie I love. If you've never seen the original Muppet movie, it's just something magic. That being said, I have to attack all of the Blu-ray. I have to attack the Blu-ray. There might be a 4K release. I would attack it. I have to attack the DVD, and I actually have to attack the VHS from when Disney first acquired it, because it all started with Disney. There's a joke that has been removed because they decided it was inappropriate. And there is nothing wrong with the joke. There is a scene in the Muppet movie where Kermit is in basically a bar. And it's a joke because it's a double meaning. He's asked what he wants to drink, and he says, I'll have a drink. No, let me try again. I'll have a grasshopper. Because there's an alcoholic drink called a grasshopper. Well, Disney, and that had been there since 1979. Well, Disney decided, ooh, that's not appropriate because little kids are going to drink a bunch of alcohol because Kermit said he wanted a grasshopper. Even though it's meant to be, you know, double meaning. Ha ha, funny. It's a joke. You don't have to think it's funny, but you have to know it's a joke. So yeah, that's what pisses me off. It's one little tiny joke, but it's been missing from home video versions probably since the 90s, because I think that's when Disney first entered into their deal with Henson Studios. Murder by Decree. I'll just mention this real quick. This is a it says horror. It's more of a thriller, but it's good. Murder by Decree is a Sherlock Holmes movie that was never, and it's one of two that have the same plot. It's a Sherlock Holmes that was not written by, oh my gosh, I can't even think. Not by the original author. I'm too tired to think. Yeah. It's not by the original author. It's not canon. Murder by Decree has to do with Sherlock Holmes trying to track down Jack the Ripper. But with it all being basically Jack the Ripper, a giant government plot. All of it involved. With different things having to do with protecting the reputation of the British Crown. It stars Christopher Plummer. It has a big cast. It has but Christopher Plummer as Sherlock Holmes. This might be, even though it's non-canon, outside of the Hammer version of Hound of the Baskervilles, this is probably my favorite Sherlock Holmes movie. Murder by Decree is fantastic. It's just a good psychological thriller, and Christopher Plummer as Sherlock Holmes. You don't get much better than that. Murder on the Orient Express. This is the original version from 1974. To be honest, I like the Perot movies that came later with Peter Ustinov. This one was with Albert Finney. It's better than the Disney one, though. My Best Friend is a Vampire. This was a mistake as a blind. This was a mistake as a blind buy chat. I picked this up because it was a 1980s horror. It says horror, but it's a horror comedy about, kid turning into a vampire, almost like Teen Wolf type of thing. I wanted to love this movie so much. I thought that, it just sounded like it was up my alley because I love Fright Night. It has its audience, clearly, because it's got a high score on IMDb, but it's a decent Blu-ray, and you can get, I want to say they've even got it trying to get rid of it, fire sale on Hamilton Book. But My Best Friend is a Vampire, yeah, not so great. My Fair Lady, I don't know if this, I think this might be a reissue with a better transfer. I'm not sure. In any case, My Fair Lady, classic musical. I'm not going to say much about this. I will say it was a 4K transfer before 4K was in vogue. So kudos to Paramount for trying to deliver a top tier Blu-ray presentation. If you're into musicals, My Fair Lady, I like it. Okay, another one I got to touch on. My Love Story on anime. On anime. My Love Story. This is the box set, or the premium gift set from Sentai. Boy, I am really running out of gas, aren't I? Yeah, My Love Story. It's a fun, cutesy. It's more cutesy, I think, than anything. Bruh, this Miku skin in Fortnite op, people just teaming up as Miku, killing everyone else. Well, they'd probably go after me for never having heard Miku. That is nice. Nice. I'm looking forward to watching some. Man, but the Miku skin is expensive, isn't it? Because I was starting to watch. I didn't get that far into it, but the stream with Sarah and Furi the other night, wasn't it really a pricey one? So glad I got it with the Music Pass. Gotcha. Okay, with the Music Pass. $15. Okay, I misheard that. I thought someone said 50. I paid it for them. I thought someone said 50. It's like 16 if you have 0 V-Bucks. Okay, I thought someone said it was $50, and I was just thinking, wow, what a racket. So I'm glad I misheard that. You know, I might have a cold, and talking so much is messing with me because I'm getting this weird itch in my ear. I know that sounds odd, but it's like my voice is now drifting into my ear and damaging me. Okay, My Love Story. If you've never seen it, it's a cutesy anime love story high school thing. this is one of those cases, it was a blind buy. I'm glad I picked it up. The gift set, I want to say it was $15 at Sentai because they were trying to get rid of it. It's a big box, though, so it takes up quite a bit of shelf real estate. Little plastic containers and stuff. I think it might have key rings. I don't remember. Good show, and there is a standard release of it also. Long, too. 24 episodes. So it's like it is like a 3-disc set. I know this one came up before, I think maybe with Elite. My Teen Romantic Comedy Snafu. About $37 gets you all Miku skins. Okay. So there's multiples. Okay, gotcha. My Teen Romantic Comedy Snafu, Seasons 1 and 2. Again, fun, school, comedy, romance. I really enjoyed it. The third one, but My Teen Romantic Comedy Snafu Climax, the third season, I have never, with the extra stuff like the drums and music, etc., etc. Gotcha. Man, y'all are making me, even though don't know anything about Miku, y'all are making me want to play Fortnite. I might have to take a knee and do it sometime. I haven't watched season 3 yet. Fortnite is chill. Do it. I might. It's on Epic Games Store, right? It's not, Gimme care. It's not on, Steam, correct? Because I don't have an Epic account. I mean, it's fine. I could get an Epic account. I'm a bag of potatoes. Bernie carry. I play on PS5. Okay. Is $4,600 for everything. Miku as it's on sale right now. Okay. I haven't watched season 3 of this yet. I'm kind of scared to see how it ends. I hate saying that, but the fact is, it's almost a love triangle with 2 women, and you know that's not going to end well. Love triangles don't end happily. So I haven't gotten around to watching season 3 because I can't. And you can buy 5,000 V-Bucks for $37. Okay. I don't even know what V-Bucks are. Virtual. I mean, I figure it's virtual bucks, but yeah. Omegs would carry you. Oh, man. I play Fortnite on PS5 and Switch when I'm on a road trip. Gotcha. Fortnite definitely doesn't ever seem to go out of style, does it? Sort of like Minecraft. The last of the M's. You technically can carry people. Gotcha. V-Bucks is in-game currency. Gotcha. When you are down. Aw. Gotcha. Oh, I thought that was like a psychological reference, like when you're feeling down, you'll get carried. But no, I realize now that you meant when you're knocked down, you can literally carry people. Gotcha. I just thought you were talking about being uplifting, and I thought how sweet of Red, but no. Okay. Oh. Man, I'm going to be wasted when I get to that Mega Man stream tomorrow. Kimmy Astra can confirm this. Gotcha. Mystery Science Theater 3000, the movie. If you have never seen Mystery Science Theater, and now I think, is this still in print? Please don't be out of print. Okay, no, it's not out of print, and it's not super expensive. I carry and Diddy them in the house. No, not the Diddy. If you've never seen Mystery Science Theater 3000, the original, now I haven't ever touched the reboot series. Reboot just didn't look like it appealed to me. If you've never seen Mystery Science Theater, I recommend Mystery Science Theater 3000, the movie, as a good starting point. Some people didn't like it because I guess the movie that they made fun of in it, because it's a movie within a movie. The movie they make fun of is This Island Earth, which has a bit of a cult following, and it was considered like an expensive sci-fi movie, but I don't care. And unfortunately, there's some stuff you can tell where they were forced to cut stuff, I guess, by the studio. So I wish the movie was a little longer. But if you've never seen Mystery Science Theater, if you've never heard of it, it's sort of like I'm going to do with Digimon. Give this a shot. You're welcome in advance. because this is a damn fun time. And the DVD used to have a foil cover. I don't remember what all's on the collector's edition. I don't care. It doesn't have to have anything but the movie. I still love it. And they even riff their own movie credits. It's fantastic. How many ends are there? Let me see. Okay, we're going to finish the ends because there aren't a bunch of ends. We're going to make this stream extra long tonight. It's 1 o'clock. I'm going to finish the ends. Let's see if we can bang through them. Roger Moore, who was once James Bond, The Naked Face. It's a psychological thriller. It's from Canon Films. It's not that great, but it's not horrible. And parts of it don't really... There's certain characters that's like, why are they in this? But it's okay. It's Roger Moore. The Naked Gun trilogy. I mean, y'all know this. Naked Gun, From the Files of Police Squad. Love these movies. The only complaint I have is I think the DVDs had some audio commentary tracks and they did not carry over to the Blu-rays. Thanks, Paramount. Napping Princess, I've never seen. I started watching it. I have never finished it. This was another one I picked up at Hamilton Books for like $1 or $2. So I don't know anything about Napping Princess. National Lampoon's Animal House with the pop art cover. There are a few different cover arts for it. Unfortunately, this is the first Blu-ray release, which isn't the best looking one. There is a newer one from a 4K remaster, along with a 4K disc that includes the newer, the revised Blu-ray. Unfortunately, the revised Blu-ray is kind of pricey. But y'all know Animal House, right? Please tell me y'all know Animal House. Because that's one that y'all need to know. Hydration break. If you got a drink, take a drink. And I know I said I was going to get through the ends. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. My throat is getting very rough. Let me just check something real quick. Rewatching. Yeah, I think as much as I want to continue this rest up, I think I'm going to have to call it a night. Let me go ahead and take us back into the library so we can close. Why did I close that before I went back into the library? Man, I'm out of it. Quick, don't look at the man behind the curtain or something. Okay, yeah, well, thank you, certainly. Thank you, everyone, for coming tonight. That was more of me just yapping about Blu-rays, showing my nerd side, boring everyone to death. ASMR for people with problems, I guess. I don't know. Tomorrow night, we're going to be doing Mega Man X command mission. In fact, probably tonight, I'm going to go ahead and set up the GameCube and make sure it's working correctly with OBS, because I really don't want to have problems. Thank you, Omegs. Thank you, Kimmy. Thank you, Red. Thank you, Super Shops. Thank you, Fruit Punch. Everyone else who showed up tonight, thank you very much. Given that it's 2 o'clock, I think I'm going to... Well, at least you enjoy yourself. Thanks, Red. Don't forget... don't forget edging to get canceled. Yeah, that's right. And I gotta find that spot and cut that into it. I'm gonna cut that into a short, I think. That way I can make sure everyone cancels me. 3 of us. Let me just see let me see who's streaming right now. Hold on. Is anyone streaming right now? Oh, why am I in my own stream? That's not where I meant to go. What am I doing? 5. I don't want to. I'm gonna pass, I think, tonight on rating into anyone. I think. Yeah, M on your shirt stand for Miku. Yes, it stands for Miku. Everyone who wants to cancel me, it stands for Miku. You can believe me. It's not for Madamus. No, it's for Miku. Completely and totally. I love her music. I love it when she sings Rainy Days and Mondays. She covered Rainy Days and Mondays, right? If she didn't cover Rainy Days and Mondays, then yeah, no. Not Masochist for sure. Oh dear, sweet mercy. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and Matt gonna go to hell for lying or moaning. Oh no. No, well, I mean, if we ever get moaning for monetization, I guess. Wow. How awful. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and forgo rating because the only person I really saw still active right now, we raided into last night. I don't want to raid into the same person every night because that would be weird. So that said, we're gonna go ahead and call it a night. Thank you everyone for coming and for sticking around through my yap. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.